Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Modern Day Debate. Tonight we're going to be debating, was the moon landing a hoax? And to get us started off, we have Ross. So, Ross, the floor is all yours.
Buenos dias. I want to thank everybody for tuning in today. Dustin, fight the flat Earth, excuse me, and Ozien, who I regard very well. As anybody who's seen any of my other debates know, my favorite subject to discuss out of any other subject is history. I always say that I got my degree, or I did my degree in political science, which is the history of lying. And it's such a good subject because you start to realize that everything you've pretty much ever been told is a lie. Well, that sounds cliche, right? But I like to take the logical analysis or Occam's razor's way of looking at things when I'm examining almost everything, especially when it comes to history. So I'm a guy that was born here in America, and here in America, we're told a lot of things about history. As a matter of fact, we were told Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction not that long ago, and a lot of people believe that. And guess what happened after that? A lot of bad things. So like, of course, you guys hear this all the time, right? If you're taking the negative, right, then you don't have the burden of proof. I mean, like, you get it, right? But I just want to be clear, right? Most of the conversations that people have around this subject still are around whether or not it's even still possible to go to the moon, right? I'm not, look, I don't necessarily have the burden of proof, but I know you guys know this already, and we can pull all this up if you want, right? But right now, right, in NASA, they're still discussing whether or not it's even possible for humans to leave lower Earth orbit, right? So before we even get into a conversation about have we been to the moon, right? We're still at the conversation on whether or not it's possible, right? How, like, this is a fact, right? You guys know this. I mean, if you say that that's not true, then you're a science denier, right? You guys are science deniers. You don't believe what I guess NASA is saying, because they're saying, yeah, after we maybe find a way to get through the Van Allen belt, maybe we'll be able to get humans out of lower Earth orbit. So if they haven't figured that out now, why haven't you guys realized that people lie, right? And history is just a set of lies agreed upon. And I know I've said this in every single debate I've been in, right? I'm like, the number one issue in every part of society is government intervention, right? So this is like a government. Everybody knows that governments lie. All right, if you're out there right now, nobody's gonna say, "Oh, no, I believe my government 100%." All right, well, how many times does somebody have to lie to you before you start assuming they're a liar? Right? Once, twice, three times, what, 50 times? I don't know, but for me, it's one time. All right, if I'm in a relationship with somebody and they lie to me to my face, I'm like, okay, well, I have to now verify everything this person says, right? So I hope that you guys don't have any information that is going to prove that we went to the moon from the people that are on trial today, right? Because the people who are on trial, right, like if somebody committed a murder, when they get on the stand, they say I didn't do it. That's not evidence that they didn't do it. All right. So, like I said, this is my favorite. This is my favorite subject to talk about, because you really do have to prove what it is that you're saying when it comes to history. Because there's so many different stories. Matter of fact, there's countless footage of people back then saying that they never believed that we went to the moon. Anybody that watches that moon footage know we didn't go to the moon. Like I said, I don't. To me, this is almost. I'm surprised a little bit that you guys even showed up today, because this is a little silly. Like, why do we still think that we went to the moon back then when we can't even get out of lower Earth orbit now, right? I mean, there's literally testimony from the son of the military guards, right, at the moon set, right, on his deathbed. There's video testimony confirmed that yeah, like, all of this was shot. I'm like, they had to admit this already. They literally said, oh well, some of the footage didn't make it, so we had to redo some of the footage. All right, so if they lie once, like, I'm supposed to assume that they didn't lie the rest of the time now, right? Okay. All right. So if you want me to believe something that happened in history, you're gonna have to produce some type of evidence. I don't know where my time is at, you know what I mean? But let me know when I'm at 6 minutes, please. Or at least like
Two and a half.
2.5. Okay, good. All right. So like I said, tons of, I mean, there is even video of Buzz Aldridge himself saying that the footage that we saw from the moon landing is not the real footage. Yeah, they got damaged, whatever their excuses, right? All right, you lie one time. Now everything else you say after that, it needs to be verified. I don't care who you are, especially governments. We all know governments lie, right? So I said this in my last debate. Go look up the website that is tracking how many citizens, right, have been killed by their own governments versus the amount of people who have been killed in the meat grinder that we call war, right? Governments are the most evil thing on the planet, 100%. All right. So, I mean, this is the last thing I want to say on this, right? And like I said, whatever evidence you guys have, I'm just going to pick it apart and for its validity, right? But this is what I want you guys to understand, all right? when we talk about slavery, right, it doesn't have anything to do with a color, right? Slavery is people forcing you to work and then taking your money after. All right. And we're really sophisticated now. So they have to come up with creative ways to steal your money. You understand? The most creative ways they have to steal the money, number one, is fake space travel. I want to say the first $1 billion budget they were able to justify taking from the taxpayer money, giving to the citizens, was either the nuclear bombs, which are fake, right? And also the moon landing, right? Think about it. We talking about $30 billion, right? That they took from you guys, and you're saying that the evidence that they actually utilized that $30 billion is a movie. It's literally a movie. That's what it is. So, look, if you like, think about it. If I told you that somebody stole $30 billion from you, your ancestors, and your kids in the future, if you're not at least interested in finding out whether or not that's true, then you're kind of letting me know what team you work for. Because if somebody told me that somebody stole this much money from me, I would at least investigate it to want to know. I would want to verify, right, with empirical evidence that they actually did that what they said they're doing with the money. So there are whole organizations right now that are trying to audit NASA right now, right? I said we don't even have to go into this because anyways, look, the main point that I want everybody to understand is that the government is stealing money from you. All right, that's what taxes are, and you know how they justify it through creative ways. You know what I mean? Things that that people hope are going to happen in the future. Oh, we're going to do
10
this in 10
seconds.
years. Look, if you're not interested in validating whether or not they're not stealing the money from you, then I don't know. I kind of understand what team you work for. So I want to hear what you guys have to say. Go ahead, Dustin.
All right, 6 minutes on the floor there, Dustin. It's all yours.
Thank you. Well said. I probably won't need a full six.
Ooh, we have a
Here-
delay. Somebody's
I
got
hear-
their
I hear-
speakers on.
Yeah, I hear something.
Does anybody have the YouTube running or in
Negative.
monitors? Okay, must have been something going on over there with Ross. Go ahead.
We're good.
6 minutes on the floor for you there, Dustin.
Okay, we're good. So I may not need the full six, but here we go. I am, as many of you know, Dustin Nemos, the reporter, journalist, author, and also known as the archivist more recently. You may choose to place the burden of proof on our shoulders tonight and say, why do you doubt the official science of world governments? I would then reply, why do you believe it? This belief is fairly recent and completely hinges on unproven theories such as space. It's hard to believe the moon landing was real when what NASA is claiming is that they have gone 1,000 times further than they can go today with 50-year-old technology on the first attempt with 1/1,000,000th the computing power of what is in your modern cell phone. There's now clear evidence of NASA using numerous methods to mislead the public about astronauts being on the ISS, including air bubbles, wires, harnesses, green screens, virtual reality, strings, gravity, grabbing objects that are not even there, etc. Space is a satanic secret society deception. The elite are ruled by a cult that worships the demigod Nephilim, or Anunnaki, lineage of the fallen angels of Genesis 6. They have created entire branches of false science around the Copernican revolution, now thoroughly debunked theory that the world moves around the sun, and which is why we're really here, in order to convince us that the world is a globular rock cannonball, corkscrewing amidst infinite void, covered in water, with infinite other globular rocks and dust shotgunning behind. A rock that is billions of years old, merry-go-rounding around a burning giant fart that itself shoots through space at incredible speeds without flinging us off through velocity or momentum, while maintaining a gravity without any form of barrier. This is impossible. While maintaining absolute clockwork precision, also, we can find lucky moments of absolute stillness without so much as a breeze. In truth, the demonstrably biblical Earth is young, stationary, geocentric, flat, hollow, and domed, just like the Bible said. And they are spending vast quantities of your tax dollars to make damn, pun intended, sure you don't find out. NASA are liars, and the deep state science backing their theories are as much based on the scientific method as cigarettes for pregnant women and other forms of fake science that we're more familiar with that I can't talk about on YouTube. May iron sharpen iron, and may the best arguments win. All glory to Yahweh, Jesus is King. As for me, I stand witness as a former devout, lifelong, anti-God atheist, devout atheist who never lost a single debate with any religious person in my life, that as someone who tested biblical earth, I converted to scientific fundamentalist Jesus freak instantly upon testing of various religious holy texts, including the Hebrew Bible, and only the Hebrew Bible has 100% accurate synchronized prophecies in fine detail by the hundreds or thousands of years apart every single time. I stand corrected and humbled eternally, having been a know-it-all before, and in my time, I have woken up tens of thousands of others to Christ, to Yahweh, and to biblical earth
So
using
sorry
the
to
scientific method.
interject there. We still got 3 minutes on the clock. If we could just pull it back to the moon landing, just because we've gotten into a separate subject, which we're happy to debate here on Modern Day Debate. But if we could focus on the moon landing specifically for the last 3 minutes of your time, thanks so much for that. That'd be great.
Guy.
Okay. So that was basically the end of my testimony anyway. I had about a sentence there left, just that I've investigated all this and it checks out. There's a number of issues with the moon landing, including rover tracks that are not lining up correctly, space itself being fake, the entire cosmology, of course. Plasma translucent moon is also an issue. You can't land on the moon because it is not a physical object. It is not rock. They are faking curves with fisheye lenses. They're faking moon rocks that were actually found out to be petrified wood. They never have any stars. Who's holding the camera for the lander anyway as it pans down and shakes and trembles from the moon's surface before they've landed? There's missing majestic Earth. According to the astronauts, the moon is 4 times larger in the moon's night. The Earth is 4 times larger in the moon's night sky than the moon is in the Earth's night sky. Yet you never see that on any of their starless nights on the moon landing photos. There's impossible temperatures. They would have to go through 35,000 degrees of Fahrenheit temperature in order to get through the Van Allen radiation belt with what is essentially a tinfoil aluminum cardboard box that is missing bolts that you can see in the original photos. There's wind on the moon with the flag, and there's no jet imprint from the landing. There's a number of other issues. We can go into NASA's other lies and faking space in a number of ways, like ISS and green screens and bubbles and harnesses and such. But I like to focus on the agenda because it really is ultimately to hide God. It goes back to Rome and about 500 years ago, a cardinal named Wolsey and a strategy called learning against learning. That's where they invented fake science and started to pioneer it. I'm done.
All right. Well, you still have 30 seconds there, so thank you so much for the introductory statement there. I did want to make sure you didn't run out of time before you got full circle there, so sorry for injecting. So thank you, Ross and Dustin, both of you, for your introductions. I'm going to hand it over to Ftfe for your up to 6-minute introductory statement. The floor is all yours.
Well, Ozien's going to go first on our side, so Ozien can take it away on our side.
Sorry, I knew you had a presentation, so go ahead there, Ozien. Floor is all yours. There you go. You're up and running. Can't hear you yet, though.
There you go. You hear me now?
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Good.
All right. Sorry about that. Thank you for hosting the show today, Modern Day Debate. Thank you, Craig, for being my teammate. Thank you, Dustin and Ross, for having this debate with us. Please follow me at Matters Now. I'm going to have an after show after this, so come check it out. And here's Kennedy's.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
So I do make an historical claim, which doesn't require empirical evidence. I don't know why somebody said that earlier. Belief in a historical event is justified when primary sources and independent secondary sources agree, and even hostile sources affirm it. If only unsubstantiated conspiracy theories disagree, it's rational to accept the moon landings as fact, as 71% of Americans do. The primary sources we will cover include NASA mission reports and documents, astronaut testimonies, and photographic and video evidence. Documents pertaining to the Apollo 11 missions are available at NASA. This archive includes pre-flight documents as seen here, stowage lists, in-flight documents, and post-flight documents. Primary sources include astronaut testimonials and video footage of them on the moon speaking with President Nixon and mission control.
1201. Roger, 1201 alarms. Same type, we're go, flight. Okay, we're go. We're go, same type, we're go. Flight Feta right on, real good. 2,000 feet.
And here, the full Nixon video can be found on YouTube.
All the people on this earth are truly one. One in their pride in what you have done.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor and privilege for us to be here.
Notice the delay. Watch Apollo 11 astronauts with the 83-minute post-flight press conference on YouTube if you want.
Over. Now, this occurred in a vicinity close to the landing site.
These slides show extensive video and photo proof of Apollo 11's lunar landing, far more than for Washington's Delaware crossing on Christmas Day of 1776, which has absolutely no video or photo evidence, underscoring the strong evidence validating the moon landing. It would be preposterous to doubt such historical claims just because we don't have photographs or videos. But within the context of the Apollo missions, we have all of the above. Our checklist confirms many primary sources supporting the moon landing, justifying belief in its truth using just primary historical sources alone. But I am not going to stop there. In July 1969, Larry Basinger independently detected Apollo 11's radio signals from the moon. This, along with scientific insights gained from lunar missions, deepened our understanding of planetary science and airless surfaces. Basinger's work alongside academic research based on lunar data serves as independent confirmation of the moon landing, offering support beyond NASA's account. His efforts provide a unique observational confirmation of the historical event. 2 of my 3 points are confirmed. I could have included worldwide newspapers that also backed the moon landing, but I'm limited to 6 minutes for my opening presentation. What about hostile sources? What are they? The USSR, which first sent a man to space, was first for many things when it came to the space race. But the US wanted to be first to land on the moon. And the US beat them. USSR journalist Yaroslav stated, but later, when they did overtake us, we had to maintain secrecy so that no one knew that we had been overtaken. This statement from a Soviet journalist is a hostile secondary source confirming the USSR lost the space race and confirms the US moon landing. This is the most damning piece of evidence against the deniers of the moon landing. I can't believe that 12% of Americans still deny this historical fact, but our Cold War enemies were convinced that we went to the moon, and there has never been a satisfactory explanation for why the USSR confirmed we went to the moon. All 3 criteria on my list have been met. We can confidently believe that Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin walked on the moon on July 20th, 1969. Any post hoc conspiracy theories lack rational foundation and have been effectively challenged in my previous discussions on this channel. I'm open to hearing any claims about physical impossibility. I can easily refute those. And to make, since we brought in religion for some reason, Christianity's false, the Bible's false because naturalism is true. All examples of causation are physical. We have no examples of non-physical causation. So I am convinced that God doesn't exist. So your Bible's false. So I don't really care about any of your biblical claims in this debate. And I will cede the rest of my time to Craig.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that. We'll end the screen share there. And just remind everybody while we get that taken down that we are going to do a Q&A at the end of our discussion here. So I'll just stop that there. So we're going to kick it over to Ftfe. So with that, you still have, 7.5 minutes on your side to go. So you can eat them up how you'd like.
Okay, well, probably don't need the whole 7.5 minutes really, because there's some very simple reasons why it's quite clear we did go to the moon. Now, even though in this conversation, we do not have the burden of proof, because it's very simple in logic. The claim that goes against the status quo has the burden. And we, Ozien and I here, we are representing the status quo, the understanding that we did go to the moon, which is the generally accepted position. So, but that's irrelevant because I am going to give evidence. And I'm going to give talk about two things specifically. One thing Ozien briefly touched on, which is the third-party verification of the moon landing from sources outside of NASA, and the fact that it would have been harder to fake it than go. So we're talking about third-party verification. Sources outside of NASA. Obviously, the best one to talk about is what Ozien touched on, and that's the Soviet Union's tracking. The Soviet Union had its own space tracking capabilities and was in direct competition with the United States during the Cold War and the space race. Their tracking of the Apollo missions and acknowledgement of the US's achievement serve as a form of third-party verification, and references to Soviet tracking and acknowledgement can often be found in Cold War history books and space race documentaries. What you guys need to understand is that NASA were losing the space race. The only thing that they did first was get to the moon. Russia were the first people to put stuff in orbit. Russia were the first people to put humans and animals in orbit. NASA needed to do something, so they went to the moon, and the Soviets confirmed that that happened. But it's not just the Soviets. There's so many other ways, the third-party verification that was shown. Parkes Observatory, the Parkes Radio Telescope in Australia, played a significant role in receiving live television broadcasts of the Apollo 11 moonwalk. The involvement of the Parkes Observatory is well documented in various scientific publications and historical accounts of the Apollo 11 missions. So, the fact that the signal was received in Australia and had to then be fed back to America because of the positions of where it was, that's someone completely outside of NASA. It's the Australians, nothing to do with NASA. They verify that it happens. I probably get the pronunciation of this wrong. The Arecibo Observatory in Puerto Rico, which was the largest single dish radio telescope until its collapse in 2020, also tracked the Apollo missions. Though primarily a scientific research facility, its capabilities were suitable for tracking space missions. So that's another, nothing to do with the US, nothing to do with NASA. Puerto Rico, they tracked it with their own technology. The Jodrell Bank Observatory, located in the UK, tracked the Apollo missions, including the famous Apollo 11 mission. The observatory's involvement provides additional third-party verification from a reputable scientific institution, and all this data is contained within history books and museums in the UK. And apart from that, there was amateur radio operators, enthusiasts around the world listened to and recorded the transmissions between Apollo and mission control, and the recordings themselves served as independent evidence of the missions. And there was thousands of amateur radio operators that literally tracked the signals from Apollo going to the moon. International observatories and space tracking stations, other countries and their observatories, including those in Spain, Australia, United States, they all contributed to tracking and receiving data from the Apollo missions. The global network of tracking stations under the Deep Space Network and other international partners provided robust third-party verification. So it's not just NASA that would have had to fake this. It's basically the entire world, which, the third-party verification is more than enough to show that it happened, and it's not just NASA that say it happened. But apart from that, I want to quickly talk about the actual recordings, okay? Now, when it was broadcast from the moon, they had to do it in a particular way. They use a specifically designed slow scan camera for the live broadcast that operated at 10 frames per second, which wasn't what was standard in the time. The standard kind of technology that was around in the time was like 24 frames per second. That was what we broadcast on TV. Now, the fact that it was broadcast at a different rate to what was standard on TV shows one thing, but the other thing is the claims that it being in slow motion because they're on the moon and the movements and stuff, that would have required something. That would have required filming what they did at twice the speed or more and then slowing it down and playing it back. Now, this would have been impractical for many reasons. The main reason being the physical limitation of the amount of storage media that existed at the time and the prohibitive expense that would have required. There was not enough physical storage media to store the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of video from the Apollo missions and have them played back at half the speed, meaning more than twice the storage media required. That technology, that amount of storage media simply did not exist. So there's that. And I can hear you laughing, Ross. You know, you could.
Oh, sorry.
keep your
I
mouth
thought I was
shut
muted still. My bad.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So the technical limitations of the time in regards to broadcast technology and recording technology would have made the actual faking of the moon missions practically impossible at the time. More expensive and more technology than actually existed. And I think those two things alone require a lot of debunking from the other side to show that we did not go there. We can get into a bunch of the things that they brought up in the back and forth discussion, but I'm going to leave it there for my intro. Just to clarify, the technology of recording made it practically impossible to fake the moon landings in the way that it said that they did. And the third-party verification of the moon landing is all we need to show that it actually happened.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Ftfe, for your introductory statement. If it's your first time hanging out in the live chat, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. It helps us out a lot. We're Modern Day Debate. We're a neutral platform hosting debates on science, politics, religion, and tonight, was the moon landing a hoax? So we're going to hand it back over to the other side to answer to some of the things that they just heard in the introductory statements from the other side and get into an open discussion. So once again, Q&A at the end of the show, everybody. So get your super chats in, and those will be read with priority. Over to you, Ross and Dustin.
If you don't mind, Dustin, I'm going to go and let you, because you're a much better speaker than I am. So let me, get my. I'm going to try to talk slow, but I just want to say it's amazing that you guys believe all that stuff happened, right? That the United States had not done anything that Russia had done, but then when they tried to go to the moon, they did it on the first time, right? I think about what we're saying, right? The Earth.
We didn't do it the first time. What are you talking about?
This is us. I think we might need to go to 1 minute responses, because I want to just get my thought out and you can respond after. All right. When they attempted to go to the moon, right?
We'll try to keep it open if we can, but carry on.
Okay, look, when they attempted to go to the moon, right? They weren't even able to get people in space or satellites in space, but then they tried to go to the moon and they did it, right? I don't like the Earth is what's the circumference? I don't know, 12,000 miles, something I don't know, whatever the circumference of the Earth is, right? However long it would take an airplane to go around that, right? Imagine 10 times that. They're saying that they went 10 times that distance across the vast space, right? Something that they had absolutely no prior engagement or knowledge. And you guys think you don't believe in God?
That's
no,
wrong.
No. Let me finish my question. My question is, you guys really think you don't believe in God when you're saying, like, yeah, we went to
Let's
space,
keep God out of the conversation, please. That's irrelevant.
Oh, no. You're believing in God, because what you're saying right now sounds insane.
I don't want to discuss God. Can we please keep that out of the conversation and focus on the moon landing?
You're discussing God, because what you're saying right now is an act of God. For you to travel 250,000 miles when the Earth is not even that's an act of God. What in the hell are you talking about?
One second.
Let's clarify. Let's clarify.
And he won't let us talk.
1 second.
Yeah, let's clarify something.
Let's go into those 1 minute.
This conversation is not about. This conversation is not about God. This is about the moon landing. I will not be discussing God because God is irrelevant to this conversation. You want to believe in God, that's absolutely fine. But this conversation is, well, you're the one that's bringing up God. So let's.
No. Dustin brought it up.
Ross, hold on. You were the one that brought up God. So let's, for this conversation, keep God out of it. Me and Ozien don't care about God. And let's just discuss the moon landing, okay? You are wrong. They didn't just go to the moon. That's why there were several Apollo missions before the ones that actually went to the moon, where they were testing the technology in orbit.
Did they have a man in space before they went to the moon?
Yes.
So they put a man in space first, and then they went to the moon.
Yes, that's what the Apollo missions were for.
When did they put a man in space?
Ross, I'm answering your question. If you could shut up and let me talk.
Let's just give you another 15 seconds, and then we'll let Ozien in, and we got to hand it to Dustin.
That's news to me. I haven't seen proof of any of this.
Well,
maybe you should actually research the claim.
I did research. There's no proof in there.
Ross, maybe you should research the claim, and you would find out that they.
I'll let Dustin go.
All right. So what we're gonna do, because Ozien's been holding his thought.
He asked a question.
I was gonna say you've been holding your thought since the beginning. So we're gonna let Ftfe finish up his thought there, and then hand it over to Ozien, then Dustin. Okay, in that order, just to get everybody's thoughts out. So go ahead,
So
FTFE.
yeah, so they did go to space before they went to the moon. That's the Apollo 1 didn't go to the moon. There was a whole bunch of things before they went to the moon. So it's quite clear straight away that you have not researched this. Otherwise, you would know the basic things like that are involved in this discussion. So yeah, basically, I'm not really sure how to go forward with this discussion because it's quite clear that you have not researched any of your claims.
This is a
Ozien,
historical
over to you.
conversation. It's a historical conversation. That's all I'm saying. You have to prove
Ozien,
something if you're claiming it happened in history.
Ozien, over to Ozien.
Yeah, we're going to give Ozien the next part here. Go ahead, Ozien.
So it began with the Mercury missions. There were several of those. I believe there were 8 Mercury missions. There were 4 more Gemini missions. We went to space. Russia went to space. Americans went to space. Russia beat us to space.
I hear you, but is there proof of anything?
1 second, Ross. We're letting Dustin respond.
I know that, but
we're going to let Dustin respond to this one.
It's historical proof. Evidential claims. You made a claim. Actually, I have some questions for you, but I'll let Dustin say because he made a stupid claim about testimonial evidence that should be dismissed right away. But I'll let Dustin because he wants to talk, and then I think we should be allowed to ask questions.
Go ahead there, Dustin.
Okay, can I get 2 minutes? I think just that's all I really need. I think.
If we need to
Should
move
be
into the minute back and forth, that's what we may have to do just to mitigate the
I
interruptions.
just have some things to get out before we get into crosstalk because I wanted to respond to some of the things that they had said.
All right, for the interest of being fair, I'll give you up to a minute because that's kind of what I've been trying to levy here.
Fine, I'll talk fast. First, the slideshow was a total appeal to authority. Fake news does the same thing today with its preferred platforms. Essentially, if you ignore all evidences except official sources, you essentially discount all of truth in a number of areas. To compare the moon landing's official nonsense based on circular reasoning of fake news reinforcing fake news is not evidence. He showed us nothing but audios and texts. If you consider it, there was zero evidence there. Also, the astronauts from every government are lying and in tune with a number of things like fake space. Causation is, ironically, absolute evidence for God due to the law of cause and effect, by the way. Also, in response to fight the flat Earth, as to the comments from Fight the Flat Earth, also an appeal to authority because the other governments say NASA is correct, NASA must be correct. Why do they all have the same symbolism? Roscom and NASA share the same serpent's tongue speaking through a forked disc on a flat surface. So they all push the same lies. NASA and Roscosmos and science all has zero credibility. I've got more, but
yeah, that would be time. So yeah, 1 minute on the floor. Other side. Yeah. Go ahead, Ozien.
Just quickly respond to a few things that he said there. No, there's no appeal to authority. Appeal to authority is doing something like saying, oh, the king said that gravity is real, therefore it's real. No, appeal to authority doesn't. If you go to actual authoritative sources about a thing that know that thing, that's not an appeal to authority. It's an appeal to authority when it's someone that doesn't know that thing, but they're an authority. So I don't know why you brought up that. Also, your thing about God is just a begging the question fallacy. It's as simple as that. Creation means that there must be a God, therefore God. That's literally begging the question fallacy. So let's remove God completely from the conversation. It's absolute and utter nonsense. And the other thing is that the third-party verification
I
that
get a response too.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
Well, we'll hand it back to their side and then bounce back to you, Ozien.
He attacked me. I need to respond to his attack towards me.
All right, last 10 seconds there. Fight the flat Earth.
Yeah. So the only other thing is that a lot of the evidence that I talked about, the third-party verification, came from independent sources that are part of zero government or any agency at all. Ozien, please, over to you.
All right, 1 minute on the floor.
He's exactly.
We're gonna be busy.
He's exactly right with the appeal to authority fallacy. It's an informal fallacy anyway, so it doesn't even mean it's false, because even if it's a false authority, his claim could still be true. And I didn't make such a claim. I made an historical argument. Somebody here claims they approve of historical arguments. We also need to be able to ask questions here too. So this is going to be a grill on us. No, I made an argument. I laid out the criteria for accepting an historical claim as being true. You didn't refute any of the primary or secondary sources. You're just hand-waving it, claiming that, well, government's lying, without proving that the governments are lying about these claims.
All right. We'll give each
my
of you
turn?
1 minute.
Yeah.
You can go first.
You want to go
since he
first?
was
Go ahead,
addressing
Dustin.
you.
Of course.
I would be very much happy to go into like the credibility of science, NASA, or governments on any of these issues, like telling women to smoke cigarettes for their when they're pregnant, etc.
Or you could give evidence.
I mean, there's a
Oh,
number of
it's his turn.
issues.
It's his turn. It's his minute.
They're
Let
pretty
him
much
finish.
always
Hold on,
wrong
Ross.
on every issue around the clock.
This-
So the
no,
credibility
this
is,
is
of
not-
course. No,
Can
I
he
would like to
finish?
finish.
You can respond on your minute.
We need to
Let-
be
No
able
one
to
said
ask
anything.
They don't
questions.
want me to
It's
talk.
his
because
minute.
They're trying to
It's
talk
No,
me
his
down.
time.
we should be able to
Dude,
cross-examine them too.
Not while I'm talking.
That's fine. On your minute, though. On your minute, ask us questions.
Oh bullshit! You attacked my argument. I responded.
He
I get
will.
no
He
chance.
will. Just
All
let
right,
him
so-
say what he
All
says.
right,
Let him say what he says, and you
Unfortunately,
respond.
go ahead.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
you
You
don't
gave
feel
the
like
floor to
he's...
Dustin. Dustin can have the floor, but then we're just here to look pretty. Thank you very much.
Well,
You guys
can
have done way more talking than I have. Have we not been paying attention to the emerging world government flexing its power lately? The UN was quoted nations named
You're lagging out.
Hey, like
Here they come.
Government's
Here they
blocking
come.
you.
Here they come. Yep.
Oh,
Oh,
he's
that's
lagging.
You're lagging hard, Dustin. You're lagging hard.
how about now? How about now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
You're good now, go
video's
ahead.
Off there.
I'm gonna kill video for a second.
Oh, yeah,
Have we
go
not seen? Have we not been paying attention to the power of emerging world governments lately flexing? The UN was quoted as saying, "We own the science," which is why all the missions are named after false pagan gods like Apollo and Mercury, because the deep state too has a religion.
10 seconds.
The entire world did fake it. The governments are in collusion, and I can prove they are all ran by the same tribe in the news for bombing children en masse who hate God and refuse to speak his real name. Clearly, they showed no evidence. We went. By the way, the burden of proof is not yet met. You have shown no evidence that this ever happened,
time.
and you know that we would tear it
Don't
apart.
have burden of proof.
That is
Oh, yeah,
Ross's
don't.
turn. Sorry.
And I was gonna say I don't mind deferring to Ozien so he can respond to that and then get into a question. But if you want, we can do back and forth like 1 minute, like per side. You know what I mean? So maybe me and then Ozien and
You're
then
getting 1
and then
minute right
Dustin.
now,
Then okay, well I just wanted to because I don't want us to be interrupted. He's saying some good stuff, man. I just want look. I like to sound dumb sometimes and make things on the level for everybody else. Because listen, this is a historical conversation. If nobody had ever known anything, and somebody said, "Hey, you see that planet up there? We went over there." We would say, "All right, you have to show us some proof." And we're starting from zero. And if your proof is, it would be easier to just go than fake it. Are you even using your brain? Are you a critical thinker at all? Or are you lying? It's one of the two. Because if I say, hey, we gave them $30 billion, what movie cost $30 billion? Hell no, it wouldn't be easier to make a damn movie than it would be to go to the moon 250,000 miles. Nobody has traveled 250,000 miles around the earth in one shot. You're saying they did it to the moon. That defies all logic. So you want us to
Can you
believe that they
provide
defy the
evidence?
laws of physics? Is my minute over? Okay,
I know
want
you're
us
kind
to
of
believe-
just soapboxing, to be honest.
Yeah,
but-
no, I'm saying facts. You want us to believe that they defied the laws
You
of
haven't said a
physics.
single fact so
You
far.
want
There's
to-
no laws of
Hey,
physics that it
listen,
denies
you
at
have
all.
no
All right,
proof.
you
And
guys,
listen,
last 10 seconds here, Ross.
thank you. You see how they're interrupting? That's how you know when they're getting mad, right? All right. The reality is that we thought Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. We all believed it. Just
Talk
because
about
you
the moon
hear
landing.
something and you see some videos that don't mean it's true, guys. All right, we need empirical evidence. They got $30 billion from that. Go ahead, Craig.
All right, that's time.
Yeah,
there.
so you would need to give evidence that technology to be able to do the faking existed, which I've never seen anything. So let's be clear that technology doesn't exist, and you need to provide evidence that the technology to fake it in the way that it was existed. It didn't. You can't provide evidence of it. So yeah, again, God is completely irrelevant.
I
to
can.
this conversation. No,
I can.
You can't, because the technology did not exist.
No, I can show that they faked it.
You can show the technology that to be able to fake it in that way existed. Can you?
Yeah, things like where they filmed it on Earth match exactly with where they filmed it on places like
No.
Mars and the moon,
I'm
etc.
not
Yeah.
asking for conspiracy claims. I'm asking you to show me the technology to do the slow motion at that time when they broadcast it at 10 frames per second and normal TV was 24 frames per second.
I'll do you one better.
I would like to.
Just
I'm
1 second
still
there, Ross.
talking.
It's
I'm
his
still,
time right
I
now.
would like to see evidence that actually existed. The technology physically to do the faking existed, not just this looks like the same place. That's not showing me the technology. I want to see evidence, the technology to fake it existed.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm going to share my screen. Here's the evidence. This is them faking Mars by using islands on Earth. Here's them
Okay,
faking,
Mars is not
here's
the
them
moon landing.
faking.
Let's stick
It's
to
his
the moon
minute.
landing.
It's his minute.
It goes to credibility.
All right, we're not doing minute. We're doing back and forth.
Yeah, we are. No, we are doing minute.
We're not.
We got to do it back and forth,
Let's
Ross.
stick to the
Just
moon
chill,
landing.
please.
Let's stick to the moon landing, okay? Stop talking
You guys
about Mars.
don't like evidence of anything, but NASA's lying.
I would like to talk about the moon landing.
Are we doing minute, or are you interrupting?
You're using non-credible sources.
All right,
Your sources are
Dustin's
non-credible and
Screen
destroyed.
is up right now, so we're gonna give Dustin the last 30 seconds here, and then we'll hand it over to Ozien. Try to pull us
your
back
sources
in here.
your sources are completely non-credible, including all governments, including NASA, and they're lying and it's clear, and they're faking it and it's clear, and you're defending it and it's clear, and you're liars and it's clear. And you have no burden of proof. You have nothing but appeals to authority, like the government says so because the other governments say so, is circular reasoning. And by the way, the causation argument is ironically, again, absolute evidence for God, the law of cause and effect, first cause, meaning nothing plus nothing equals my turn, nothing plus nothing equals nothing, nothing plus God equals everything. It's not a begging the question fallacy. It's called the law of cause and effect.
It's begging the question.
Still got 5 seconds.
I just want to point out that he did.
You're
not
wrong.
answer
It's
my
not begging the question. You don't know anything about logic. That is not begging the question.
No, that is literally begging.
Just because you haven't.
It is literally begging the question,
Mute
right?
them.
But
All right,
I would like
yeah. Sorry, guys. I said
Ozien's
Ozien's turn next, guys.
He interrupted him though, so I had to interrupt him back. He's interrupting my guys.
All right, if you guys keep making this impossible, we will have to mosey somewhere else to another pocket of the internet. So we got to follow the rules that we're trying to set up here so we can keep this running on track. Like I said, it's Ozien's turn, so please respect the rules, guys.
Apparently it's impossible to have a discussion here. But anyways, Dustin just called us both liars. So this is not going to be an honest debate anyways. So in his minute monologue with his bullshit pictures that are obviously all photoshopped, they've all been refuted, debunked, but he doesn't care about investigating it. But I do have a question for Ross, because you said, don't interrupt me, Dustin. You called me a liar. I don't really have much respect for you right now. So you said that witnesses shouldn't testify. So we presume people as being innocent. So the government, the presumption should be the government is innocent of lying. And we allow people to give evidence on a witness stand to testify that they are innocent and testify on a witness stand. And that is evidence. So you are wrong in your opening argument. You claim you support historical claims, but you ask for empirical evidence for historical claims. That's a joke. Historical claims aren't science. So you don't appreciate history. Historical claims about primary sources, primary documentation, secondary documentations, in which we have loads, tons and tons and tons and tons. We just landed a lunar lander on the moon 2 days ago.
Okay, I want to respond directly to what you said, then I'll get into the other stuff I have written down. So that was pretty good, but the reality is that it's not like that. It's not that they're on trial, right? You're saying you did something, right? Hey, I saw a unicorn, right? Or I did this. That's why I'm saying you have to provide evidence for it, right? So we can go back and forth on that, but I'm like, it's a sticky subject with that one, you know what I mean? But I did want to say that Craig said that you have to prove that the technology existed to fake the moon landing back then, right? Okay, but let me do you one better, right? Because even if we can't prove it existed back then, we can prove that the technology exists now. So whether they had it back then or not is up for debate. But you know what's not up for debate? Can you prove that we have the technology to go to the moon right now? Can you prove that we have the technology to go to the moon even right now? You can't prove that we had it back then, and you can't prove we have it. I am not done, buddy. I get it. I know it hurts.
This is a conversation, dude.
But you have to listen in order to have a conversation. You have to listen.
I am listening.
These 1 minute monologues is killing y'all.
You guys have been triggered the whole time.
It's killing y'all. I get it. It's killing.
We haven't been triggered once.
Ross, you got 10 seconds to wrap it up, guys. Just 1 second.
I'm like, can I finish? I know.
You got 10 seconds, Ross.
Ice work. Listen, you can't prove we have the technology to go to the moon now.
Yes, we can.
Had it back then. So what do you mean? The least amount of assumptions, all we have to do is assume that they're lying. We don't have to assume that. We know governments lie. So there's no assumptions in assuming we didn't go to the moon. There's tons of assumptions in assuming we did.
All right, over to FT.
Bow.
Okay, there's no assumptions. There is evidence that we can prove that we went. We can prove that we got the technology to go now. These things all exist. You just deny them. I want to make it absolutely 100% clear that when I asked for evidence of the technology existing for the moon landing for recording it being fake, that I was then showing pictures of Mars that are photoshopped. Put your hand down. I'll let you know when I'm done. Right. So there's no, the question that I asked was not answered. He went on a rant about something else. Now, again, this conversation is about the moon landing and the evidence of if we went or not. Ozien and I presented evidence showing that there's third-party verification, and I have shown evidence that the technology to fake it did not exist based on the current technology at the time. Whether the technology exists now is irrelevant. You have the burden of proof to show the technology to fake it existed at the time, and that is what I'm asking. Please don't go on a total, tangent. Just focus on that one thing and show me the technology.
And a private company just landed on the moon 2 days ago. Private company, not a government.
Boom.
Go ahead, Dustin.
Dustin.
Okay. I'm going to just let this play in the background since I will show once again the technology. So please make sure screen share is working. Is that?
Yeah, we can see that.
Yeah, technology in the 60s, please.
My turn. Thanks. This is okay. My turn. Also,
Why
I didn't.
Are you not showing technology in the 60s?
All right, 1 second.
Can you mute them?
Respond?
They're incredible. They're very triggered. They're so triggered. First of all, I didn't ask for empirical evidence for a historical event. I asked for proven science that stands up to scrutiny, including evidence. I also showed evidence that your witnesses, governments and NASA, are liars who, by the way, NASA has also given us whistleblowers who say it never happened. Here is one of your NASA astronauts lying to you with a green screen, faking gravity in space, lack of gravity in space, I should say. They're all liars. That's what they do. And
that is
they
not
are.
NASA.
15 seconds.
That is Karen Nyberg.
Order! It's Ozien next. Ozien's next. Craig, Ozien's next. Let him go.
Jesus Christ. Do you even check your sources?
I know you're mad. Let your friend jump in.
That is how it can be faked. Also, zero-G planes is another way.
Again, I asked for proof the technology existed.
It's Ozien's turn. You're even interrupting your partner.
Ross, will you shush, boy? Chill out. I asked for proof it existed in the 60s.
I'll be quiet if you be quiet. How about that? Both of us.
I asked, again, I just want to point out that my question wasn't responded to.
You're right, Craig. Your question wasn't responded to. But Dustin claims he wants the truth. He just showed a lie. That video was made by flat earthers. That was not an astronaut. That has been confirmed to be a lie. A video that was made by a husband and wife flat earther with a green screen, and you're promoting and sharing a confirmed lie, Dustin.
That means that he's the liar, right?
He's probably doing it out of ignorance because he doesn't actually verify the sources. He doesn't actually fact check. No, it's not your turn. It's Ross's turn unless he wants to give the floor. So you don't care about the truth, Dustin. This is not about the truth to you. This is about you preaching your cosmology. If you wanted to have a debate about the cosmology of the world, we should have had that debate, because I could easily refute your religious beliefs.
Please
but
do.
That's not the debate here.
Let's have that debate.
Today.
I accept.
Debate we're having to debate
I accept.
on if we landed on the moon or not.
I accept your challenge.
I just want to say I will concede 40 seconds of my time to Dustin, but I just want to start off by saying I like Ozien, just think about what the reason why Dustin keeps showing that as proof, because if you're in court and you lie one time, the rest of your testimony is inadmissible. That's why he's saying that.
He hasn't shown NASA lying though.
First of all, even if that is
the rest of my time to Dustin, not you, Craig. Dustin.
Even if that is not Karen Nyberg, it looks a lot like her. However, you asked for the evidence of the technology, not a specific astronaut doing something. This actually would work for NASA to fake it, and they do it often. They get caught doing it often with green screens, harnesses, bubbles, green screens, near drowning incidents, grabbing things that are not there, disappearing out of holes that are not there, looking at things that are not there, all sorts of fake things they keep getting caught doing on their own official, like so-called ISS. No, it hasn't. So-called ISS. It's all fake.
Okay, I'm going to respond to that, what he just said, right? What he just said about all the NASA fake stuff, right? No, right. Let's specifically focus first on the person disappearing clip. Yeah, no, that was actually 2 clips put together. It wasn't 1 clip. So maybe you don't know what video editing is. To grab something. No, again, the video you've seen is just on a loop. The entire video, you've watched the whole thing. He's actually moving his hands like that the entire time. So yeah, it has been debunked. There's never been anything proven to be fake from NASA. Just you guys say they are fake without any evidence or proof that they are fake. Now, I want to actually focus on the evidence and the things that were said here instead of just claiming governments lie, blah, blah, blah. Specific things that you guys brought up, right? You said
sure,
they can only get to low Earth orbit, can't get past the Van Allen belts.
Right.
Yeah, again, right. That was out of context. They were talking specifically about the current technology and the challenges with that because it's a lot more susceptible to solar radiation. So just, don't cherry pick, actually talk about context. You also said about Buzz Aldrin said we didn't go. No, he didn't. He was talking to a little girl about going back. He spent the entire conversation saying about how he went to the moon. Then at one bit, he was talking about with the going back, and he said, no, we didn't, because they didn't go back. Stop being liars and cherry picking and then claiming that me and Ozien are liars.
Because he didn't fund it.
It's Dustin's time now. Because I conceded my last time to him.
Ross, you're not the moderator, so just let the moderator.
I'm trying to be a fair man. Are you look? We're civil in America, all right? I don't know how you guys get down here in America. We're civil and we like to let other people talk and hear them out and not interrupt them like you guys over there, all right? I don't do.
Ross, it's just been
the reason why we can't have a civil discussion back and forth is because of you, Ross.
Yeah.
You guys have been way more triggered than he has.
Because of me specifically? What did I do?
No, we haven't.
You guys got him.
You
upset him by yelling.
Overall,
I've been muting myself. What did I do?
You won't do it back and forth. You want 1 minute thinking dialogue.
How am I not doing back and forth? I said, ask me. But when you ask me a question, I need to respond before you cut me off. You guys like to do that and not give us a chance to respond.
Conversations have interjections, Ross. Conversations have interjections. If you aren't an adult,
at a certain point, if you're not listening,
then I understand.
At a certain point, if you're not listening, the conversation is over. So that's why we need to do 1 minute.
We are listening. That's why we're interjecting.
No, you're not. You're cutting me off.
All right, Dustin's sharing screen.
You're not doing that.
Dustin, you got 45.
Okay, so basically, I'm going to show you a couple seconds here of moon wind. Check that out. Watch this flag. Let's see, where was it? I might be at the wrong time.
Okay. Yeah, the flag's moving because of inertia. As simple as that. When they put it down, they moved it, and there's nothing to stop it moving. End of story. Next.
No, it doesn't ripple because of that. It's definitely not rippling that quickly.
It's rippling. Right. Okay. The answer is, I know you're going to ignore the answer, but the answer is the flag is moving because they were moving it when they put it into the ground. And the inertia kept it moving because there's no friction in space to stop it moving. That's why it moved. Simple. Done. Next.
Nope. That's not how it works.
Yes. So you can say no all you like.
There's clearly friction.
There's
clearly friction, or they would drift off into space.
We'll leave it up, Dustin.
Hold on. You can say no all you like, but it doesn't change the fact that I just debunked you.
I didn't say no.
You did not just debunk him.
I did.
You want to hear what I actually said?
You are saying nuh-uh. That's all. You are saying nuh-uh to
you want to let me talk?
I just debunked you.
No, you didn't.
Because
what you're saying is incorrect, and I can debunk that.
It's not incorrect.
Actually, let me talk. Can you mute this asshole?
He likes arguing. That's why I'm like,
we'll give you the last 15 seconds. The screen has been up for a while there, so
you see this?
Stop the screen share, and we'll.
I'm waiting for you to debunk what I said on you.
I haven't gotten to talk yet. I haven't even gotten to make the point yet.
He just played the video. That's it.
Yeah.
So basically, in essence here, if what you're saying is there's nothing to stop movement, then what stops the guy from drifting off into space every time he hops around?
Gravity.
Then why doesn't the flag stop?
Because the flag is being pulled down by gravity, but that doesn't stop inertia and kinetic energy moving sideways.
Then what stops them from drifting off? If it's so low, gravity is so low there.
It's 1/6 of the Earth.
This thing is flapping around like it's got wind.
Yeah. Gravity doesn't stop things flapping around. Gravity is pulling the flag and the astronauts down at the same rate, about 1/6 that of Earth. The movement of the flag is the
flag
energy
has
put
weight.
into yeah, that's why it's being pulled down to the moon by gravity, but that doesn't change the fact that the material can have other forces acting on it at the same time as gravity. Those forces are imparted by the astronaut putting it into the ground and transferring some of his energy to the flag. And then there's nothing to stop that flag waving. Gravity is still pulling it down. That's why nothing's floating off into space.
Sounds like you in science to me. Here's another
actual science.
Here's
you don't understand physics.
All right, let's
let Ozien.
Hold on, before we share screen there, Dustin, just hold on. Let's let Ozien in here.
Well, he's already sharing the screen, so it's fucking.
It's off. It's off.
Oh, okay. Go ahead there.
This is what a flag waving looks like.
Which is exactly what we just saw.
No, it was not at all what you just saw. This is what we just saw. The flag is still not moving.
Waving. It's waving.
No,
It's
Inertia
wrinkled.
does not explain that. That's
It's
not
still
inertia.
wrinkled.
What
Can you-
is
can you
inertia?
show the
What is
inertia doesn't
inertia?
fit?
What is inertia, Dustin?
Inertia is not this.
What is it?
Well, I guess if you're trying to define it, it would be the momentum that continues after release. I'm not sure the official definition.
Okay, so it's a maintenance of momentum, right?
Sure.
So if something's stuck into the ground, it's going to have that momentum, the force when it goes in the ground. So it's going to swing, and then when it reaches a point, it's going to swing back, and the thing stops swinging. You showed a part of the video where the flag was not moving at all because it's lost the momentum. You did in the video. You actually stopped it there first, and you moved ahead, jumped ahead. So either you're trying to pull a con because
I have a question.
The first part you stopped at to play it, they were walking around and the flag wasn't waving.
All right, I have a question.
So
if it was that easy for them to tap the flag in, why was there no crater, right, when however much pounds of metal landed on the moon?
With
Oh,
no
so we're
exhaust,
changing the
yeah.
subject. Right, okay.
Huh?
We're changing the
Well,
subject. Right.
first of all,
Just,
look, I know it's rough, right?
That's okay.
Listen, I just want the audience to know every time we make a point that they don't
okay.
answer to, that's when
No,
Craig interrupts.
I can't. No,
I
we
just-
can answer this.
I need better
Simultaneous
video.
interrupt.
I need better
Ross,
video.
Ross, we can answer the question to the why
I
there's
wanted
no
to hear your answer,
crater.
but he interrupted you for some reason.
I didn't interrupt. I just
He's
pointed
mad.
out that that
He's
we're
upset.
changing the subject instead
Let's
of
stop the
finishing what
meta.
we're
Who
talking
needed you to
about.
point that out?
Let's stop the meta. So we've already explained why the flag maintains momentum and it
Right.
stopped. He showed it in the video.
Right, right,
So
right.
I disagree.
So the
No,
crater-
I
Yeah,
disagree.
but you gave the answer though.
So-
we disagree,
so
but
you-
yeah, we heard you.
So you understand you had the command service module, right? That was attached to the lunar module. The lunar module detached, came down and landed. So there's no the lunar module. I'm not sure how much it weighed. Do you remember how much the lunar module weighed, Craig?
There was a car inside. Remember, there was a car inside that.
There
right?
was a folded up little almost like a
Yeah, it was
lawn,
folded up.
yeah, it was a folded up almost like a lawn chair seat. That
So they
two
have
people could
foot
sit
tracks.
in.
So their feet are strong enough to make imprints, but the weight of
They're-
the thing isn't.
Oh no, there was yeah. So it did leave tracks. They left the platform there. So when
But if you
when
look at
the
the
lunar-
platform when they landed, there's no sign of them using any kind of thrust there's no sign. It looks like it was sat down perfectly by a crane, literally like a
No.
movie set.
Would you like an
No.
answer?
Of course,
Okay, right. If you give me a minute to give you an actual proper answer, then
I'll try not to
I
do
can
what
do
you've
that.
been doing this whole debate and interrupt.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind interjections if you want to ask questions because that's how conversations work. But anyway,
You have to hear
the
the other
absence of a
person
crater
all the
beneath
way
the lunar
out.
module of the Apollo
All
missions,
the
despite
way.
landing on the moon's surface with a rocket engine firing, can be explained by several key factors related to the moon's surface, the design of the lunar module, and the physics of the landing process. Thrust distribution and descent speed. The LM was designed to slow its descent as it approached the moon's surface, significantly reducing its speed for a soft landing. By the time it reached the surface, the thrust needed to counteract the moon's weaker gravity, about 1/6 of Earth, was relatively low. The engine of the LM was throttled down to less than 3,000 pounds of thrust as it neared touchdown, spread out over a wide area by the engine's bell-shaped nozzle. A wide area, meaning there was less force per area, less likely to leave marks. Nozzle design and altitude cutoff. The design of the LM's descent engine nozzle helped to spread the engine's exhaust gases over a wide area, reducing the concentration of force directed at the lunar surface. Furthermore, the engine was cut off at a height of about 1.5 meters above the surface to prevent a hard landing and to minimize the disturbance of lunar soil. The surface of the moon, especially at the sites chosen for the Apollo landings, is covered by a layer of regolith, a fine powdery dust and small rock debris. This regolith layer absorbs and disperses the force of the exhaust gases without creating a large crater. The lunar's regolith's properties, including its lack of cohesion and moisture, allow it to behave differently from Earth's soil, making it less prone to being displaced in a manner that would create a visible crater. On Earth, rocket...
It has to have been a minute. It has to have been a minute.
I was gonna say, feel
Has
free.
it been a minute yet? Jesus Christ!
I've got one more point. On Earth,
The audience
rocket
is about to
engine-
fall
I've
asleep.
got one more bit.
You're falling
All right.
asleep.
I've got
One
one more
last
bit.
second,
I've
Ross.
got one more
But I
bit.
was gonna say, you guys were
That
free to
made
jump in.
absolutely no sense.
I've got
Zero.
one more bit.
Like,
I've got
Alright,
one more
I wanna
bit.
clear-
Guys,
I've got one more bit.
please.
But one more bit. On Earth, rocket engines can create craters or scorched areas beneath them due to the combination of atmospheric pressure and the ground's resistance. On the moon, the lack of an atmosphere means the exhaust gases from the LM's engines would disperse more quickly into the vacuum of space, reducing the direct impact force on the surface beneath the spacecraft. There we go. That's why there was no marks underneath the lander. End of story.
Yeah, most of that didn't make any sense at all. Some of it kind of sounded like it made sense, but actually doesn't make any sense.
Well, no, you didn't understand it.
I will concede that
we're letting Dustin speak, guys.
It's my turn,
Jesus.
guys. You guys have all been talking forever.
Well,
I will concede that I need a better.
It doesn't mean it's not true.
We're gonna
I can't wait till our next debate, Ozien. I would love to see who understands more. So basically, you know, I agree. I need a better video of the moon wind, but that doesn't make it. It's fake. I mean, you can clearly see that it was billowing in a way that does not just. I mean, they had to have punched it repeatedly to get that kind of impact, not just set it down in the ground. However, I also want to talk about the witnesses you guys want to go to, historically speaking. What about Gus Grissom? Do you guys have any comments there?
What about him?
This is a NASA whistleblower who held an unauthorized press conference in 1967, January 22nd, which he told the U.S. Through reporters that we're at least a decade away from ever contemplating a lunar mission. He was rebuked for this and then blew up not too long later.
We all know.
Well, I guess he was wrong, wasn't he?
We all know what happened. Because he died. That must mean he's wrong. The government has never killed anybody to cover up a secret. They don't do that. Why would they kill the president in front of everybody? Oh, what? Why do you guys believe anything that these people say?
Can we stick to
I can't even fathom that. I can't fathom ever believing that anything the government ever says ever.
Well, your incredulity is irrelevant to this.
1 minute for you, Ftfe.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We'll
it's not an argument, but I'm just saying, like, wow.
Go ahead.
Over to Ftfe.
I mean, I don't really have a response to that. One guy said one thing and was wrong. I mean, there we go.
So appeal to authority no longer works.
Next minute will be for Ross.
Again, and I didn't say appeal to authority. This is just one person that said one thing and was clearly wrong because we went to the moon. So one person saying one thing and being wrong doesn't change the moon landings.
That's a classic circular reasoning fallacy.
And
he was also
making
there.
Wait,
how is that?
We still have 30 seconds, so we'll give it to Ozien.
He must have been wrong because we went to the moon. How you know we went to what?
We've already given all the evidence we went to the moon.
First of all, English in England?
You gave no evidence.
Guys.
No,
we give it over to Ozien. 30 seconds.
Secondly, it was a prediction about a future event that he was wrong about. So you're not appealing to an authority about that knew about landing on a moon. You appealed to an authority that was making a prediction about our ability to land on the moon in the future, and his prediction was wrong. People get predictions wrong. That is not a fallacy to appeal to him for a prediction, and it's not a fallacy to reject it when we know that we actually landed on the moon.
I'll bounce it back to you in a second, Ozien, but I did say I'd give it to Ross after this.
Right. And when I started talking, Craig interrupted me right away, because he knew I was about to spit that hot.
Let's try not to do any meta. Let's focus there. So
the reason why it's circular reasoning is because the event you're saying he was wrong about is the event in question. Okay, I want everybody out there that has critical thinking to understand what I'm saying, okay? The event in question is the one that he is invoking to say that guy was obviously wrong. That, if you look in the dictionary, you're going to see Craig's face in there under circular reasoning, all right?
Dictionary doesn't have circular reasoning.
I yield the rest of my time to Dustin.
All right. We'll give you.
Okay.
I'd like to respond to that first, as that was directly.
I'm not done.
Still my time.
After.
As that was directly to
Still
me,
my time.
I would like the chance to respond.
My time is still going.
All right, just 1 second there. Just hold your thought.
Uncivilized they are over there. Uncivilized.
All right, it is Dustin. We're going to give him the last 20 seconds of your time here, and then we'll give it to you for the minute there, Ftfe. So just hold your thought. Go ahead there, Dustin. You got 20 seconds.
Well, now we're up to just two people, not just one person. But this one is from 2015, who says we can only fly in Earth orbit. That is the furthest we can go from Terry Virts.
With the current technology, yeah.
No, that's 2015, way after the
because we didn't have the moon landing technology anymore. In 2015, we didn't have that technology because it was, we didn't use it anymore, and we hadn't yet built the new technology. So in 2015, yes, at that point with the technology that existed in 2015, we could only go to low Earth orbit. That does not disprove that we went to the moon in 1960. So yeah,
because they destroyed it
that time there, Dustin.
because they destroyed the moon landing technology.
That is hilarious what you just said.
Right.
The
Anyway,
comedy style.
I just want to mention
I now get to respond to the things that were said to me,
is what
right?
they destroyed.
I now get to respond.
Probably
to the
destroyed
things.
itself.
I told him that he'd be able to respond. Just hold on there, guys. So I know you're excited to keep on continuing on, but we gotta try to keep things fair here. So another minute on the other side there. So go ahead.
Right. Yeah, I've kind of even forgotten the point now. I think if someone says something directly to someone, they should get the chance to respond before someone else gets time, if that's okay. Because otherwise the conversation is very disjointed. What was it that Ross was saying?
Now he's mad about interjections. No interjections now, huh, Craig?
No, that's not what I said. I said that before someone else gets a chance to. Yeah. Anyway, right. So let me hold on, please.
Shut up.
Give me a sec. Yeah, give me a sec. Right. So, what Ross was saying was just completely wrong. That's not, circular reasoning, because we've provided evidence that we went to the moon, and we've got, millions more sources that say we went to the moon than the one source that said that we were far away from doing it. And anyway, again, they didn't say that we didn't go to the moon. It's just that one guy making a prediction. So anyway, and also, Ross, dictionaries do not have things like circular reasoning. Dictionaries have words, not like sentences. Just maybe you've never seen a dictionary. I'm not sure, because you got what a dictionary was completely wrong there. And in response to what Dustin was saying, I've completely forgotten what Dustin was saying now, because I was trying to remember two points at once. Yeah, you go for Dustin.
Okay, if you want to,
Dustin was saying Dustin was talking about there were two testimonies that refuted the moon landing. Neither of them refuted the moon landing. One was about a future prediction. One was about current equipment that we had. I hate using the word technology. Technology implies that we don't have the knowledge. To me, we had the knowledge to go to the moon. We just didn't have the equipment because we went to the moon in 1969. We landed a lunar module, a private company landed a lunar module on the moon 2 days ago. So because we didn't have equipment that could go to beyond low Earth orbit in 2015 doesn't mean we didn't have the capability to go to the moon in 2015. We just would have to build up the infrastructure to do so, like we did. Neither of those people testified that we did not go to the moon in 1969. Did they, Dustin? Answer that question. Did they testify we didn't go to the moon? Did either of them testify we didn't go to the moon, Dustin?
We're just destroying NASA's credibility every statement that I get.
Can you answer the question?
Yeah.
Again and again and again, we destroy NASA's credibility.
Can you
These two
answer
also
the question?
included.
Are you having a different conversation?
Let him go. We just let you guys go. Come on, let him go.
Is it my turn?
We'll give
you one full minute, and
question.
if you feel like he doesn't answer the question, we can
tell him after. Yeah, tell him after.
Okay,
he's just not an honest interlocutor.
First of all,
calls me a liar.
My answer to the question is no, they didn't say that in those exact words, but they did say it through their actions and their testimony. If you read between the lines and understand what they were implying. Also, we have destroyed NASA's credibility every step of the way. They are completely and wholly without credibility. By the way, this is the technology that they claim to have destroyed, filled with missing bolts and bent aluminum foil or whatever the hell that's built out of. And it supposedly lasted through 35,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is, by the way, my turn.
We're not getting a single chance to cross-examine them at all.
My turn.
My turn. All right, Ernie.
I'll take a question. I will.
I reserve my time.
You still got 20 seconds.
All right. The Space Shuttle thermal protection system is a max 3,000 Fahrenheit. The reinforced carbon melts at around 4,200 Celsius. So there's no way that this thing would have survived.
I'd really like to respond to this one point, please.
Fahrenheit.
Right. Okay, so let me respond to this one point, please. Right. So Dustin, I quite often go to the gym, and after the gym, I go to a steam room. Right. Now, my question to you is, how hot is steam?
I don't know the steam boiling point off the top of my head.
Well, what is water's boiling point?
I don't know.
In centigrade, it's 100 degrees. It's 100 degrees centigrade, right?
I got a wife. I don't know this
thing. Steam is 100 degrees centigrade, right? Now, can the human body survive in a pot of water that's 100 degrees centigrade, or would you end up getting extreme burns? The answer is you would end up getting extreme burns. However, I can go into a steam room full of steam that is 100 degrees centigrade plus and not get scalded. The reason for that is there is not enough of the matter that is 100 degrees centigrade plus to transfer that heat energy to me. The same thing applies for the equipment in space. It is up there. Yes, there is temperatures that are that high, but there is not anything to transfer that heat energy to do the thing that you are saying would need to do to melt it. Simple.
Incorrect. Aluminum is a very
physics is incorrect.
Aluminum is actually a very efficient medium of exchange of energy. And by the way, there's no water that will survive at 35,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Your ass is getting
That
cooked.
Didn't respond to my question.
Do you know what happens if you? I know what happens if you wrap a.
Hold on, you didn't actually respond.
100 is not 35,000.
Wrap a baked
100
potato
is not
in aluminum
35,000.
foil and cook it and see what happens.
Right, you completely missed the point. Okay, in space.
I thought that was a decent point, but it's just not 35,000 though.
Ross,
That's
hold on.
completely ludicrous.
Yeah, Ross, chill out. My point is that in space there is not the matter that is 35,000 degrees to transfer that heat energy. To have the heat energy transferred to you, it needs to have physical contact, right? And it's except for the radiation, which is a different thing.
No.
So for the 35,000, I'm still talking, for the 35,000 degrees temperature to be transferred, there needs to be a medium to transfer that heat energy. So the same way that I can survive in a steam room where the temperature of the medium is over 100 degrees centigrade, that can survive in space because the medium is so thin. The medium is so thin.
300 degrees in a steam room?
You are missing the point.
That makes no sense.
You are missing the point.
You would boil in that kind of steam.
Last 10 seconds to FTF.
You are missing the point.
How long can you stay in the steam room at 100? How long?
Forever? Boil.
Forever? How long can you be in there?
You are missing the point. I can survive in a steam room for hours with the steam, but I couldn't survive in a pot of boiling water for seconds because the medium does not have enough of it to transfer the heat energy. The problem is you do not understand physics.
All right,
the problem you don't understand cooking.
All right, Dustin,
it's a half decent point, I guess, but it don't really apply
Dustin,
to what we're talking about.
Ozien.
All right, listen, you don't understand cooking because if you were to try to do that, it wouldn't make any sense. First of all, if you were to have that kind of steam, you would cook faster than boiling water. In fact, it would be an almost instant cook. You would be scalded into oblivion, basically, with 35,000 degrees, which would have already destroyed all of the water and evaporated it anyway. However, you do have a medium of exchange. You do have a very efficient medium of exchange with aluminum, again. So the radiation is there. The temperature's there. It doesn't have to hide away from you until something touches you and touches it at the same time. It's not electricity. It's radiant energy. So it can reach you anywhere you're at, all the times, everywhere, just like light.
This is why I said you guys want us to believe they defied the laws of physics. When I
There's
read
no
this,
physics they denied. You can't say they denied the
Go
laws of
into
physics when there's no
35,000
physics they denied.
degrees.
As fun as I want you guys to interact, 1 minute for you, Ozien.
Okay, we're going to sit here in silence for 1 minute.
What? You said you wanted the next.
Dustin, you don't know shit about heat transfer. Radiant heat? Okay, radiant heat. You don't understand radiant heat, first of all. So it's not going to heat up the aluminum like you think it is. So when we went through the Van Allen belt, the risk going through the Van Allen belt was ionized radiation. It was not the temperature from the sun going through the Van Allen belt. First of all, we you know how we mitigate risk going through the Van Allen belt? I'll show you. Shielding. You know what blocks beta? I know it's sort of small. You know what blocks beta radiation? Aluminum. You know what produces beta radiation? Do you know what produces beta radiation? Do you? It's electrons, ionized electrons. You know what blocks alpha particles? Paper. You know what they use for insulation? They use like this mesh, this like rigid mesh that blocked alpha particles. If you had used something other than aluminum for the shielding, like lead or something like that, you would. I'm going to go longer because you've muted me and not let me speak. If they used something like lead, they would have produced something like X-rays, which would actually cause more damage because you don't understand about radiation or convection or heat transfer. You don't even understand the boiling point of water is 100 degrees Celsius and 212 degrees Fahrenheit.
5 seconds.
What is the melting point of aluminum?
That all worked out.
Oh, you don't know? Oh, you don't even understand that? Okay, well, I guess you forgot something too, like me. So it's actually 1,221 degrees Fahrenheit, and under 35,000 degrees Fahrenheit, it's 1,221 degrees Fahrenheit. So less than 2,000 in a place of 35,000. So it wouldn't take very long to heat up. And we're not just talking about different types of ionic radiation that could penetrate and be shielded. We're talking about a temperature of 35,000 Fahrenheit. And it would melt aluminum, and it would transfer through aluminum, and the water wouldn't protect you, and you would be gone in seconds. And steam would scald you and cook you faster. If you know how to cook, you would know that you can steam vegetables like broccoli much faster than you can cook them in other ways. It's a highly efficient way of cooking, especially vegetables or people in a tin, or in this case, aluminum can.
Yeah.
There's no water in space for steam.
You still have 35,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
Again, you don't.
Again, you do.
No medium to transfer
science.
that heat. There's no medium to
You don't need a medium.
That
it's everywhere. It's the whole Van Allen radiation belt. They tested it. The fake science, according to the governments, all agree that the Van Allen radiation belt gets up to 35,000.
By the way,
Fahrenheit.
the one that came up with that was one of the original people working on the Apollo mission.
Right. Okay. So the statement that space is 36,000 degrees is a misconception. In reality, the concept of temperature in the vacuum of space doesn't apply in the way that it does in environments containing matter, like on Earth.
A lot of presuppositions there.
I'm in the middle of talking, so let me.
I know. I heard you.
So space itself is closely a vacuum, which means it has no atmosphere, no air, and no matter in the vast majority of its volume. Without matter, there are no molecules or atoms to have kinetic energy that would manifest as temperature in the way we understand it on Earth. The 36,000 degrees is not being transferred to the material because there is no medium to do that.
Okay, it's my turn.
Think about this.
Really quick,
simple, really quick.
I'm just going to talk for 30 seconds. Just 30 seconds, all right?
Yeah,
I just want to start off.
Bounce back.
Look,
Sorry.
number one, I just want to say, Ryan, you're doing a good job, man. All right, you're doing a good job. And
I've had to place everybody on a lot of mutes here.
Yeah, no, you're doing a good job. I want everybody in the audience to recognize that what I said in my opening rings true. I said we're going to have a lot of conversation about whether or not this is even possible. We're not going to be talking about proof that it actually happened. Think about it, because you don't have any proof that it actually happened. Think about all this is the nuts and bolts. It would be possible. We don't have to discuss it's possible if you have the real proof. If you had the proof, this wouldn't even be an argument. Go ahead.
I was trying to look for a thermos. So if anybody's had a coffee cup with a vacuum coffee cup, that vacuum later it blocks heat from transferring from the inner side of the cup to the outer side of the cup. So it blocks
there's a presupposition that space is a vacuum, though.
Vacuum.
If somebody doesn't.
Well, they don't appeal to the Van Allen belt, because appealing to the Van Allen belt is appealing to a vacuum, appealing to the.
That's a hostile witness. Yep. That's a hostile witness, basically.
No. Then you have to appeal to the whole claim. You can't just cherry pick what you're appealing to with the claim.
That's fallacious. That's fallacious.
No, it's not fallacious. Your argument's fallacious because cherry picking is a fallacious argument. When you're appealing to the whatever 36,000 Kelvin, and I read it was 2 to 20,000 Kelvin based upon the ionized radiation, which we had shielding for, which was the aluminum and paper. Well, not paper, it was the insulation.
I want you to know, from my perspective, it sounds like you're just saying that. My bad. It sounds like you're just saying that. Like, I don't know that that's true. Go ahead, Dustin.
If it doesn't,
you don't know how a coffee cup works, like like a vacuum coffee cup works, like it blocks heat.
Why would they need the shielding if there's nothing that can touch the aluminum?
To stop the astronauts having radiation.
But it can't touch them because nothing bridges them, right? According to your logic.
According to what you just said. Radiation can still damage cells. Radiation
it can't touch them. There's no steam. There's no steam. There's no medium of exchange.
No, I'm saying that radiation can't touch people. That's a.
Well, you're saying it can't. You're saying that it can't touch the ship.
No, I'm saying it can't transfer the heat energy.
But
because that's not how it works.
Then how could it burn them?
Because it does different things. It's not the heat that would affect them. It would be the actual damage to their DNA from
35 the 35,000 degrees Fahrenheit would not affect
again.
them.
Right. Okay. Right.
Got it.
Can I please have 2 minutes to just talk through some science? Is that right?
No,
some
not
science.
2 whole minutes. Hell no.
Some science.
I would like 2
no.
minutes. I'm asking the moderator. I'm asking the moderator for 1 minute.
With all the objections, we'll keep it fair at 1 minute. So.
I want 2 minutes as well. Then
no, 1 minute
after.
I'm having 1 minute to talk through the science. All right, and if there is a response, I would like the response to be specifically to the things that I have said. All right. So, the Van Allen radiation belts are regions of space surrounding Earth filled with high-energy particles trapped by Earth's magnetic field. The concept of temperature as applies to these belts is not straightforward because temperature typically refers to kinetic energy of particles in a material. The particles in the Van Allen belts are moving at high speeds, which could be equated to very high temperatures if one were to convert the kinetic energy of these particles into an equivalent temperature value. However, it's more a measure of particle energy than temperature in thermal space. The concept of temperature being 36,000 degrees in the concept of Van Allen belts likely stems from misunderstanding or misrepresentation of the energy levels of the particles within the belts. The belts do not contain particles with very high energies, and if these energies were to be analogously related to thermal temperatures, the figures could be extremely high. However, this doesn't mean the belts themselves are at a thermal temperature of 36,000 degrees in the way we would understand the temperature of object and environment on Earth. There is more that I would like to explain, but I only had 1 minute.
Thus defying the laws of physics. A lot of assumptions in there, buddy.
That is the laws of physics.
A lot of assumptions in there, buddy.
Physics.
At 1 minute. So.
No, it's not. Just because you say that doesn't make it true.
That was physics. My
there's no
degree in
proof,
physics disagrees
There's
with
no
you.
proof at all that a human would be able to go through what you're saying and have no effect. Because
we've done it. We've actually done it. So,
so
oh really?
Sorry,
Oh really?
I gotta be fair.
Oh really? Please.
Also, yeah, let's not do
Go
that.
ahead, Dustin.
All right, go ahead, Dustin. Yeah, let's not do that though, Ross, please.
I heard a fun word called vacuum that brought me to this. You can't actually have space because it's a lie, and if you had a space without a bubble shielding our atmosphere, it would float off into space.
You did this to yourself, Ozien. You gave him the alley-oop. You did it.
Yeah, I can go anywhere with it now.
I just don't need a screen share to show me a friggin' vacuum container. You can just talk.
It's a debate. I want to explain it to all of the people who are seeing
You've been
how
screen
full
sharing
of it
too,
is.
though.
a straw man. You do understand how this is a straw man, right?
No,
Definitely
not.
He said
this is called the science.
No.
This is a straw man. This is a straw man.
He said it wouldn't affect them because of the vacuum. So he's saying we don't believe in a vacuum. This is why. So that vacuum excuse is out the door. It's not a straw man.
But
actually
what you've got on the screen, what you've got on the screen is a straw man of our claim.
No,
it's not.
It's an infinite space vacuum
without
a shield with pressurized gases inside.
Yeah, that's a straw man of our claim.
How so?
We'll give Dustin. We're going to give Dustin the last 15 seconds here to finish this.
Dustin asked me how it's a straw man.
15 seconds, Craig.
Then let me explain.
Dustin asked me a question.
Then let me finish my 15 seconds, and then you can respond. First of all, explain how it's a straw man, and secondly, show me anywhere where you can have a gas pressure or vacuum without a container or barrier, like the firmament, which God says we have.
Yeah, so we don't have gas pressure next to a vacuum. That is a straw man of the claim. We simply have a pressure gradient going from 14.7 psi up to very, very close to zero. That pressure gradient that's it. All of the pressure in the universe is contained within the universe. Gravity creates that pressure gradient. It's as simple as that. We don't say that space is a vacuum. Space is a very low pressure area. What you've just did was straw man the globe claim. Plus, you ignored the things that I said about thermal transfer in a region devoid of matter. So thank you for ignoring what I said.
Right.
So,
by the way,
can I respond?
I just want to say this real quick. By the way, after Craig's response, you know what should have been said? Thus define the laws of physics.
Let's roast him real quick.
No laws of
physics. A 5-year-old can get this.
No laws of physics were denied.
All right, go ahead.
No laws of physics were denied. You are lying. Okay. No laws of physics were denied.
So, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, I need about 30 seconds here. This is in essence saying because there's different levels of nothing in between our gases and the vacuum of space in which you've claimed there is nothing before, because nothing was there to exchange the heat and roast everyone inside of the aluminum can. So, there was nothing there before, but now there's something there in order to hold in the gases, which are obviously would just blow off into space at the speeds that we're going, which are full of 666s, by the way, all these miles per hour and et cetera.
No 666s.
Yes, there is.
Ozien,
No,
yeah.
there isn't.
Zero.
There's not one single
By the way, I'm not
666.
on the religious side. I just
You
want
wanna
to say
find
that for the record. Like, I'm also with Ozien. I don't want to make this a religious conversation. I just want to talk about history. Is it true or is it not true? Because most of history is a lie.
Go ahead and
honest.
answer.
So you gotta
Go
prove
ahead and
something.
answer that, and then I'm going to show you the 666. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
So,
Vacuum's not empty though. Vacuum, it has energy and radiation fields. It
but
has
in
low
response to what he said specifically, though, gravity
matter.
is what is causing the pressure gradient. So we know that gravity exists. There's an empirical verified thing that
No, it isn't.
It
That is
absolutely 100%
patently
is.
false.
That is
Patently
It's
not
not
exist.
right. This
Gravity
is
does not
different-
exist.
This is
Patently
this is a
false.
different- This is a different conversation.
Patently
but I have
false.
This is a
Well,
different
don't invoke
conversation.
that then.
This is
because
a
I'm gonna have
different
to
conversation.
flame
All
you
right,
on
it is
that.
their
First.
time, Ross.
We'll get there.
I have
I have beat
personally
so many
measured
people in-
gravity.
It is
This
their
is why
time.
we can't.
Personally
That's why
measured
we can't have a
gravity.
debate right there.
I
the Ross
I
guy.
have personally
Whatever it is.
measured gravity. It is an empirically verified fact of reality,
No.
and to ignore gravity is also to strawman what we are saying. So, your whole nonsense there about gas next to a vacuum is a straw man. Gravity is the answer. If you want to see another example of a gas contained by gravity, Saturn, Jupiter. There you go. Done.
Those
You said to
are
ignore gravity
not-
is a straw man. How does that
No.
make sense? To ignore gravity is a straw man of our position. Do you know
It
what
is.
words mean?
You
It
Our
still
position
need a
contains
you
gravity,
still
so it's a
need
straw
a
man.
physical barrier because
No, you don't. Gravity.
Yes, you do. No,
No,
you
you don't. Gravity.
Gravity is debunked. However, you
No,
do
it's
not.
100
Yes,
times over.
Absolutely,
100
you can
times
debunk
over.
gravity.
No,
100
gravity is
times
correct.
over.
You
Why
do
do you need
not
a
even
physical
want
barrier?
it
Give them
associated
45
with his
seconds.
name
We'll give them 45
Why do you
seconds.
need a physical barrier? Why do you need a physical barrier? Why?
because you absolutely need a physical barrier or a seal to create a vacuum every single time. Prove
It's
otherwise.
in the definition
There-
of gas
but-
pressure.
okay,
The
space
definition of
isn't
gas
a
pressure has
vacuum.
barrier
All right,
in the
Ross.
name.
He just
No,
asked him a question.
the definition
so
of gas pressure does not have barrier in the name, Ross. But I wasn't talking to you; I was talking to Dustin. So no, there's no physical barrier needed for
Yes, there
a
is.
pressure gradient to exist. There
Yes, there
is
is.
no, there's no physical barrier for a pressure gradient to exist. Please show me the physical barrier between the summit and the base of Everest, which has a greater pressure differential than the summit of Everest and space.
Well, he's saying it's the container.
There's
That's
a
what's in
there's
question.
a
That's
barrier
what's in question.
in place. There's a firmament,
Right,
a
he's
barrier that
saying-
holds our atmosphere in place.
That's what we're
And
debating.
No, there's not. I checked with radar.
You're
There's no
you're
firmament.
imagining space and claiming that we can go there and saying that our air cannot go there because there's a thing you call gravity, which Newton, by the
Well-
way, laughed at and
Okay.
did not even want to
No, he
associate with
didn't
his
laugh
name.
at.
All right, let's
No,
let
he's
Ozien
asking
in,
you.
guys.
He did.
Why is
Guys,
Yes, he did.
Justin?
Let's let
No,
Ozien
you
in.
Justin.
didn't. You're wrong.
You guys
Where's
don't know
the-
your history.
No.
This is why I love this conversation. You don't know your
Yeah,
history.
Guys, we're giving
Maybe you read
Ozien the
science,
floor.
but you
Come on, just 1 second. He's trying to get
Ross, get less triggered, dude.
We've been letting you three kind of stew off each other for a bit. Ozien's got a thought, so let's let him in here. Hopefully you didn't lose it.
No,
Ozien?
I know exactly what I want to say. Where's the why is there a pressure gradient, Dustin?
You're the one trying to say there's a pressure gradient. I'm not.
There is a
It's
pressure gradient. This is a fact.
measurable.
There is no pressure gradient because there is no vacuum without a
Are
seal.
you saying? Wait,
You're saying it's 14.7 psi from the
No, I'm saying
surface of the Earth. Wait, let me finish the question. Are you saying it's 14.7 psi at the surface of the Earth to the top of Mount Everest? That people to go to the top of Mount Everest don't need like oxygen masks and stuff like that, and
there's no
or
pressure
don't
gradient.
they're saying there's not low pressure compared to the bottom of Mount Everest? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
you
Dustin?
can trap different gases in a jar and they'll sink to heaviest, densest, lowest, and lightest, highest.
asked-
But they're still in a jar. Ozien.
Is there a pressure gradient from the bottom of Mount Everest to the top of Mount Everest?
No, there's a
it's not a
density of heavier gases sinking.
No, there's
What-
not.
what's a
because
pressure
the
gradient?
gases are the same.
No.
Is there a
my
change
God.
in the pressure?
Heavier
Can you
gas
take
to
a
sink.
barometer?
I
Can
think
you
you guys
take
are saying
a
the same thing.
barometer? Can you
Different
take a
gases
barometer
are
and
different
measure?
Ozien.
pressures.
Wait,
Ozien,
wait, wait.
He's saying
missing
that
it, I guess.
he's saying that there's heavier gases
know.
that are sinking, but there's not. The
know.
mixture of gases
Yes, there is.
the same regardless of the mixture of gases. The actual combination of gases is the same regardless
fact?
of the altitude. The only thing
No,
that's
it's not.
different.
Is that a
The
fact?
the only difference is the pressure of those gases. You go up to 100 feet, there is still the same amount of oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon dioxide percentage-wise as
Not
there is
true.
at sea level. Yes,
Every-
it is true.
Every kid with little balloons that flow up out of their hands and they lose it, understand this.
That's
Absolutely
buoyancy,
not.
a result
Pressure-
of gravity.
Buoyancy and density are how gases work, and that is explained with a vacuum and in a jar.
Buoyancy is a result
There
of
is
gravity.
no such thing as space without a vacuum.
And a pressure gradient, and the balloon only goes up so far once it
Hits the firmament.
no no. Usually, what happens, aluminum, the balloon expands too much and pops before they're not strong enough. Little balloons kids make can't go to space, dude. Like, I don't know
He's
what you're
not saying
talking
they go to
about.
space.
We're talking about
Yeah,
gases,
we
bro.
don't believe that space is there.
So you think you can fly, because the balloons can't go up as high as airplanes fly. Do you, like, little kids' balloons can't go up that high? You think so? You can fly up to the firmament, Dustin?
Can I
guess?
please share my screen 1 second?
I think this
Is
is
it okay?
a game.
Is it okay if I share my screen a second? Is
I
that
don't think
right?
you have too
Yeah.
much, so go
Can
for it.
we get back to seeing some proof that
So
they
I
walked
really
on the
quick.
moon? I haven't seen one piece of proof that they walked on the moon.
Oh, I showed
Right.
tons of.
They've been on the
pictures.
Not a
defensive
movie.
since the beginning.
Not a movie. Yeah, not a
So,
movie. I don't want to see a movie.
I'm sharing my screen.
We're
If I
gonna give you
could just share my screen for a second, if that's okay.
We'll give you a
right?
minute.
Yeah. So I'm sharing my screen. Right. This is Mr. Sensible's Mage 2 project, right? Which goes up to space and oh look, this is just the right point actually, because
I
right
like
here,
Mr. Sensible.
right, what you see if you're looking up at the balloon on the left
snap.
is
What
how
is
it
that?
pops, right? oh look, where was the firmament that it hit? I just want to play that again, just so we can double check that if there was a firmament that it hit there. If everyone could just look for me and just check for the firmament whilst we're playing that.
It's the same place dark matter is.
So firmament, right? Anyone see the firmament there?
It's not visible to the
see
human
a
light
balloon.
Would you like to?
Just like dark matter.
Oh right. Oh wait, hold on. Let me just check again.
That's all you have to say. That's all you guys do.
I can show you the
let me just
firmament.
check again. Right, go on then. Point out exactly here in this video where the firmament is.
I'm not going to show it with your video, but I have videos I can show it to you.
But this is
But shouldn't
in
it be
space.
there?
Yeah. You said that it goes up until the balloon touches.
Well,
the
but not
firmament.
necessarily.
What we're
There's a lot of
watching. Oh,
variables.
there we go. At exactly 21 minutes in this video.
It could have
Why
been
did it
higher.
pop?
Balloon
It could have
pops.
been. There's a chance it was higher than that.
Why
Oh,
did it
well, actually,
pop?
Yeah, this is
Why
at
did it pop?
36,000 meters.
Dustin, why did it pop?
I have other images if you'd like. Obviously, that's a
Dustin.
fisheye lens.
Dustin,
Not
why
the one
did
in
the
the
balloon
middle
pop?
isn't no. The one in the top left and the top right are, but the one in the middle is not fisheye, and you still see the curve of the Earth with that. Which
I
is
still-
amazing.
You
By
do
the
not
way,
see
I-
the curve of the earth.
no,
Stop
no.
lying to the people.
Yeah,
By the
but
way, I
anyway,
still
my
wanna
point
get
is,
to 66
pop.
there.
Nobody saw the curve of the Earth.
My point is,
That
there
should look
is
just like this.
my point is,
By the way,
my point is that there was no firmament because there is no firmament, and if you want to see the curve of the Earth, that is very, very easy because that video shows the curve of the Earth.
Why did
no,
the balloon pop?
They always use fisheye lenses. Secondly,
No,
I
the
would
one
like
again,
to,
the one in the middle didn't have a fisheye lens.
Do I get a time to talk?
Let's give you.
Yeah, but
I'll
don't
give you
don't lie. The one in the
I
middle
just want
wasn't
to
a fisheye lens.
remind the
just so-
audience, no proof of the moon landing yet. Continue. I'm enjoying
We gave
this
proof of the
conversation.
moon landing at the start.
We
enjoying this
should.
conversation.
No,
just
you gave
1 second, guys.
historical
We
witnesses
should get
of
into
liars.
Q&A here soon. So I will give you another. We'll do 45 on both sides here.
I haven't gotten one yet here. They've been talking a while.
I yield my whole time.
First of all, if you the Earth is allegedly tilted at 23.4 degrees off of the center of a 90-degree angle. If you subtract that 66.6, and there's other examples as well.
It's actually 20. It's actually 24.3.
Holy,
It's
holy.
not. It's
Still
not
got-
what you said.
we still got
What?
30
Holy.
seconds
Sorry.
over here.
Anyway, in essence, you guys are just going back and forth here, but fisheye lenses always show the curve. In fact, Mythbusters got busted trying to fake with a fisheye lens, and if you go watch the video, they got caught because the ground level was as round as at the height of their flight, because they were using a fisheye lens, and that's what it does. I've been up in dozens of aircraft myself, and I've seen it always flat. It rises to the horizon. But in essence,
No, it doesn't.
all they have is fisheye lens, and that's why you always see a curve in their nonsense at ground level as well as flight.
How did we devolve into this?
Well,
Just want to
can
point
I
out
share-
this is not
can
a
I
fisheye
share a
lens.
screen? Can I share a screen? Because he said made a claim about the axial tilt of the Earth. He's wrong. It's 23.5.
Yeah, if you guys want to keep
degrees.
going, like we can give it another say 10 minutes before we go to
So
Q&A.
it is 23.5 degrees, not 23 point whatever you said. So that's a lie. So you're rounding off. This is flat Earth rounding, I guess.
Not according to NASA.
Well, according to
Well,
NASA, it's 23.3 actually. So
Oh, okay.
Then they've changed it because
No, they haven't.
23.4 is what they
No,
wrote on
they never
climate.
said that.
Change everything.
Okay, let me show you on climate.nasa.gov. If you don't mind.
You know, I don't know if I ever got a chance to
Here's
ask
National
Ozien the
Geographic
question.
Society 23.5.
Can I? And NASA's own website if you guys trust them. I don't personally.
Well, we're giving the floor to Ozien right now, so he's
Yeah. So
like I said, we're gonna give him
either
the next
way,
30
you're
seconds here.
wrong. So
Am
you're
I?
just cherry picking a point. Yes. There's no
Your source, bro.
And that's still not. No, that's not my source.
It's your source, NASA.
20 seconds.
Now, I have
it was
NASA.gov
not-
saying
Dustin,
23.4 right
20
now.
seconds.
It was not my source. You didn't understand my argument. That's not my problem.
You're lying about numbers.
Now you're calling me a liar again. This is
You
your
just
debate
lied.
tactic.
All right. Okay,
No, I
can I
just
ask Ozien a
posted-
question?
All right,
It
we're gonna.
said
we're,
23.5.
I have a question. One
It
last
said
question. please.
23.5. I did not lie.
NASA
Dustin.
says 23.4.
All right,
All right,
before
one
we get
question,
focused
please.
on all that and go down this rabbit hole here, go ahead, Ross.
All right, Ozien, I have a question. All right, so
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken, the moon is moving like what is it, 2,000 miles per hour, 6,000 miles per hour? I don't know. The Earth is
don't
moving like
care.
what, 35,000 miles per hour, something like that. Okay, so I want to know, right, in your guys' opinion, how did that flimsy machine that you showed us catch up to a rock that is moving 2,000 miles per hour? And then when they came back, like I said, I don't even want to bring up the footage because that looks fake. When they came back, the Earth is moving however fast you guys say it's moving. How in the hell did they navigate from a rock that's moving to however, and then make it to another rock that's moving 35,000 miles? My numbers are probably wrong, so go ahead, Ozien, and correct me. But whatever the numbers are, right? How is it possible that they, in that ship that you showed us, made it to a rock that's moving 35,000 miles an hour, or however
Relative
fast you
motion.
guys say it's moving?
Laws of motion, dude. Laws
Yeah.
of motion.
You're gonna have to break that down for me. What does
You
that mean, laws
maintain
of
your.
motion?
Okay, so if you throw a ball,
Yes.
if you throw a ball, it maintains its momentum
Right.
until it's acted upon by equal or opposite force.
Are there
In
forces
our
in space?
view, let me finish. In our view, when we launch a rocket to space, right, the forces acting upon the rocket aren't going to be the friction of the atmosphere because there's no, as far as we're concerned, there's no matter between the Earth and the moon. Okay, so there's nothing obstructing it to offer any type of friction. We're going to have to overcome some type of gravitational forces and stuff
But
like
how did
that.
they pick up the speed on the way back?
So we maintain our momentum with the Earth. So the Earth is, so we maintain
No, from the moon. No, the
we
moon.
maintain
When they,
the moon is moving with the Earth. We maintain the momentum with the moon when we leave the moon. So we don't lose any of those speeds
I have a
when we
question.
leave the moon. Well, the only thing we have to do is to make adjustments to make the minimal amount of changes to get from the differences from the moon to the Earth. And
Question.
Craig could probably explain it a lot better.
Yeah,
than I
what
do.
they actually
by the way,
did.
hold on,
So let me
I'm gonna respond to what he
clarify the
said.
explanation.
Let me respond to what he said, though. I just want to clarify because the Earth is moving from whatever spot it's in. So once they leave the moon's orbit, the Earth is still speeding through space, right?
It's very simple.
What?
Right.
This defies the laws
what
of
they
physics.
did, what
you're
they
saying.
did,
Let's
right,
make
Ross,
no sense.
what they did was when they left the Earth, right? Again, the Earth and the moon are moving together, but the moon's obviously orbiting the Earth. When they left the Earth, they aimed for the point, and get this, where the moon was going to be. And then when they left the moon to come back to the Earth, they aimed for the point where the Earth was going to be, based on the orbit.
But they weren't moving fast enough coming back. That's what I'm saying. They weren't moving.
Again, right. The Earth and the moon are moving together. So when the rocket leaves the moon, it's still going that speed. It doesn't stop going that speed. So
How fast is the moon moving? Hold on. I'm sorry.
The moon is moving the same speed as the Earth.
It is.
Yes.
Okay.
So they're moving together.
Okay.
And then you've obviously got the Earth's orbit, which is why all they had to do was aim for the point where the moon was going to be, and then coming back, aim for the point where the Earth was going to be. It's called orbital mechanics.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's there's no assumptions involved in that, right? Let's see, what's harder to assume, that they did that crazy shit he just said, or that they made a movie? It's easier to assume that
But
they
that's not
made a
crazy
damn
shit.
movie.
That's
Which
pretty
one
simple stuff.
which one requires the least assumptions?
No,
Yeah,
all more.
I'll take the movie for 300, Alex.
There's no
No.
assumptions there.
There's no assumptions.
No
All
assumptions.
the assumptions. No, because so when we do mathematical equations, we don't reinvent the wheel every time
20 seconds.
when we calculate these motions. But we have explanation for all these celestial motions. There's no assumptions in
But
the
your
model.
explanations don't make sense to us, Ozien.
1 second
They
there,
do.
Ross.
Yeah, because
Just
Ross,
because you don't understand doesn't mean
I didn't
it's
say I
false.
don't understand them. No, I understand them. I'm
They
saying
do.
they don't make sense. Two different things. They
Might
don't
just have to
fit the
jump in
outcome.
there, Dustin.
My bad,
Mute 'em.
Dustin. My bad, Dustin. I
You're
yield to
good.
Dustin.
You're good. You're good.
But they
First,
do understand.
I do have questions about what you guys are saying here. I mean, I've got a couple of questions, many questions. First of all, though, do you guys claim there is something in space or not? Because you keep flip-flopping. When it comes to heat exchange, nothing is there. But when it comes to gas pressure gradients, apparently without a vacuum or seal, you believe that there is something there. So what's going on with that?
Let me clarify for you.
Go ahead.
Space is not a vacuum. Space is an extremely low pressure area with very, 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 very little
fella.
amounts of matter. Okay, very little amounts of matter. Like when you're in a space in between the Earth and the Moon, there's probably one hydrogen atom every 5 cubic meters. All right. So space, as we are told, is not an absolute vacuum. It is a extreme low pressure area.
But there is pressure, so therefore 35,000 degrees Fahrenheit would still
Not
impact.
enough, though. No, there's not enough to do that.
All right.
Like, again, as I said,
Fine.
roughly
Fine.
one hydrogen one hydrogen atom every 5 cubic meters. That is not enough to transfer thermal energy.
Okay, so
Yeah,
here's another.
vacuum-
Go ahead.
A vacuum, don't you agree? A vacuum works very good as a thermal insulator, right? Like
Yeah.
you've used thermoses,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it depends on your insulation, but
But you do agree, just
no. If
with
you put
normal
an air
temperatures-
bubble, if you put an air bubble of warm air outside in cold weather, it's gone.
just a normal
yeah.
a vacuum thermos. You agree vacuum thermoses work very well to insulate your coffee.
They're insulated and they're sealed, and panels are not unadjusted with one another.
But you do agree a vacuum thermos works better than a non-vacuum thermos.
Because it has a vacuum seal.
Yes.
Yes.
So okay,
You
so
got
we're
it,
just giving
Ozien.
away- So it's not a pure vacuum in there. It's a low pressure, very, very
Oh shit.
low pressure environment in the cup. So that's all we're describing. It's actually a lower pressure in space than it is in the cup. So there's less
Okay.
options for heat to convect and conduct through the space. There's no way for the heat. The way heat transfers is through infrared, through radiation, through stuff like that. It doesn't transfer.
Infrared travels at the speed of light.
Yes, it is.
And-
It's
Share for
EMF.
now. Sorry about that.
So there's another one, but I mean, okay, so I don't agree with any of that. I think it sounds like nonsense to me. But if you go to Google Images, if you go to Images and pull up photos of the Earth on Google Images, without any exception, they're all CGI or paintings.
That is an
or clearly
unsubstantiated
Photoshopped.
claim. It's just a lie. That's not the truth.
Unsubstantiated.
Okay, then I will
Yeah.
substantiate it if you like. Here we go.
I
you can
will bet
substantiate it
right
by
now.
bringing up a
Right
real one.
now,
Why don't you
right
bring
now,
up a real
I will-
one? You
right now,
unsubstantiated by
Here we
bringing
go.
up a real one.
Ross, hold on.
Which of these
Right
are
now-
real?
All right.
Right now, I will bet you £5,000
All of them.
that if you go to Google and search for photos of Earth, they are not all CGI or photos.
Really?
I'll take that bet.
Paintings.
Hey,
I will
Okay.
bet you £5,000. I will
I'll
bet
take
you
that action.
£5,000.
I don't need to bet
you will
money.
I will
Hold
bet
on,
you
I'll take the
£5,000.
bet.
Ross, I'm still talking.
We heard it.
I'm still talking. I will bet you
I
£5,000.
want my $5,000.
I will bet you £5,000 that one of the pictures came from a Hasselblad camera.
No, that's just more fake stuff that has no star showing or any of that stuff. So you're basically just trying to use the fake images from NASA to say
We
that
all
it's
heard
real.
him bet.
And all of that
Again,
stuff is
you have to
fake.
prove they're
They
fake.
have here's the
You have to
example. They
prove
give
they're
you
fake.
okay, here's which one of these is real. They're all official.
All of them are
Yeah,
real.
all of them are real.
Them are real.
Yeah, really?
Oh my
Yes.
God.
Yeah.
Do you want to
Yeah.
bet too,
Yes.
Ozien? Do you want to get in on his action?
Right.
I'm taking
Um,
all the action on
Right,
this
let
bet.
me
All
respond.
of
Who wants
those
to
are
bet?
real?
These are
Dustin,
real.
Ross,
I'm about to
calm
get
down.
rich tonight.
Ross, calm down. Ross, calm down.
I don't bet.
Right, Dustin,
first of
all of them are real,
Smart
and
man.
all of them are taken. Right, Ross, calm down. Dustin, all of them are real, and all of them are taken by different cameras for different reasons. Simple. You don't look exactly the
they-
same in every picture of you that's ever taken.
They cannot all be real.
Why not?
Why?
I'm looking for the more close-up version, but they have drastically
I'm
different sizes of
dude.
continents, for example.
Okay, right. Let me screen
Also,
share for
they
a
say
second then.
sex. They say sex in the clouds in a number of them.
No, they don't say sex.
Yes,
in the clouds.
yes,
That's
they
called
do.
My
pareidolia.
$5,000.
Yes, they do. No,
I
it's in the
want my
clouds.
$5,000.
It's quite clear.
Okay, so let me just respond quickly to that. The different size
You
continents. I
stop
want to show
sharing. I
you
can
some
show-
crazy magic.
I can show right here. Look, it's getting bigger. It's getting bigger. It's getting bigger. The continent's getting
Here
bigger.
we go. Yeah. So
the marbles were the same size, but the continents were different
Right.
sizes.
Why would the marbles
here we
be the
go.
same size
Right.
though?
Everyone, be
Perspective.
quiet for 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Right, Dustin, I would like you to look at my screen. Okay. Do you see my screen?
Not really.
We see it. We see it.
Right.
I see it's tiny.
Well, click on it and make it larger.
Okay.
Right. You see that what's there, okay? Right? You see the two globes, okay?
I see
Here's
two
the thing.
fake globes.
That is one globe. That's not two globes. That is one globe taken by a friend of mine, Tommy Gronfield. It's his globe in his front room. And the only thing there that's different is the camera distance and the lens on the camera. So my question to you is, where did the rest of the Earth go on the left picture?
Is that to him or was it to me? Because
So first of all, if the globe is the same size, then the continents should be the same size.
But it is the same globe. It's exactly the same globe.
he's saying it's a different lens.
So again, I want you to tell me where the rest of the globe went on the left.
I can do it right now, Craig. Let me do it right now. I got a globe right here. I got a camera right here.
All right.
Yep, go on.
If you're gonna do
You
something
guys
on
wanna
screen, I gotta
experiment?
make it bigger.
Yeah.
Hold
Oh
on.
no, I'll share a screen if you want me to. Like,
If you just share your like a virtual cam or something.
oh, I can't.
I just want to know if that was a gentleman's bet.
I don't
It
know how
looks-
to do that.
But anyway, this responds to what he's saying about the different
Sure.
size continents. It's just an effect of where the camera is in relation to taking the picture. A closer satellite that's orbiting the Earth will get a picture more like the left. A satellite that's further away from the Earth will get a picture like the right. Simple.
That doesn't make any sense.
I have a
Makes
question for
perfect
Craig.
sense.
I have a question
It
for
doesn't make
Craig.
any sense because
Makes
it would be
perfect sense.
obviously the ball would be bigger as you get closer.
So what are you saying, that this is a fake picture I'm showing you because it's actually taken by someone that I know personally?
I don't know the lie, but yes, it may well be.
Look,
It's not,
Dustin, you see my globe right here?
I can
You see
respond
my
to this.
globe? You see my globe?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you see South Africa, right? Or South America, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, as I get closer, and
It's filling up more of the screen though.
And now it's
still
doubled.
more of the
It's
screen.
doubled
just
in
crop it.
perspective size. That must
Yes,
be what
yeah,
you
you
did.
could-
Was you just
you can
cropped it, right?
still-
Right.
Well, of course you
still
have to
see-
crop it. All pictures are cropped.
Oh.
You can still see both sides of the globe, but it's
okay.
taking up more of the globe.
So first
So
of
as
all,
it go away,
here's
you
what
can
you
see
did.
more. Look. You can see more ocean on both sides as it goes further
No.
away.
Here's what you
Yes,
did.
you can, watch carefully.
Bigger though, Ozien.
Watch
Here's what
carefully.
you did. Watch mine.
Watch carefully. Watch carefully.
You're proving me right.
The
You don't know what
ocean's
you're
getting
doing.
Smaller.
You're proving
on
me
both
right.
We're
sides.
disproving you. Right
No, you're
now.
proving me right.
The ocean's getting smaller at both sides.
I don't. You don't understand it. You're proving me right.
In what way have we proved you right? Come on.
He just proved that the ball gets bigger. Like I said, I'm sharing an image right now that confirms it. I don't know if you guys can see it.
all those pictures that you
can
showed
shrink
are
the
cropped.
pictures down.
But then it would go back to the size. That's what he
Then
said. He
the
should get back
continent
down.
would
If you
shrink
crop
too.
it, it wouldn't go back
my
to the
God.
size if you crop it. Oh my
Because
god!
that's cheating. That's Photoshop.
No, it's not Photoshop. Do you not know
If
what
you
Photoshop
crop the
is?
continent bigger on a ball that's
No, you're not cropping the
smaller on a
continent.
bigger
You're
ball,
cropping
then
the
that's
entire
cheating.
picture. You're not
It still
cropping the
wouldn't
continent.
change
You're
the
cropping
size.
the picture.
Look.
The image that I'm showing shows that I was correct, that the ball got twice the size when you got closer and said that it
Yeah.
wouldn't.
Okay, but then just crop the pictures to have the balls the same size, which is what you showed in your original picture.
What you're saying
a
is
bunch of balls
I don't know
cropped to
if
be
you
the
know-
same size.
That
Are you
is-
intentionally being dishonest? Are you
it doesn't-
intentionally being dishonest?
Doesn't make logical
No,
sense.
you're being
Alright.
stupid.
What? Oh, the good one. You're being stupid.
Let's
Here's
take
your
down
2007
these pictures for
That
just 1
makes
second.
it true.
This one's important. This is a very important because it's the 2007 versus 2012, and it shows the continental differences. I mean,
Yeah,
I just
because they're different cameras taken from different sizes
no.
to the globe. It's simple.
The globe size is the exact same in proportion.
Yeah, because
in
they cropped
perspective.
it. Because they
No.
cropped it to be the same.
Here's what it looks
Nobody
like.
is that
Official
nobody can possibly
photos.
be that
I'm gonna have to
Nobody
recrop.
did that, no.
One's
know.
closer to the Earth.
Official
That's it.
photos.
Yeah,
It's
they are
closer
official
to the
photos,
Earth.
and one is closer to the Earth.
One
and
is
then
10 times
dropped.
the size of the other
Yeah.
continent.
And I just showed you how that can happen by showing you.
No, you
it
showed me
on-
something that doesn't make
No,
any
you
sense.
did not. No,
Some
you
sort
did
of
not.
optical
Right.
illusion, but that was,
No, you
that was
did
some
not.
form of a
How,
lie.
right, how can this
And
not make
Ozien,
sense?
and Ozien proved you wrong.
No,
How-
it showed
no,
the same thing.
How can this not make sense?
Ozien just proved you wrong.
Guys, right, please, just give me 2 seconds. How is
Proof
what I'm
of
showing
the
you?
Earth is showing us a fake globe.
No
This is
more
proof.
screen
This
sharing.
is not
That's
fake.
coming out.
This is
Even
not
if you
fake.
crop them.
Right.
Can you? Okay. Let me
Right.
think. If you have a ball right next to your face, can you see both edges of the ball?
All right. No more screen
That doesn't
sharing.
even apply. That doesn't even apply here. He's screen sharing.
No, the globe is a ball. If you have a ball next to your face, can you see both edges of the ball?
The image
How
that I
far
shared of
away does a
Ozien
ball?
proves this.
How far away does a ball have to be from you to see both edges of the ball?
How far does a ball have to be before you realize that it
Apparently-
gets
apparently
smaller
from
the
mo-
further away it is?
And then you crop it.
Look, apparently from the moon,
Here's-
they saw the
here's
whole
the-
thing, right? Why is there
I
only
can
that
show
one
you-
picture? How many
here's
times
the-
have we been back to the moon? No
here's
other
the
pictures
cropped.
from the moon except the one.
Here it is cropped. And it's the same thing I said it would be.
What,
Continent
crop it
is-
to be the same
con-
size
That
then?
is.
Consonant is twice the size.
I think that's gonna be
Yeah,
way
because
too
it's-
blurry the way
oh
it
my
is right
God.
now.
It's
You can see it's
closer.
massive.
You can change the size of the image and put it next to another image. to
Yeah,
make
and that's
it the same.
cheating.
No, it's not. What do you mean cheating? They're not
That's
trying to
Photoshop.
cheat anyone. That's just how it is.
It may not be
That's
complicated
what they did.
Photoshop, but it
That
is still
is- right,
Photoshop.
right.
guys.
I'll
It might
resize
be
it.
basic
what- it's
Photoshop, but it's
what they-
Photoshop
right.
nonetheless.
It's not. That's not Photoshop. That's not.
Oh, yes,
what
it is,
Photoshop
sir.
is. No,
Do they not
Photoshop
see-
isn't.
Oh my God! I'm sorry,
Photoshop is an
man.
application owned by Adobe.
Well, now
trying
you
not
made
to-
that one bigger, but yeah.
Let's be clear. Photoshop is an application owned by Adobe. It is not a method of doing things.
Okay, let's be clear. Let's be clear. If I prove those,
fair
if I
enough.
prove those pictures are fake, if I
Your
prove those
first
pictures
point.
are fake, do I get $5,000 from you?
Yeah.
Do I
If
get
you,
$5,000
can,
from you?
if you can prove that these are fake pictures, I will
Fake
give you
pictures? I get
£50,000.
$5,000. Are you
I
mad?
will give you-
50,000?
I will give you. If you can show me that these are fake pictures, I'll give you
If I
50
can
grand.
prove they're fake, I get $50,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look, hey, I knew there was a reason I took this debate.
I don't
knew
believe
there
it.
was.
Ross, what
This
you
hasn't
need,
been a complete waste of time.
Ross, find out the exact make and model of the globe, and it would be very easy to do.
Here we go. So here is my Discord. I just want to show you quickly. And me talking to my friend Tommy Gronville. And here's the pictures that he actually sent me. So as you can see, they're there. The one on the top was
Shout out
taken
Tommy.
10 inches away with a 10 millimeter. 10 millimeter lens from 10 inches away. And the one on the bottom was taken with a 315 millimeter lens from 15 to 18 foot away. So
All right,
there's
that
there's
makes
the
it right.
globes.
This is the point, though. Even if that is possible, which obviously it is, because you're showing us, right?
You moved the ball,
Yeah.
didn't you?
But that doesn't
No.
prove that that's what they did
Move
up
the
there.
camera.
Hold on.
Why
That
is
doesn't
the-
prove
why-
that that's
They
what they
moved the
did. It's all
camera.
I have a
speculation.
question. I have
We're
a
talking
question.
about
then.
what's possible right now, not what
I have-
actually happened. All right.
I have
By
a
the way,
question about this. How is the baseboard like twice the size in the bottom one when they're the
Because
same?
one is closer than the other. The camera on the top one is only 10 inches away. The camera on the bottom one is 15 to 18 inches away, but zoomed in. All right. The one on the top is close but zoomed out. The one on the bottom is far away but zoomed in.
it looks like like an effect of the lens, but I'm saying how.
Well,
does that
there we
prove
go.
that-
That's the
why-
point.
No. But the point is that's not proof
It
of why
looks
those
like an
pictures are fake.
optical illusion.
Yeah, that's not proof that those pictures aren't fake. What are you talking about? You're showing us a globe.
Which is the
That's not
which
proof
is
of
the
anything.
Ross, that is the point. The pictures that he showed.
I get the point. We get the point. We all get it, but you don't understand for some reason that this isn't evidence, buddy.
It's evidence that it can happen
No, you
because
have
the
to-
position of the
I see
camera.
this. I see what
not
happened.
that it did happen.
got it.
Can happen, not did.
I see what happened here. You have to hyper
That's
zoom
how
in
they
on the
can all be
consonant.
true.
You have to,
And yes,
Sorry,
but you have to
what
prove that
did-
it is.
right,
I'm not
hold on,
saying
hold
it's
on. Everyone
impossible that it's
stop 1
true.
second.
But
Everyone
you have to
please
prove
stop.
that it is.
Please,
All right.
1 second.
No, you've been interrupting everybody the whole time. Hell
I
no.
want
let
to
me
hear what
finish.
Dustin said. I
Hey,
want to hear what
you're
Dustin
not slick.
said.
You're not
All
slick.
right,
You
all
have to
right, 10
prove that
seconds,
that's what
Ross.
happened.
10
all right?
seconds, then we're
Ross,
going.
You have
Ross,
to
I would like to
prove-
hear what
I
Dustin
don't
just
care
said.
what you would like. I don't care what you would like. You have to prove that that is
Dustin, what did you just
actually
say?
happened.
That is time,
Hey,
Ross.
buddy, calm down.
Dustin,
Ross, I
what
gave
did
you
you
10
just say?
seconds.
my whole
Right,
time.
Ross was
He was
shouting
talking
over
to
you, Dustin.
Every other word I said, he had something to say.
Sorry,
Come on.
Dustin. Ross is shouting over you. I didn't hear what you said, Dustin.
No, you were
Ross was
shouting over me. You were shouting over me.
All right.
I was having a conversation with Dustin. I'm
Sorry,
trying to hear what
Ross.
Dustin said. So,
1 second.
Ross, if you could calm down. Dustin, sorry, what did you say?
some of these countries look distorted as though you have zoomed in so close to the ball that you're basically unable to get proper perspective, and therefore it is an optical
There
illusion.
we go.
Optical
So
illusion,
that-
yes.
That is what is happening with the pictures that you have presented. Because
How do you
some
know? How do you know?
Except that
What's
it
the
could
proof
not
of
be.
that?
if I can
What's the
finish,
proof of that?
if I can finish what I'm saying, that would
Maybe.
be fantastic, right?
They tell you in the
This is
photo
what is
info.
happening.
We're gonna give the floor to
because-
FTFE, guys. Let's,
Right.
just 1 second, Ross.
What is happening is, right, with the pictures that you showed of all the different globes of different continents, some of those are taken from satellites that are really close, right? Let's say this is a satellite and this is the globe, right? Some of those pictures are taken with a satellite here, right? So you can only this satellite can only see certain bits of the globe, but some of those pictures are taken with the satellite over here, so you can see much more of the globe, and it's not going to look as distorted. You're going to see a different thing up here. You're only going to see tiny continents, large continents, because that is all that is in the field of view. Out here, you see the entire thing. Simple.
No.
Yes.
Because the ball
I've
would go to-
shown you the pictures.
Let him
Here
talk. We
are
just
the
heard
pictures
the
of
whole-
what's happening. Here is
Listen,
it happening.
listen.
Don't say
Wait,
no.
quiet.
Here
No,
is
let
it
me
happening.
speak.
We'll
Why
we'll
are
give it to you in
British
just 1
people so
second.
rude?
Ozien, you're
All right.
next. We'll give it to
I get a
Dustin
turn.
just to respond to what he just said there, and then we'll let you close
Literally
it out
here
there, Ozien,
happening,
before
you're
we go to
going,
Q&A.
no.
Okay?
Still going. Look. He's trying to talk about me being triggered. Be quiet.
Do I get to
Oh
talk?
my God. No.
All right. We're gonna give you 45 seconds there, Dustin, and then over to Ozien,
Ozien-
before we
Ozien
go
is
over
funny.
to the Q&A.
Okay.
1 second, Ross.
Uh,
You're so
two-
excited about this.
2 points. One, as you approach the ball, I'm going to use my flat model here, closer, it gets bigger and fills your entire view like you're landing on a planet in a space sci-fi movie.
Yeah.
Secondly, if you were to zoom out on Google Maps and see all those CGI and Photoshop and artistic type things, some of which are actually claimed, not only will you find like sex in some of the official photos, like written in the clouds, like the Obama one, for example, a bunch of replicated clouds, same pattern, same time, over and over and over. But you don't find on the Google Maps zoom out any actual satellites flying around in space. Where are all the satellites?
not-
If there's over 25,000 official
Google Earth
satellites.
isn't real-time images. You do know that, right? Google Earth is just a computer
But
program.
where's
It's not
45
real-time.
Where's
seconds,
the old
guys.
images of all the 25,000?
Everybody's getting put on
But
mute.
they
for
don't
just-
put that in.
All right, everybody's getting put on mute.
They don't
Ozien,
catch
last
it 'cause it's
45
fake.
before we go into the Q&A. 45 seconds on the
Me?
floor. Yeah.
25,000 satellites would be like 25,000 vans. That's not very many. That'd be like 25,000 vans in a very, very small, like a stadium parking lot. So covering the whole Earth, a stadium parking lot. That's how many satellites you're talking about. Not that much covering us. Secondly, all we showed with the videos is that it was possible to take those type of photos. You could deny space is fake. Oh, we didn't go to the moon, all the other stuff, but it is possible to take
10
those
seconds.
type of photos.
All right, with that, we are going to go into Q&A, guys. This has been lively, for sure, to say the least. So if you haven't gotten your questions in there yet, there's a lot of questions. We're going to try to roll through them here. I'm just going to check in with the debaters if anybody needs to use the washroom, get yourself
I was just about to say that. I do need to use the ablutions. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay. All right. Well, then in the meantime, while you do that, if anybody else needs to get a drink or anything like that, feel free to take advantage of this glorious opportunity. On top of that, this has been pretty lively, to say the least, everybody. Ozien's doing...
With Sonic checkerboard. Why do people think I support Joe Biden? Like, I'm a libertarian, dude.
How could you? Hey, I knew there was a reason I liked you, Ozien.
I want to get Joshua Smith on my channel. He's running as a libertarian candidate. He's a friend of mine.
You're supporting Joshua Smith? You're not supporting Rectenwall?
Well, whoever they nominate, I'll support.
Okay, you're right. They still haven't done their primary yet.
We're going to get down another rabbit hole, I feel like, if we start
Yeah,
talking
sorry,
about that. Yeah, I was going to say, but in the meantime, if you're watching this here or elsewhere, hit the like button. That helps us out a lot, boosts it up in the algorithm. I see a lot of people voted in the poll there, so let me just close the poll out, and we're going to see where everybody is at. So, did we land on the moon? There, 53% of you watching said yes. 37% of you said no, and then 8% of you said we can't land on cheese. It would be difficult. That would be hard.
Nice.
Yeah.
Although not impossible.
It depends how hard the cheese is, right?
So this audience has 3 times more deniers than the US has. It's sort of like interesting to see that you get more people watching these type of shows than the actual American population. Or
I don't know. I think we might just have convinced the other 20%. I don't know. I think that they just got convinced by hearing our arguments.
If anybody was convinced to take a side based upon this conversation, their epistemology sucks. Let's just say that.
We did not talk about epistemology, buddy. Hell no.
Well, that's not my point. I'm pointing that I'm making the claim that their understanding of claims to knowledge sucks if they were convinced based on this debate.
I thought you were saying basically based upon what they're looking at in history. Because I'm like, if you look at what's going on in history, there's no proof. There's just proof that everybody lies, especially the government.
All right.
I mean, that's the only proof we have is that they're lying for sure.
So, all right. So, FTFE is back, everybody. Welcome back. We hope you feel better sitting there. Let's get to the Q&A before I start making awful jokes. And thank you, everybody.
No, I want to hear the awful jokes.
No, I get in trouble. The people in the live chat pick on me. They hate it.
No, we're not going on now until I get a joke. Come
It'll come. Let's get into it, though, and see what you guys think.
I got some good British jokes if you want to hear them. I'm just playing.
And I'll do my last little bit of housekeeping. If you like what you're hearing from our speakers, they are going to be tagged individually where you can find more of them talking about the things that they care about on their channels. So check that out in the links in the description below. And even if you're watching on the podcast right now, because all of these are uploaded to podcast form within 24 hours. And, ooh, you got a guitar. Now you've distracted me. Darn, now what have you done?
Right, me too. I'm like, look, you already...
check this out, though.
What is that?
Not bad, not bad.
My wife made this for me.
Oh, made.
People think your guitar is green screen, Ross. Is your guitar really there, Ross?
It's all here. It's all here. Yeah, it's not green.
Look, it's moving.
I can't reach it. But it's there.
But he moved the drums. Okay, good. So now the conspiracy theory, it's all green screen has been debunked.
Dang it! I should have let the conspiracy theory keep going.
Ross is shredding it. You know, he's not actually here right now.
In a past life.
He's playing.
In a past life.
He's playing bass right now. All right. So Megan Marie for $4.99. Thank you so much for your super chat. Asks, Ozien FTFE team up. Hell yeah! This is going to be a good debate. Destroy the flat Earth information. All right, Megan Marie coming in with good vibes for you guys there. So thank you so much, Megan Marie. IC Spin says, Ross, how does a lunar eclipse happen?
I just want to say real quick, I do really want to hear a debate between Ozien and Dustin. I know you guys mentioned that just like joking around, but that would be cool. This is not about lunar eclipses, all right? Prove to me that we went to the moon. If you want to know about lunar eclipses, come talk to me on my channel, all right? At Real Offended. There you go.
All right, let's carry on. Thank you so much. Maximiliano Villa says, I was in Hiroshima in 2019. Ross, do you want to go back with me and tell people there that nuclear bombs are fake? A little off topic, we'll give it a couple.
Oh, I would love for you guys. I would love to go back there and see if there's actually a nuclear winter. I would love to examine how long it was before life was resumed normal back in Hiroshima. I mean, I could be wrong because I've never been to Japan, but I've seen the reports, and it's not years of a nuclear winter. I know that for a fact. Because how long is a nuclear winter supposed to happen after an atomic bomb? How long did it take before they got back in there? Somebody let me know. Correct me.
All right, let's carry on there.
I just want to say, as a qualified nuclear engineer, the denial of nuclear weapons personally irks me.
Well, let's try not to go down that
rabbit hole.
Are you a
fearmonger? Are you a fearmonger?
Hold on. Before you rabbit hole it, come on now.
I'm like, let's not do that. We don't have anything to fear like that. Relax, guys.
We'll be right off on another wheelhouse here, guys. So before we get down there, having a full-on rodeo, let's carry on. Icy Spin says, yes, let's focus on the agenda, not the evidence.
Yeah, there was none, so that's all we can focus on. I'm like, dude.
Oh yeah, apart from
always follow the money. Always follow the money. Where's the most money going?
And NASA don't actually get that much, really.
Oh, really? I just want to say this. Because they always say like, oh, well, these other organizations lied. If I got $30 billion, how much money would I have to pay my friends to lie for me? Are you like, you guys really want us to assume that these people don't lie and can't lie?
What do you think they're doing with that money?
What planet do you live on?
What do you think they're doing with that money? Are they throwing constant parties with hookers and blow?
They're spending it on
papers.
Let's say
Papers convincing people like you that they should keep getting it.
Right.
That's it.
What
They're
spending
movies.
it on
They're
is
spending it on movies. Helium,
Ross,
helium,
Ross,
and virtual
hold
reality.
on, Ross, hold on, Ross. What they're spending it on is the 17,000 employees, the 3,000 buildings, the amount of money they pay to their contractors, the going to space and developing stuff.
Propaganda is expensive.
Right, very expensive. It's the number one. It's the number one expense in every business.
Yeah, but you need to show that it's propaganda. But
we already have.
It's propaganda.
No, you haven't. You claimed it's lies without any evidence for it.
We've destroyed NASA's credibility.
No, you didn't. You did not. You misunderstood everything. And
no, we destroyed NASA's credibility.
No, you didn't destroy NASA's credibility. You didn't.
Every government's credibility has been destroyed. In my first debate, you should never believe a government organization for any reason.
My article here is called NASA, the Actors Guild of the Freemason Forked Tongue. Check it out. You'll absolutely love it.
Cool article.
Let's try not to do any screen shares in the Q&A.
Well, that was my answer, essentially.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, let's just try to pull from those references just where we're in Q&A, and we want to keep everybody on the screen.
That was my reference, but yeah.
Contrary to popular belief, I'm not a Mason. Masonry requires you that you believe in a great architect or a god, and I do not. So,
and actually, that's
why they won't swear on the Bible. That's why the astronauts will not.
That's why you're not an astronaut.
This is why the astronauts will not swear on the Bible that they went to the moon. You know why? Because they believe in God. That's why they punched him in the face when he said, "Swear on the Bible that you went to the moon." Imagine if somebody said, "Hey, I did something." I said, "Swear to God," and they said, "Nah, I won't swear to God." You're a liar, buddy. You won't swear to God. You won't even swear that you went.
Hold on.
You didn't go. Cut it out.
They worship Nimrod.
Ross, he wasn't religious, so there's that. He didn't want to swear on the Bible because if some random dude comes up to me and says, "Swear on the Bible," I'm probably going to punch him as well.
I doubt
people
it.
Don't get to demand. People don't get to demand other things.
But why would you get mad? Why would look? If you went to the moon, he said, "Hey, prove to us."
Because he's being
swear on the Bible.
He's mad because he's being called a liar. He's mad because he's being called a liar.
If you're not a liar, you'd be like, "Hey, I'm not lying.
He's not
I'm
a liar.
Not lying."
You
call me a liar and see if I get mad. If you call me a liar, I won't get mad. You know why? I'm not a liar.
They had conflicting testimonies, as we covered in the last debate. They had conflicting testimonies. They described the background of space as reddish and also as blackish. They had different descriptions of space. If you go actually look at their testimony,
because sometimes it's day, sometimes it's not.
Conflicting testimonies.
All right. Last word over to Ozien if you have one, and we're going to move on.
Move on.
Okay. All right. I didn't hear too much from you there.
I want to believe. I just don't know which version of NASA's bullshit to believe.
We are
right. Which one? Which lie?
You not understanding that they're all the same is fine. Your personal
moving on.
That's fine.
I like the giant. I
want a real question. Is what I want.
Sorry, guys. We're moving on. All right. So, Mystic Hydra. Dustin, you mentioned petrification. Petrification typically takes longer than 2,000 years, or however young you think the Earth is. That one's for you, Dustin.
Okay, so moon rocks. I just want to mention, in terms of the evidence I was talking about, I think in terms of moon rocks were petrified. That is from NBC News here, the Dutch National Museum, etc. That's the evidence. Is that the answer to the question, or are we just talking about petrification in general?
Right, because that's patently false. That petrification takes 2,000 years.
My goodness, let's stop that.
Right. Okay. So,
chain of custody. Well, first of all, the chain of custody wasn't preserved for that rock. It wasn't a moon rock. It was verified as not being a moon rock. There's lots of rocks that have been verified as being a moon rock.
And it wasn't
which ones?
None of them were. They were all
which
fake.
ones? Which ones?
No, they were right. Okay, so specifically, that petrified moon rock wasn't even from NASA. It was given by some ambassador for a thing, but no one ever claimed it was actually from NASA.
Well, I want to see the real ones.
No one at NASA ever claimed. No, they didn't.
The Dutch government went to take insurance on it.
Nobody.
That's how they found out it was
nobody
fake.
At NASA.
They were wrong.
Hold on. Nobody at NASA. And let's be clear about this. Nobody at NASA ever said that was a real moon rock. All right. No,
the U.S. government did. The U.S. government
didn't.
To numerous other world leaders, and
they
were all found to be moon rock fakes.
Okay, so again,
uninformed or lying.
You're denying a very obvious, easy to verify truth.
Right, we know this.
I feel like I should be able to talk, but I keep getting interrupted.
You keep interrupting everybody else. That's why.
Dig the hole deeper.
Okay, so again, nobody at NASA, not one single person at NASA ever said that bit of petrified wood was a moon rock. No one at NASA ever said that. It was a miscommunication by somebody. It was given by an ambassador as a gift. It was never, ever,
However, from NASA, there are lots of real moon rocks that can be found and seen.
Prove
Can we
it.
bet on that? Can we bet on that one too? I'll take that
Yeah.
bet.
Why do all the
Yeah, sure.
governments say they were fake, and then when they tried to take insurance out on it?
One.
Yeah, it
100%.
wasn't from
100%
NASA.
of
It
them.
was not from NASA.
One.
From the
Not
U.S.
100%.
government, same source of same
I
nonsense.
damn near don't even want to teach
No,
him. I just want to bet
nobody
him so I
from
can
NASA
use it.
One.
ever
I
said
damn near
it.
don't even want to. I damn near don't even want to correct you guys. I just want to bet.
It's
I-
not
yeah, I
all of
wanna-
them.
again,
It's
I wanna
crazy.
let you keep
That's
going.
crazy. Like everybody knows this.
It wasn't all
but
of
right,
them. It was
all right.
one.
One.
Show which one was not found to be
Right.
fake.
Show the real one, please.
The rest of them.
The rest of
Show
them.
Show
it.
me. Show
Prove-
one.
show it.
So
Show me.
any
So
which
there-
of the moon
okay,
rock gifts
I'll-
were found to be
Pull
fake,
it
not
up.
fake?
All right.
Pull
real
it
one.
up. Everyone take a shot. Pull it up.
Pull it up. Pull the real ones up. Yeah,
All right.
that's my.
Before we move on, I just want to check in as well. I know we already did breaks and stuff. Does anybody have any time constraints this evening?
No.
Okay.
Nah,
So
kids are already in
right,
bed. I'm good.
just quickly from the NASA website, the rock was given as a private gift to William Dress, the former Prime Minister of the Netherlands, by the U.S. ambassador to the Netherlands on behalf of the Nixon administration as part of a goodwill gesture. However, in 2009, the museum decided to have the rock tested. And NASA, it turned out that the rock had never been officially catalogued by NASA or associated with the lunar samples returned by the Apollo missions. It seems at some point a mix-up led to the piece of petrified wood being mistakenly identified as a lunar sample.
So,
And that
so
is
this the real one you're bringing up?
only-
Is this
that
the
is
real
the-
one you're bringing up?
That is the
This the real one,
only-
right?
Ross, hold on. I'm in the middle of saying something. This is
I
the
know.
only Ross. This is the only time that this happened. The only time.
Okay, well, pull up the real one because that's what we asked. I want to see the real one. Show when it was.
Go to
verified.
Google. All right, tell you what, Ross. Go to Google.
Oh, now I
and
gotta
search
go to Google.
pictures.
You don't mind pulling
Yeah.
everything else up, but you know why you don't want to pull it up? Because you know. I mean, let's just bet on it. Actually,
Because I don't.
wanna-
all right,
I
all
want
right, I
another
bet you
50 grand from you.
£100,000.
100,000 pounds.
Yeah.
Okay. So I got 150 coming to you from our next debate, then, right? Because we're debating tomorrow, I think. So tomorrow, when I bring this evidence up, you're gonna wire me 150,000 pounds.
Well, when you show the evidence, yeah.
Okay. Oh yes.
All right, let's carry on,
This was
guys.
very- this was a very productive day.
Before one of you
This
guys
was a
ends
very
up
productive day.
betting your whole lives away here.
I got something
Nah,
funny
oh.
really quick. What pulls up right now for moon rocks is friggin' marijuana. Like
Yeah,
I Google
I-
moon
I-
rocks, a whole bunch of marijuana.
I was
pulls
gonna
up.
say probably
Um,
made in Canada, right? All right, let's carry on.
But,
I see
but
spin.
here we go quickly. Here we go. Let me just put up the screen. This is a moon rock.
Sorry, I did end screen
video.
sharing for.
So I don't need.
That's me.
I hope you're a man of your word, Craig. Because
I don't need
damn,
screen sharing. Let me
like
go.
you.
Here we go.
Woo.
So there we go. There's an actual real moon rock.
Really, when was it verified?
Actually,
Yeah,
Sneak.
real moon rock.
When, where,
June
and how was it
17,
verified?
2009. Here we go. You can go and look
Okay.
at all this, but there's a real moon rock.
oh.
I'll take that 10 grand now. Thank you.
actually, according
no.
to Jennifer Ross Nazzle, a NASA historian, quote, NASA turned over the samples to the State Department to distribute, end quote, in reference to the Apollo 11 134 rocks. So NASA did indeed give it to the government, and then the government lied about it.
No,
I
the government
hope you
didn't lie about it. There
ask
was a
better.
mix-up, like I said.
I hope you're a man of your word. That's all
But
I'm
but
saying.
again, here is a real moon rock. End of story.
Okay.
Done.
Nice.
Let's move on.
Looks like
Nice.
cement.
Somebody.
Yeah, nice picture. Nice picture.
Okay,
You
let's,
can make that's a rock covered in cement, dude.
All right.
Show me it. Show me it. It's fake. It's fake.
They dip that in cement. That looks like one of them quartz rocks dipped in cement.
Like, let's see the proof of that claim.
No.
I'd like to
You
see the
said-
proof it's
no,
from the
you
moon.
said they were verified as real moon rocks. Show us the ones that were verified to be real. That's what we asked.
Here,
Prove it's
this
from the
one
moon.
is verified to be real. The one I showed is verified to
How?
be real.
How was it verified to be real? How did
How?
they do that?
By
Teach me.
the people that
Teach
went
me
to the
right
moon.
now.
Which one?
I do.
You can go and look at all the information you want. I'll give you the link.
I'm asking you. Why do I have to look at it if you know it? You know it, right? Teach me.
How
How did they verify it was real?
Next question, I guess.
Right.
Yeah,
I,
just
hey,
move
look,
on.
all
Might
right.
be a good
Save
idea
him.
to
Yeah,
move
save
on,
him.
guys.
Sorry. We'll stall you out on this because I still want my 150 grand tomorrow. So we'll stall you out on this. But yeah,
You already owe
come
me
on
the,
now.
the money, so
Oh, no, hell no. Don't. I hope you're not an ass better. I'm gonna pull up the proof that those pictures are fake and that none of those moon rocks were verified to be real, buddy.
you're going to
That's
show
150
which. We're going
that
to
you
show
bet on
which
today.
video.
That's
which,
crazy.
which,
That's why would
Hey,
somebody
hold on.
do
You're
this
going to
to
show
us?
what's fake. You're going to show what's fake.
Those
just to be
pictures.
clear.
All right,
pictures
next
pulled up.
question, guys. We're
The
going
pictures of
on.
Earth.
We're going on. Unless, did you want to add
Oh, right,
anything,
okay.
Ozien? You've been sitting for a little bit. Did you want to say something, or you want to move on?
The same people that verified the one rock was petrified wood are the same people that can verify these are moon rocks because we know what moon rocks are made out of.
Let's move on. Icy Spin, moon landing deniers. Can you, Steelman, how the moon phases work? Please be specific about what causes the shadows, etc.
I didn't hear all that. Sorry.
He said, moon landing deniers. Can you, Steelman, how the moon phases work? Please be specific about what causes the shadows, etc.
The moon. This. Can you say Stillman?
Steelman.
Steelman, yes. Can you
I think
say
he's saying
phases?
give the best argument for the other side.
Oh,
but
okay. Well, in essence, it goes back to God's word. The moon is a piece of His clock. The sun and the moon.
No,
are the stars.
Steelman. No, we want a Steelman. That means you have to.
Yeah, it
tell
was
us
confusing
our
in a way. Yeah,
arguments.
it was confusing in a way. So I mean, so they're saying the best argument for the phases of the moon.
The phases
but
of the
so-
moon. For
For
example,
you guys, from their
lunar
perspective.
eclipse. Lunar eclipse destroys it.
Let me clarify
Yeah.
for you what a steelman is. Right, a steelman is when you try to give our argument from our point of view to show that you understand our position. So
Okay.
God,
from
no.
the,
I
from-
absolutely do not understand your position.
Yeah.
Hell
Their
no.
argument is defies the laws of
Y'all
physics.
got all kinds
Their
of
argument
problems and
defies the laws of
contradictions.
physics, literally.
I'm
Right,
Defies
sorry,
the laws
no.
of physics.
so to be
Y'all
clear,
don't make any sense.
So to be clear, you cannot explain within the heliocentric model the phases of the moon. Is that
Neither
correct?
can you. Neither can
Well,
you.
I absolutely can.
No, you can't.
Well, yeah, it's according to
It's
them.
very easy.
It's ellipsing around the Earth, but that doesn't actually make any sense. And in
Well,
fact,
how does it keep the same phase?
All right, I
the
think we're
lunar
circling
eclipse,
the drain on
while
this
the
one.
sun
Okay.
is still
Next
up,
question,
is
guys.
absolute proof that the cosmology that you guys are espousing falls
Just
apart.
hold on there, Dustin.
That's a
We're
fact.
Moving on.
So the answer was no, you can't steelman it. Just
He
right,
said we're
cool, we
moving
know
on,
that.
Craig.
guys
He
are
said we're
making-
moving
I
on,
don't
man.
want
guys
to
are
take your
making this a
position,
big
but the lunar
barrel
eclipse.
monkey. Sorry, Dustin. We're moving on. Free Palestine says Operation Paperclip, foolish trip. Any thoughts on that? I've not a clue what he's referencing.
Well, Operation Paperclip is where they brought over the Nazi scientists, and Werner von Braun on his tombstone actually wrote that there was a firmament because he included the verse
he
from
didn't
the
say
Bible.
from-
He included the
yeah.
verse from the Bible,
Right.
which talks
Why would you
about
guys believe
firmament.
those
and
people?
that verse. Let me be clear. That verse from the Bible talks about an expanse. When you go to the meaning of the firmament within the
Oh,
Bible,
no, it doesn't.
It means absolutely it does.
I'm a bit
the
expert
the
and
word-
scholar. You want to argue with me, atheist?
yeah, I do
I'm a
want to argue.
pastor. I'm a pastor at Uncensored
All right,
Church.
let's
Let's
do
go.
this at another
But,
time. Let's do this at another time. I just want to say,
So too.
All right, so
Why
hold
would-
on.
why
I
would you
haven't
guys
finished
believe
what- I
those
haven't
guys?
finished what I'm saying.
I know, but why would you guys believe
I
Hold on,
the
haven't.
Nazis.
I have not
Hold on,
finished
Ross.
what I'm saying.
That's what you
Ross.
guys believe in.
This-
Ross, I have not finished what I'm saying, so calm down.
Yeah, you interrupt everybody every 10 seconds.
Ross, calm down.
Just
Ross,
1 second.
calm
We're
down.
gonna let these
I
guys
want to respond.
bounce.
Ross, calm down. There we go. So when you actually go back to the original Bible and what it meant, firmament literally translates as expanse.
Over you, Dustin.
No, that is absolutely not. I would like to share screen, however. I have an article titled "Sky Dome: The Firmly Solid Firmament," which
I've
goes
got a
through
bunch of our articles
which goes through the
disprove that, so-
etymology. It goes through the etymology, and in fact, rakia meant a solid structure, beaten or molten, and that's exactly
No, it means
what
expanse.
firmament
According
meant. It did not mean
according
expanse.
to native Hebrew speakers, it means expanse.
No,
So
strong.
you
Shout out
just-
them.
Strong 7549. Look it up yourself.
There you go.
All right,
All
let's
right, let's go.
continue.
No biblical talk. I don't like it.
Strong's
see-
Concordance.
Icy Spin comes in and says, disappointed. Dustin, address the evidence directly. So he's just,
He definitely
they're just kind of
was.
calling you out there. So we'll
Yeah, he
just carry
definitely
on.
was.
So the only evidence they provided was historical witness from NASA and governments, and I showed both are liars.
I
No.
know. I
Everybody
didn't
knows
use-
that.
I didn't
No.
use government.
You showed
I
no
used
evidence.
Independent. I can provide you all the links for the third party independent
But
verification.
you showed
And-
no evidence.
Yeah. I can
I-
get my
I-
friends
wait,
to lie.
Here's the
for
thing.
showed
$35 billion
witnesses.
Hold
too.
on. Hold on.
You showed witnesses.
Yeah, witnesses are evidence.
People can be
Yes.
paid to lie, however.
Not
and I showed you
conclusive
that
evidence.
your witnesses are liars.
But witnesses
they're
are
not conclusive.
evidence.
Again,
Your
Uh,
witnesses
we
are
have
just
private-
lying.
I
This-
gave
all three of you
independent
guys are going
third
again.
party verification. I gave
All right.
independent
5
third
seconds.
party verification.
The
Nothing
credibility.
to do with any
All right.
governments.
All right, I'm going to ask you to stop taking yourself off mute every 2 seconds because I can disable you guys from being able to do that. Ozien, you were trying to say something there. 3 of you guys were talking, so we're just going to let you, if you had your thought there. I wanna try
Private
to hear it.
ham radio operator not attached to the government at all. Academic institutions that use the material we got from the moon, the data we got to the moon to explore our knowledge about moons and stuff like that. That is evidence. Your naysaying about it is just is not an argument. So you can deny
let
it
me.
as evidence. It
Let me.
is evidence. Your denial.
It's not conclusive.
It's not a
Ozien. You know that.
refutation.
You know that. It's not conclusive.
It's
conclusive.
uncredible witnesses, and in fact, 95%
You're
of
claiming it's
science is
uncredible.
government funded. and all of the
And
universities,
all
and all
schools,
that stuff.
yeah,
It's all
schools
approved.
is all government
And
institutions.
that's why they're falling apart and getting people to just basically not join anymore, because the schools are pushing far left nonsense these days, like trying to change children's
Once
sex.
again, we are going down. Yeah, let's.
Is sex changes
we're
for
not
kids
going
science?
I would destroy you in that debate
another rabbit
too.
hole.
No, but this is the reason why you guys believe all this, though, because the government controls the
We don't have
schools,
beliefs.
and that's where
We
you
have
guys, that's where
facts.
all your
Ross.
guys' information comes from.
Ross, you don't
You
know
have
what I
witnesses
believe.
that
Don't
you
tell me
believe.
what I believe. But
You
none of
believe what
tell
you
me
said
I
today.
believe.
I do know
First
what
of all,
you
none
believe
of
what you said today.
You have testimony that
no
you believe.
idea. You have
I'm
no
saying
idea
you
what I
believe what you
believe,
said today. I'm
and
basically
you
just,
have no.
The mighty mute of the whole crew. I'm so sorry, guys. You're all on mute.
I didn't say anything.
So, well, you're not on mute, so you're good. Ozien got away with it last time, but yeah, we got to move on, guys. We got so many questions, and if we keep going down these rabbit hole meta discussions, then we're gonna be here literally all night and doing meta discussions. So let's try to carry on. Mystic Hydra says William Shatner saw the moon while in Jeff Bezos' dick rocket. How is that not proof? Is our beloved space captain part of the conspiracy?
Because it's all fake, innit?
That's what you guys sound like.
Wait, what was the question?
They're making a joke about them. They're saying that's what they sound like. They sound like what that comment just said.
He says William Shatner saw the moon while in Jeff Bezos' dick rocket. How is that not proof? Is our beloved space captain part of the conspiracy?
Is he lying?
He is indeed part of the conspiracy.
Of course he is. Conspiracy.
Everybody's just lying to you.
This little
Who
cool
knew
club
an actor could lie? Who
this
knew
little
an
cool
actor?
club of elite that
So,
say they go to space, they're lying to you.
So
An actor
what I
lying?
was going to
No
say,
way.
if this was a court case and you had a jury of your peers, you've lost because
No, I've
71
destroyed your witnesses' credibility.
No, you
most-
haven't.
Yeah,
because
And
most
you
of
showed
the-
no evidence. You have
because
not
most
even
Neither
met
did
the
you.
burden of
Am I
proof.
speaking? Like I can't speak, I guess, because
Burden of
you
proof
guys
not
just
met.
all going to talk. Because the majority of the world, your denial of it, majority of the world accepts we went to the moon because they understand what evidence is. They
53%.
understand what burden of proof is.
53%. It's pretty
You
close in this one.
don't. This
A lot less now.
It's still a
We have-
majority
we
within
have-
this audience.
We have moved the Overton
It's
window from the
12%.
average to much better on this
Just in
particular
this hour.
debate. And
Yeah,
I didn't
just in
invite
this
any
hour.
of my
No,
audience.
you haven't.
My audience
No,
wasn't
you
here voting.
haven't.
Dude, just in this hour, for real.
No, you haven't.
We're not allowed
12%.
on YouTube, so we can't.
And I
we
didn't even
can't
do
vote
what I
here.
usually do, which is bring up a bunch of
You're not allowed on
exhibit.
YouTube because you talk about the crazy other shit, not about
Truths.
the moon landing stuff.
Yeah, truth.
It's about your denial of medicine. It's about your slander.
Whoa, let's not go there.
All
Come on,
right,
let's not
and
go
stuff
there.
like
we're
that.
going
That's
down
why
a-
you're
Let's
banned
not
from
go there. Let's
YouTube.
not go there. Come on. Let's not go
Yeah,
there.
all of
Well,
a
we
sudden,
know
Lee's-
why.
Yeah, that's a
Let's not do that.
We are
Ross,
we are
let's-
hours.
Ross, you have no problem.
You're
Ross
defensive
have
right
no
now,
problem.
Your
guys.
defense of mass murder is what that is.
We are just
Ross
going
has
down
no
the
problem,
rabbit
but you do.
And it was one group of people that did it to all of us, by the way.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
Holocaust
yeah, that's
denier.
true.
hole.
Well,
Yeah.
look, come on, not today. Not
You
today.
want to
I
go
was
there? I
saying,
love
just
it.
like,
Ozien.
yeah,
Not
I got
today.
you.
I see a
Wherever you
comment
want to go,
coming
I
up
got
here.
you.
All right,
Right. Let's
See the Ozien-
respect the channel and the host and stop this
if I had-
conversation right now.
Yeah,
Right.
thank you guys.
Sorry, everybody.
I hate having
please,
to put everybody
let's
on mute.
respect the channel. Let's respect the host and everybody here. Not even go anywhere near that discussion. We have been invited here as guests on this channel. Let's not do anything that could potentially harm it.
I appreciate that, and
Yeah,
yes,
I agree.
Thank you. And also, yeah, let's try to carry on. Like I said, we've probably got like over 40 questions here, and if you guys keep spending like over 5-10 minutes with them, then like I said, and they're
Hey, it's a good conversation. It's a good conversation. I enjoyed it back and forth. You know what I mean?
Let's carry on here. Kennedy Carter says, and yeah, thank you everybody for your super chats here, and we will try to get through them here. If you haven't already, once again, hit the like button, and yeah, let's keep it respectful, everybody, and while keeping it lively. This is for everyone. Is there some potential truth to this conspiracy existing to help elites, conservatives, and isolated folks wanting to convince the public to distrust institutions for content and money?
That sounds ridiculous. I have never heard. Wow, it's like you guys. It's like you're too smart for your own good. Yeah, you're like, well, what if they're pretending that they lied so that way they can mistrust? It's like, what are you doing? Just use your basic level of intellect. If it looks like they lied, they probably did, unless they show evidence. If they don't have any evidence, then we have to assume that they lied.
Assumptions make an ass out of you and me.
Are you asking?
Y'all
if
should stop assuming.
Are you asking if like the biblical flat Earth movement is trying to debunk the credibility of fake news? Is that the question?
I think they're saying that the elites are trying to put out the conspiracies that we believe in to
Exactly.
cause chaos in society.
Yeah, so that's bullshit. They censor the hell out of us.
Right. It's like, why would they kick him off YouTube if that's what they're trying to do?
I may well be the most censored man in the internet. They had to censor me to swing the 2020 election. I'm one of about 30 people they had to swing to stop the Hunter Biden laptop from, going viral.
And we know that came down from the CIA now. We know that was a direct government order to do that, right? Okay. So they're saying that the president was committing treason. That's treason. That's actually treason. That's actually election interference.
And that's why I'm not on YouTube.
Anyways, that's actually proof admitted that they interfered in the election. Huh? Nobody's saying nothing about that. Okay.
Yep. Got me banned. Cost me a fortune. Basically put me in the very heavily censored end of censorship.
Okay. Well, let's carry on. Taking back Eden says, Ftfe Oz, show first actual video of Earth from moon.
There's a reason why. That's a question for me, right? Okay, thank you. Well, so the reason why you're not... I'm going to respond to the question. Thank you. I'll answer it on my show. The reason why you're not banned from YouTube is because you're not Dustin. Dustin's banned from YouTube for what he does, but I'll move on from that conversation because I was muted. I couldn't speak to the last couple of questions, but whatever. So she asked for pictures from moon. We got pictures of the moon in front of the Earth.
They wanting Earth from the moon. I have that if you'd like.
Any thoughts from the other side? Or sorry, not from the other side. From
pictures of the Earth from the moon too.
But I can't screen share.
I showed them in my opening argument in my PowerPoint. I showed a picture of the Earth from the moon,
and that's nonsense.
Right. I don't care what your.
I can debunk it with the NASA astronaut quote.
Next one is coming in, guys. Icy Spin says again, thank you so much for all your questions tonight, Icy Spin. Why hasn't anyone shown how to slow down Earth's footage to perfectly mimic the moon's gravity in the 1960s footage if the landings were fake?
Good question.
That's ridiculous. Well, look, if you speed the video up, it looks like they're walking in regular time. So they just
no, it does not.
Regular. Yes, it
not
does.
in the slightest.
Anybody can go Google this.
Oh,
Anybody can Google this. Anybody can Google this. Let's not lie. Go Google it, speed it up, and see if it looks like they're walking regular. It does. So they walk regular, slow it down. I want everybody to type in. I want everybody to type in their AI or whatever they do to like Chat GPT stuff. What would it look like if somebody was walking on the moon? Type that in AI and see what it actually would look like.
I saw side by side, even just today.
First of all, Chat GPT
go look at the side by
evidence.
side. Go look at the AI. All right, fine. Look, I did not say it was. I just said everybody should go look at that. Go look and see what the AI, based upon their understanding of the laws of physics, thinks it would look like if we were walking on what they claim the moon is. And see if it looks like what the video is.
I'll update my articles with a video that shows a side-by-side of a slowed down versus the real thing. I'll show you guys. It's not on the article yet, but I've got
Right, here we go. So I've actually got it now on my screen.
You're about to embarrass yourself.
I've got virtual camera up, so let me just...
You're about to embarrass yourself again. You already owe me 150 grand. Why do you want this to keep happening?
Things that aren't true. Anyone? Okay, give me just 1 second. I'll put this up so that we can look at the...
Jesus.
Display one.
I'm not gonna lie, I like that background. You know what I mean? You know, my favorite movie is actually Interstellar. I love.
So here we go. This is at twice the speed of it, and yeah, that looks nothing like reality.
It looks like somebody on a bungee cord, regular speed. That's exactly what it looks like. We all have eyes. Everybody, look, you just went from 53% now down to like 45.
It looks
just
like
on that video.
Just on that video. How long he's staying in the air? Right. There's no.
He has a string on him.
Oh, right. So there's strings. Okay. So there's no strings. You can't see any strings. So
there's a video that shows a screen.
But no, your claim was that as they're walking, it looks like normal. That looks nothing like reality. Look how long he's staying in the air.
Looks like it looks like somebody who has a string on him being pulled up and down in regular speed. That's exactly what that looks like.
It literally doesn't. It looks nothing like
Ryan. What do you think? Like regular speed. Does that look like somebody regular speed being pulled up and down by a cord, or does that look like some? Or what do you think, Ryan?
It looks like somebody's hopping because of the gravity we have on the moon and how you have to be able to walk on the moon to maintain your stability because of the mass of the body that you have on the moon. That's why they hop like that.
Okay, but if that was holding them down, why didn't they need that much thrust for that however many pounds thing to go up? Like that, how many pounds of that ship? They didn't need any thrust for that to go up, but the gravity's keeping them down that much? Which one is it? You can't have it both ways.
They didn't need as much thrust to leave the atmosphere of
Why
the moon
not?
as they did.
Why wouldn't they float? They're way lighter than the actual machine.
Did you see how big
Because
the
they don't
Saturn
have
V
engines.
rocket? Do you see how big the Saturn V rocket is compared to the lunar module? The Saturn
How big
V
is it compared to
rocket-
the human being? Because
Like,
it was holding
the-
them. How big is it compared to a human being? Because it looked
Yeah,
like the
a
human being
human
had
being's
way
legs do
more.
not provide as much thrust as the thing that lifted off the LEM from the surface
What
of the moon.
thrust was there? We saw that cartoon ass video. There was no. It was barely
Oh,
anything.
you can say it's cartoon, but that's just because you don't understand anything.
Again, I
don't
will
understand
update.
anything.
I will update a perfect side by side later on my article, which is called what is it called?
The act of stupidity.
Right, nice. Hey,
Uh,
good one. Everybody
I made
can
it-
use their
I
Google
made it
and see the
for
videos
this.
with the strings in it.
The article is titled, let's see, the moon landing hoax. I think it's called. No, moon landing fraud at thesarapam.com. I will have that up
Just
within
title it,
48
I'm a
hours.
moron and don't know what I'm on about. That should work.
Well, I seem to have debunked all your nonsense so far.
You didn't debunk anything.
You've
There
also
wasn't really anything
you've
to
also
debunk.
you've
Nothing.
also contradicted each other twice.
We've not contradicted
and
each
changed
other
your
at all.
positions
And yourselves.
and
yourselves.
changed your
Haven't-
positions.
We
And
didn't
And
do
you
that at
you
all.
also told us that you would not
Once.
get roasted
No,
at
no, no.
35,000 degrees.
Tell us one time
I
we
explained-
contradicted each other. Tell
Have
us
you
one
guys
time.
did.
have you guys
I
touched a
just-
single point?
No, one time we contradicted each other.
I just
Explain
did.
it.
You're saying that
Twice.
they were only hopping right that
Explain
much.
one time we contradicted
That's not a
each other.
contradiction. That's you not understanding
100%
gravity. There's a difference.
Me not
That's
understanding.
you not
gravity.
understanding perspective. That's
Yeah.
number two. And the first one was matter being there and then matter not being there in terms
No
of
one said matter was
cooking
there
you
and matter not
versus-
being there. No one said that.
No,
vacuum.
No one
Yeah.
The
contradicted
transfer
each
of
other
heat.
on
Yes,
that.
when we were talking
Yeah,
about the transfer
yeah,
of heat.
When
when we
heat
were talking about the
exchange
transfer
there-
of heat. Absolutely.
You guys are in
You
circles.
not
Right, we just listed
you
them
not
all.
No one said there was
understanding
matter
is
there
not a
and then said there wasn't
contradiction.
matter there. We explained there is very, very little matter there. You didn't understand. That's your problem.
All right,
So
last
now-
The score.
So now there's a medium of exchange that can cook you. So how do you survive
No,
35,000
again, there
degrees if
isn't.
there's something there?
There's not
Last word
enough
for
of it to
FE.
transfer. There's
According
not-
to you, because your
Again-
math is just jumping all over the place.
Again,
According
there
to
is
the
not
model.
enough to transfer.
The model is like climate change
last
model.
word for Craig.
100%.
Denial.
There is not enough.
This
of
is
the
climate
matter
change
to-
science. This is what
I
this
thought
is.
he said last word for FTFE.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna say, don't make
right.
me pop this up.
Again. So there is not enough matter to transfer the heat energy because, like I explained, there is about one hydrogen atom every 5 cubic meters. That is not enough to transfer heat energy.
Allegedly.
Because space is a near vacuum.
Prove it.
Great story. Great story.
All
Great
right,
story.
We're
Prove
moving
it.
Sounds
on.
Oh,
nice.
My
Moving
friend
Sounds
sent
very
a balloon
nice.
up and measured the pressure.
You know, I think Tell Me
Great
More has a
story.
good point here. They say, "Have yourself a drink, Ryan, my dude. You need it after this. You
Yes.
know, you don't have to tell me twice. You know, cheers to you. Thank you. What a great idea." Tell Me More comes in again with $10. Says, "Flurf, please explain how anything on the globe can fake the raw image files of the Earth from space, and further explain how I can personally get this software so I can make some fun photos for myself."
That's
Sure.
insane.
Got you. So there is no actual photos of Earth from space. They're all
Yeah, there
art,
is
CGI, and fake. Show us one.
You know what
easy.
raw
I'll
image
do it
photo
right
is?
now.
Dude,
No,
we already
no.
we have $100,000 on this.
Can,
We
Show
just
us
bet
one.
100,000. We just
his-
did this. We already did
You
this.
have not a
We already
single
did this.
photo.
We already
Can
bet
you
100,000
answer
on
his
this.
question? Can you
Not a
answer his
single.
super chat? Can you answer his super chat question?
I just did.
How can you make a raw image photo without using a camera? Can you make one?
Oh, did I misunderstand the question?
Yes,
I thought-
totally. He asked.
Okay. Ask.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed it then.
He said we have raw image photos. How do you make a raw image?
but we
photo?
don't.
We
All of our
do.
photos of Earth from space are fake. We have
Right.
no
They're-
raw image photos.
Well, the one I'm
That's
showing
not
now is
true. They're raw
Those
image
photos
photos
are in
right
question.
there.
All
Raw
fake.
image photo.
That
That's
is
your
not a
claim.
raw image photo.
I'm about to get
That's a
50
lie.
grand off
Then
Craig
where
for this.
where are the stars?
All right. What's
exposure
it
is
gets
too
it,
good. lie.
It's a raw image. It's a raw image. Where
With-
are the stars? Go ahead.
What's
Where are
it
the
gets it
satellites?
is hanging out.
25,000.
You want me to answer? Right. Okay.
Where are the
number
other
one.
planets?
Number one.
I-
There was
I
not
added
25
stars.
I'm sorry.
This
I'm
is a
about to get
CGI from a
100
video
grand.
game,
Right,
ain't it?
you
There-
just
I
asked me a
added
bunch of questions.
stars.
Can I answer any of the questions that I was just asked?
The question
Okay.
is for them, so yeah, I'll give you 15 seconds, and then we'll let them
Okay.
close it out here.
Imagine somebody that interrupts that much.
Right,
Like, can I please just get 10 seconds? Can I please, like, dude, you've been interrupting the whole time.
You
Can I please go
interrupting
now?
now,
Can I go
Ross?
now?
Ross, we're taking too
Star
much
Trek
time up
faked
that.
it better.
All right.
Star Trek faked it better. That's
So it's still interrupting. Brilliant. So yeah, here's a real picture of the Earth developed from a film, from a physical camera, a Hasselblad camera taken on board the Apollo mission. There are no stars because of exposure levels. If you were to be able to see the stars, the Earth would just be a big washed out white mess. End of story.
Incorrect, and I can debunk that. I would love to be able to share my screen.
No, you
possible.
can't debunk exposure levels.
Yes, I can. I did it in the last debate, smartass.
No, you can't debunk exposure levels.
I'll
You
do
can
it the same way again.
You can misunderstand exposure
I'll
levels,
bet-
but you can't
bet-
debunk them.
I'll
Bet
do
him
it
and see-
the
bet him
same
and see
way
if he
again.
takes it. I just want
I'll
to
do
So
it the
you don't-
same way again.
You cannot debunk
Can I share screen?
exposure levels.
Can I share screen?
No,
There's
you
a
don't tell
there's a
them to
reason.
share the screen. It's fine.
There's a reason they cannot share. I can't just tell you. This is a little complicated here. There's a
Yeah, you
reason
can.
they cannot share actual photos with actual stars and all these things that working in
Because of
actual
exposure
alignment
level,
with
yeah.
what you can see, because
Right.
they are faking all of this. That's why there's sex in the clouds.
Because of
That's why
exposure
they
levels.
Copy
No,
the
no, because we
cloud
would know
chunks.
right away.
No.
We've been navigating with the stars forever. So as soon as they show stars, we're gonna know they're lying right away.
Just go.
Somebody
go
will
to,
know right away.
Go to moon landing fraud article at serapeum.com and just go down to
Or
stars.
don't, because it's full of nonsense. And again,
they don't want you to
exposure
see
levels.
the truth. Exposure
so
levels do not
it-
account for that. You can see stars
exposure
in
levels-
daytime with the sun in your face.
Yeah, your eyes aren't a camera.
The camera's better.
Okay, the camera should be
Smartass.
better.
Yeah. Right. What
Do
you
you
can
have
do,
any-
right?
you are
what
a
you can do-
brainless
Ross,
man.
Ross, calm
Is
down.
your brain
Ross, calm
on?
down.
Is it
Ross,
on?
calm down.
Jesus
Ross,
Christ.
Ross,
Hold
calm down.
on.
Ross,
Just
chill
1
out.
second,
Right, Ross.
please.
Ross,
Oh my God.
You can
what
turn
you
down the
can't do
preamp just
is
a
go
little bit.
outside.
It's a little
You
hot.
cannot go outside
Okay,
and
okay,
take a
okay.
picture of the moon with your cell phone and get a clear image of the moon and all its craters, and there also be stars in that picture, because exposure levels do not allow that to happen. End of story. Next question.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Use one of those fancy new Nikon cameras. You'll see actual stars.
Which they
in the
didn't
background.
have in
If you zoom in.
1969.
But they have
They've
them
got
now,
'em
right?
now.
They have them now. Do they have them now? Where are the pictures then? You're done. Let's
They
move
still
on.
don't
You're
have
done.
Lots of
any
pictures
You're done.
of stars in space.
There's still
There's
no
lots of
actual
pictures.
pictures.
Show me
The reason
show me raw
because
footage. Show me
the
raw
reason
footage with
is
stars.
Actual
stars-
picture. You
the
keep
stars
saying there's
would
not an
give it
actual
away.
picture. Here's an actual picture.
The stars
with
would give it
stars.
away. If
You
they
keep
put
saying
in the
there's not an
stars-
actual
stars.
picture. Here's an actual
That's not
picture.
even real. You
Ross, I'm so sorry.
You can claim it's not real, but
If
here's
they
an
put-
actual picture.
If they put in the stars, it would give it away because we could show the constellations. They're lying to you. Star Trek fakes
No,
it
again,
better.
Okay.
Again, this is a real
This
picture. You
is
can deny it
not
all you like.
a real
Okay,
picture.
we're circling,
It's
guys.
taken with a
we're
real-
moving
it's taken
on.
with a real
We're
camera.
moving on.
Why?
I know,
Why?
hey,
Why does
hey,
he get to?
No,
That's
no,
why I
we're
bet.
just-
That's-
we're circling, guys. Right? Like we're just.
I like to screen share too.
I wasn't screen sharing.
I would prefer if we did
Yeah,
keep
he has
our
a
faces
setup,
on
I think.
screen.
Yeah, I think he has a setup where he
He's
does
kind
that.
of working around.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
He's
He's
sneaky.
He's advanced level. That's why he interrupts so much and then complains when people interrupt him. It's a tactic. But you're not slick.
Ross, you've
You are
interrupted
not slick.
so much.
Because you
It's
started
ridiculous.
interrupting first. I requested we do 1 minute, 1 minute. But y'all didn't like that because we were flaming you.
Ross,
with
you don't
those
know how
1 minute segments.
conversations
Y'all
work.
could not handle
You
the
are
1
so
minute.
triggered, it's insane. Take a deep
okay.
breath.
I'm gonna
Ross,
interrupt
you
you
with
guys.
me. Take a breath.
All right, we're doing the. All right, guys, I'm doing a circle of mutes. Let's just carry on. I'm so sorry, guys. Witsa Gets It says, how does the raw audio? Yeah. By the way, Witsa Gets It's here. Thanks, buddy. For hanging out at Modern Day Debate. We see you there. How does the raw audio of the moon landing have communication coming to and from Houston in less than 2.5 seconds? That's scientifically impossible. So we're going to go into, I think, 1 minute responses for the side that the question is intended for. So 1 minute for Ftfe and Ozien.
Right. So there is a delay, exactly what we expect. So what we heard was the audio from Nixon's side. Okay. So think of it like this. The signal comes from the moon to the setup that Nixon was using, right? And then he hears it and instantly responds. But then there is a gap before the response back from the moon. We hear it and Nixon instantly respond because we are hearing the audio from his side. It's as simple as that. But there is the exact delay that we expect there to have. Ozien?
No, he's talking about the raw audio. That is not true at all.
Yeah,
that's not true.
Ozien,
My bad, though.
This
Yeah,
is
my
their
bad.
question. So you got 20 seconds left on
Well,
the clock there.
I'd have to do the math, but a radar range mile is 12.36 microseconds, so it takes 12.36 microseconds for a EMF signal to travel 1 nautical mile and return. So I'd have to do the math to see if there's any miscalculation in between. You also have switching involved and stuff like that. So I think it was switched through 2 different places to get to the White House. So you're going to have delays.
5 seconds.
there also. So 2.5 seconds seems about right, I think. I'd have to look at the math.
Oh, let's ask the next question here. Thank you so much for the question. Bart coming in, fellow Canadian. Hey there. Why do the exact same clouds appear in multiple areas on the globe
Yeah,
pics?
2.5 seconds.
Like they used the same brush in multiple spots to draw the same cloud.
I'm about to win 50 grand on that.
So 1 minute
on
for
that exact thing right there.
Okay,
About to win me
so
50 grand.
1 minute for
I
their
can
side,
respond
Ross.
to that.
Yep, go for it.
So, what happened? He's talking specifically about, I think, the 2012 Blue Marble, the one that was on the iPhone screens, because that one was photoshopped. That one was photoshopped, and he added some clouds to make it look nice. It's as simple as that. And when he's talking about it, he's talking about that one picture being photoshopped, not all of them.
Any
Simple.
thoughts, Ozien, before we move on?
Well, that's the claim. It's right in the claim too. Like,
all right. Sunflower is asking with his membership question, why are liberal boomers obsessed with defending the moon landing?
why is Sunflower a liberal?
I'm a millennial, so
And I'm not,
I don't know.
and I'm not a boomer.
What
I'm
does being
not
a millennial
boomer.
have to do with a liberal?
Can I answer
I'm
that?
not a boomer or a liberal.
Yeah,
So
he
I
said
don't.
boomer, and I'm a millennial, and
Oh
I'm
yeah,
not
he's a
liberal.
libertarian. Ozien's one of the good ones politically.
Can I answer that?
I'm Gen X, and I'm not a liberal.
Unless
I
he's
think the
really a
question
shill.
is for us.
He's really a shill.
Very
Ozien might be a
off-topic.
shill, actually. I don't know.
You got 2 seconds there,
we gotta
Dustin. You want to
examine
say
that.
something?
I just want to briefly mention that the same tribe that rules the world, both of which are present here, have a design to hide God from you. And there is
Both of who are present here.
in Genesis 3:15, it says there is a
Don't
seed
talk
of the
about
serpent
me. Are you
and the
talking
seed
about
of the
me?
woman.
Wait. Are you talking about me now?
Seed of the serpent versus
Wait, are
seed
you
of the
talking
woman.
about me?
All right, if
Are you
Yes,
talking
you-
about me?
Yeah, let's try not to.
Are you
Nephilim.
insulting me?
Let's try
Are you
not
talking
to.
about me? Are you
Nephilim.
insulting me right now? Because I'm going
Nephilim.
to interrupt you. Are you insulting me right now?
Demon, Nephilim. That's
So
why
you're
you
trying
hide
to
God.
insult me.
There's no
That's-
such
You're trying
thing.
to say.
That's
you're
why
trying to
you
Those
tell me
hide
things
the
it's
don't
truth.
exist.
demon.
Those
That's why
things
you
don't
hide the truth.
exist.
I just want to. I
That's
just
why
want to
you're
say
so
that.
desperate.
Dude,
Look,
This is
in
so
the midst of all this
hilarious.
religion, look, in the midst
Ross,
of all
what do
this
you say?
religion, I just want to say that we still haven't gotten proof. That was a great point that Witsit made, right? But I don't even like getting into that because you guys can't.
Oh,
even
the one that I
see
debunked
how-
instantly. Yeah.
No, you
good
did it
point.
because you can't even get into how they even sent the signal. First of all, we need giant
Yeah, I
towers
can. Radio.
to send and receive. No, we need giant towers to send and receive signals on Earth. You're saying that they sent that?
No, we don't.
from
I
that-
can
You're
send and
insane.
receive
You're insane.
signals with this.
Why do we have
Where's
giant
the- where's
towers
the
then
giant-
if we don't need them? Why do we have giant towers if we don't need them to send signals?
All
Because
right.
they're for certain things. You ever heard of walkie-talkies?
Questions
Where's the
for
giant
them,
towers
so-
for walkie-talkies to work?
Last word is for Ftfe. Any other thoughts before we
Yeah,
move on?
we don't need giant towers to send radio signals.
Why
Ever
did
heard of
Nixon need a
walkie-talkie-
landline, but they didn't?
Ross, last word for them because we got questions for you guys. Don't worry.
Yeah, walkie-talkies don't require giant towers. Nixon used a landline that was connected to radio signals from other places.
All right. Actually, this next one is coming in for everybody, but I'll let you respond here first, Ross. For everyone, if the moon conspiracy is a Christian right-wing cult without knowledge of foreign policy, oh boy, we're getting into it now. Who gains the most from the belief getting airtime? First thoughts, Ross.
All right, just read the very first part of it again. My bad.
For everyone, if the moon conspiracy is a Christian right-wing cult without knowledge of foreign policy, who gains the most from the belief getting airtime?
I don't think he said it was a Christian right-wing cult. I don't think he said that at all. But the people that gain, follow the money. It's that simple, right? NASA makes how many $1 million a day, right? That's simple, right? How many billions of dollars did they take to go to the moon on that Apollo 11? Was it $35 billion? Like I said in my beginning, right? That's our tax money, all right? So if you're an American and I say, listen, they didn't actually do anything with that $35 billion, and you not instantly at least say, well, show me some proof or something, then I understand like who you're getting paid by, because it's $35 billion. You guys understand how much money that is? You understand? That's who's benefiting. Who got $35 billion? Oh, they spent it on this. They spent, okay, yeah, just like the war machine. Although the money didn't go to the company, they went to the military. Okay, the military buys weapons. The military buys weapons from certain companies. So that's them taking money from you, right? In under the guise of giving it to the military, so the military can buy weapons from
5
them.
seconds.
It's literal robbery or slavery, whatever you want to call it, by definition.
All right, we'll give you another 20 seconds on their side, and then we'll kick it over to you guys. Do you have anything to add to that, Dustin?
Yeah, they don't want you to know about God, the same group that runs all of the other fake science around the world and all of the governments around the world and pushes things around the world that we don't necessarily want, that contradict our values, that are not actual real science. All sorts of different examples I could give, but not on YouTube, of course. It's the same group that is the common denominator of all organized evil on earth since before the flood and all the way up to now. And I debate this with rabbis.
Okay. Over to you,
It's a
Ozien,
whistle.
or
Damn.
FTFE, if you have any thoughts on that.
Yes, NASA is
God.
non-profit. NASA makes no profit at all.
None.
Neither does Netflix or Amazon. Dude, anybody who knows business
No,
they
knows
do.
that just because.
Netflix makes a
Are you
profit.
serious? Dude. Okay.
They return a profit to the
Any
shareholders.
smart company, any
You're
smart
Lose
wrong.
money. They lose
All right.
money.
Witsit
They
gets it.
lose money. Do you
Very
guys know
well.
anything about business? They lose
Speaking
money.
of money, Witsit spent
Yes.
money to ask a
Am I
question.
am I off?
Ross, Dustin, we have Witsit spent money to ask a question. We're talking about that money, so let's
brother.
ask those questions. How do
Cheers, Witsit.
shadows in footage go opposite directions?
Convergence of parallel lines.
Perspective.
Shadows.
How
This is their minute.
how
This is
do
their
train
question.
tracks appear to converge in the distance? Because perspective is a thing.
That's a new one. I
Ask
have
the
not heard.
question again.
No,
Sorry.
sorry, we're only going to have to keep it to the
Lines.
one side. If they don't have any other thoughts, we're going to carry
It's
on.
shadows that are going away from each other from a single light short.
Yeah.
If you look at it from above, they'll be
That's a-
perfectly parallel. But
that's
when
a
you're
Dustin,
looking
if
at
we get a question for
going
you,
out, they converge.
hand
Not
it
for
over.
you, Dustin. Can I answer? There, I'm done. That's the answer. Thank you, Witsit, for the super chat to Modern Day Debate. Come on my show. Not Dustin, though, but you can. And Ross. You're okay.
You can't handle this.
This next one.
I'll let
coming in.
Dustin on my show if Dustin's brave enough to debate me on Flat Earth on my show.
Oh yeah. You got an
I
audience,
would
right?
not.
I'm
Do
excited
you have
for
an
that.
audience? My only
Yeah, I've got
criteria.
50. I've got 56,000 subs.
It's on.
The
Let's
only
do it.
reason I agreed to come on is because it was last minute.
Find a moderator.
All right.
We don't need a moderator.
I would love to see
Oh,
Ozien
yes,
and
we
Dustin
will.
debate. I'm not gonna lie, that would be
We
fine.
will.
I would
Fine.
debate on
Somebody
religion.
click the mute button.
That's what I'm saying. The religious debate.
That
I
would
wanna
be
see you guys
Steam.
go at it about religion.
All right. Let's
Oh,
carry
yeah.
on there, guys. Intuitive Machines and NASA just landed on the moon
Steam.
the other day. Was that fake? Ding. And the
Of course it
thousands
was,
of
right?
engineers that worked on it lying.
Yeah, it says
Oh, sorry. Yeah. 1 minute on the floor, guys.
it's as fake as everything Elon Musk is doing, like putting Cadillacs or convertibles, in space. It's all nonsense. Basically, what happened was Elon Musk privatized NASA so the FOIA requests would stop because people were getting too much information about their $20,000 hammers and such. That's where that money really goes. It's all propaganda, and the goal is not to turn a profit. The goal is to lose money if necessary, as much money as possible if necessary, in order to convince you God is not real and to be dependent on the governments. I mean, YouTube, for example, lost $6 billion plus censoring people, didn't care at the parent company, Alphabet, still kept censoring people. They don't care if they lose money. Get woke, go broke doesn't stop them.
And 20 seconds.
I just want to say, this is what you guys sound like. Did the government lie about this? Did the government lie about that? How about that? Did they lie about this? Did they lie? Yes, they lie. Okay, they lie about everything.
They print
Every
money.
government thing you bring up, they lie. Okay.
Yeah. They print money, and it's us that pay it. It's our children that pay it. They don't care what it costs.
Right.
They don't want you to know the truth.
The government lies about
story
there
How
being
about
hero.
this?
7 days.
We're,
How about
keeping
this?
it on
Wait,
their
wait.
side. Sorry.
About everything.
We got to move on.
7 days a week is a lie.
All right, let's carry on. Like I said, we're
on.
keeping it to the one side.
Come on.
Dustin, this coming from Count Discalcula? Cool. Dustin, it's not a surprise you understand aluminum in such great detail. It's what your favorite hat is made from. Oh, they're just making
Nice.
fun.
Oh
Good
no, I
night,
use 10.
10.
Aluminum is
Come on.
There's
aluminum is
comedian.
toxic, and I'm a health guy. Aluminum is toxic. Therefore,
You're not
I
a
use
health guy.
10, and it's a sombrero, asshole.
Yeah.
Fancy out to here, right? All
Show
right.
some respect.
The low end theory says this guy didn't believe we could get to the moon. Did he believe the Earth was flat? Cherry picking. Gus guy.
No, that would be a composition fallacy. Just because there's a characteristic about one part. Like if I believe this part of something is true, that doesn't mean that I have to now, accentuate that truth to the whole thing. You know what I mean? So I don't have to believe what one person says. I don't have to believe everything. I don't have to believe everything that one person says just because one thing that they say is, pointing to my conclusion.
Famous
Genetic fallacy.
our turn. Famous physicist.
They're related. They're related.
famous physicists like Michio Kaku admit that, first of all, they don't know jack about science and cosmology, but secondly, they're actually positing documentaries that he's featuring in. I think he actually was behind it, where they believe that we are in a stationary world that does not move, and the celestial bodies move around us.
Michio Kaku never said that.
It's in his new documentary.
Yeah, he said he's part of a documentary. He didn't say he said it.
However,
documentary.
This is the conclusions and questions that they're asking in this documentary. However, I myself am a undefeated debater in biblical flat Earth, which also includes young, stationary, geocentric center of the universe with a bubble on top called a firmament. You can see all of my debates listed publicly at Iron Sharpens Iron on nemosnewsnetwork.com.
And by the way,
the polls show you've lost both debates with me, so I don't know what you're talking about.
No,
I just want to say,
your audience came, and now half as many people believe.
This isn't my audience, dude.
It's not my audience.
I just want to say, and you're undefeated at moon landing debates.
Everybody be spicy.
Maybe you got defeated here.
Congratulations.
We'll see. Don't.
I've never lost a biblical Earth debate.
All right, don't make me dish out the mutes there, fellas. Come on, let's carry on. Let's see. 3Ron says, would it be possible to find moon landing deniers that are actually... That's another ad hominem one. Let's carry on.
Go ahead, say it.
No.
A lot of tensions now, I guess, in the audience.
We got questions of substance.
Both
he
sides,
just said,
I'm sure.
Are actually educated and capable of basic things and have ability to do research. So don't you dare. Don't take the bait. We're going to be mature people here and say, have a great night, 3Ron, and thank you so much.
We appreciate your
Maximiliano Vila coming in says, Phantom Merc asked, Dustin needs to light a candle and tell me more when it cooks him from across the room. Weird how that works. My goodness. I'm reading them, guys, but everybody's having just a ball, I think. All right, Nick, for $2 says... I'm reading them. Ross asked me to read them, but that doesn't mean we're going to engage. Do you wear those wrist warmers to the gym? He asks. I just don't even know what that means.
Is he talking about me? These aren't wrist warmers. These are to help with my tendonitis that I'm currently suffering from. I've got to wear these for 6 weeks. And it's due to my gym activities. I've gone a little bit hard and given myself tendonitis in both arms. So no, they're not wrist warmers. They are literally trying to repair my body right now.
Oh man, that's like my worst
God bless you.
fear. Like, as a guitar player, I'm like, preserve.
Yeah,
my hands,
it sucks. I can't do anything that I love right now. I'm struggling to go to the gym. I'm struggling to play video games. I'm struggling to play guitar. Like the tendonitis has been so bad that I literally can't grip things like very well at all. You're trying to open lids or anything right now. It's the pain you get is insane. So no, they're not wrist warmers. They are, things to help me repair my body.
Okay, let's carry on. Mega Marie says, Dustin, if space is fake, then explain the stars, other planets, comets, and meteors. 1 minute on the clock just for you, Dustin.
Sure. Okay, so space itself is a lie, but stars are there. Moon, sun, planets, stars, all that is fixed and within the firmament. It's actually much closer, much smaller, and it's a localized light source that moves above us. It's like the hands of a clock above a flat circular surface. And it is perfectly aligned every single year. For example, the star Polaris lines up the same every year. And they actually have ancient structures that they've pinholed through stone, like 8-10 feet. And the star will line up every year on the same day and line right through that hole because it's a perfect precision clockwork, high precision clockwork creation, in which the stars, the sun, and the moon rotate above us like the hands of a clock. You can see this, for example, with the Little Dipper. Just take pictures above your own home every season for 4 seasons, and then compare the pictures of the Little Dipper, and you'll see what I mean. It rotates above you.
All right, thank you so much.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
I was wondering where that audio was coming from. You had to. You guys are just full
who
of
said
hotness
that?
tonight. I
Who
swear.
said that?
That's a recording. Let's carry on.
I mean, is the sky not a clock, though? I'm sorry. Is the sky not a clock? Are you denying that the sky doesn't tell us what time of day it is, what day of the week it is, what time of month it is? Does the sky not do that? Are you denying what he just said?
I
hope not.
We are on a time, so let's carry on there.
I would hope not, because you'd be a science denier, buddy.
Read my article, Biblical Earth, on the serapeum.com.
Kango44,
The
guys.
first time I heard Craig quiet after I asked
Hold
that.
on, Ross. We got a question coming. I'm trying to read it. If you're talking over me, you're probably gonna get muted. You know how it goes, and Ross is a really good sport about it, so I don't worry about. For Dustin and Ross, have you ever worked in any industries that use applied sciences, published a scientific paper, studied degree-level physics, chemistry, mathematics? 30 seconds each.
Stop appealing to authority, guys. That's why I started. That's why I didn't even want to go into any of the proof that I have, because then you're just appealing to my authority, right? Stop appealing to people. This is a history conversation. Do not believe what people told you about what happened in the past unless you can verify it. That's what's going on in here. You feel me? They told my answers that they were slaves. Guess what? They weren't. Some of them were, but they weren't. You know, my grandfather, the one that was quote unquote a slave, had his own plane right when slavery quote unquote ended. And this is confirmed by the families here in California that my grandfather brought out here. All right, he was not a slave. They lied to me and told me that. You guys have no idea what you're talking about. Stop believing stuff, and don't you dare get in my comments or come on my page trying to tell me what's going on with my history. As a matter of fact, no, dare do it, please. Come to Real Offended and tell me about what happened with my family, where they came from. I dare you.
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. You did take a little extra time, but we'll give you your 30. He says, have you ever worked in any industries that use applied scientists, published a scientific paper, studied degree-level physics, chemistry, mathematics?
Actually, it's shown that 99+% of so-called peer-reviewed scientific papers are not actually following the scientific method, or are they peer-reviewed? We saw a lot of that shenanigans recently. However, I do spank scientists, PhDs with big old books in debate, and you can see that on my debate page as well. They like to say that you can zoom in over the curve and things like that, which you clearly cannot. And the actual science, which I very much love and respect, the scientific method does not conform with their scientism, really what it is. And the UN says they own the science, and Fauci says I am the science. I mean, this is what you get. You get authority, no actual evidence every single time.
That's time. All right, so Mr. E-Man says, for the moon landing deniers, if there's a dome, can you explain the Chelyabinsk event and the Tunguska events? These are world famous events. So world famous that I don't know how to pronounce those at all, but
Right.
does anybody...
World famous.
Sure. Can you explain Sodom and Gomorrah? Or whale bones on the tops of every mountain in the world, virtually. Most actual above ground fossils are marine life.
Well,
because there is actual physical evidence for things like the flood and things like Sodom and Gomorrah and things like God's will.
Well, just a
destroying
question.
large places.
I'm so sorry, Dustin, just because to engage with the question.
That is the question.
Know,
that is the answer.
Well, no, I was going to say, do we know what they're referring to? The Chelyabinsk event or the Tunguska events? What is that exactly?
It's a massive thunderclap type explosion that leveled trees for hundreds of miles in Siberia. And that basically was God's will. Nothing else could explain it other than some sort of advanced weapon testing. I mean, there is always that possibility because advanced science always seems like magic until you figure out how it works, right? But in essence, that would be best explained perhaps by an act of God, because we do have other parallel examples that show evidence, like Sodom and Gomorrah, with pure sulfur balls shotgunned into the mountainside and stumps of people sticking out from behind concrete walls or stone walls.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot there. I was curious. I was like,
easy.
I have no idea if I said that correctly. So maybe I just want to make sure that everybody understood that. So Kango44, I have personally measured the curve of the Earth. I have personally measured the gravitational force. I have personally measured the spin of the Earth. I have personally measured the pressure gradient. I'm still at high school.
Right, you're personally still a liar. And I'm glad you added that you're in high school, buddy. Go to sleep. What time is it? What time is it where you are? All right, get out of grown folks' business. How about that, Mr. High School?
This is basically just your personal testimony, and again, I mean respect to you, little guy, but basically you don't have any actual evidence, and this is just your claim. And again, these things are debunked. I've personally debunked all of that shit.
Personal testimony is satisfactory to accept the claim for yourself. So his testing of his claim is satisfactory for his own personal beliefs. So it doesn't matter,
but not for debate.
Your own personal opinion is. Doesn't matter what your own personal opinion is. He's justified in believing.
This is a debate.
Okay, sorry to cut you off.
I thought you didn't do belief.
I'm so sorry, Ozien. I know there hasn't been a question.
I do believe all the time. That was
you believe a lot of things. You do, yes.
All right.
Absolutely, because I'm a philosopher more so than I am.
You believe
scientistic
people
like you
told
are.
you things, and that's all that you've brought today.
You're scientistic.
including this commenter.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Guys,
literally said
wait
all your.
now, just wait. You're just going down. Sorry to mute you, Ross. You're about to take us back into it again. We just got to carry on, and I'm sorry to cut you off and be talking over Ozien just because, I know you guys haven't had a lot of questions on your side in a few, but rest assured, we're gonna set that 1 minute timer and try to get through these because there's lots of them, and I know you guys say you got all kinds of time, so you dig your own graves there. So John Michael B says a fish islands show Earth is concave. Flat Earth debunked. Well, we're not having a flat Earth debate, but we will certainly entertain those at some other time. So let's carry on. What's it gets? It says NASA objectively says the tilt of the Earth is 23.4. Not sure how that ties into what we're talking about here, but Ozien.
Well, because they were going back and forth as if I don't believe that it matters, but they were going back and forth. They tried to stump him on that, like 23.3 or 23.5.
Ross, okay, the question is for them, Ross. I'm so sorry. So 1 minute on the floor, guys.
It's somewhere between 23.3 and 23.5. It fluctuates slightly. It doesn't really matter. There's no precise thing. So it doesn't matter. And I'm defending the kid and his epistemology, and I accept some claims are true. That's all a belief means. Your epistemology just sucks.
That's your personal opinion.
Questions for them?
What I was going to say now. What was the
Thank
question?
God.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Sorry,
I can repeat the question
The
there.
axial tilt.
Oh yeah.
His name is Yahweh.
Sometimes NASA say it's 23.4, but there's other documents where they say it's 23.5. Somewhere say it's 23.3 because it varies.
Because because they're not credible and they contradict.
Dustin.
No, because it actually varies. That's the point. It varies. And to be more clear, 23.4 is not 666. And if you take 23.4 away from 100, you still don't get 666. And more importantly, 666 is not even the number of the beast.
It's 616 in the Bible.
616.
What? You're ruining a whole Iron Maiden
album. I am not biblical, guys. Hey, just so you guys know,
Stop that.
all right? I am not religious, all right?
It's from 90, not 100, which is the 90-degree angle, supposedly.
He misstated. He did the math correctly. He just
so
said
666.
Yeah, no, it's still not 666.
Yes, it is. Do the math.
From 90, it is from 90.
You want to debate?
Let's move on.
I'll bet this one. Sure.
It'd be
that's what I'm saying. I'm like, dude.
6.6.
90 minus 23.4.
Ryan.
Is what?
My brain is just singing
like
Iron Maiden, guys.
They're obsessed with occult ritual numbers. They're obsessed with
guys. We're moving on.
I can't even tell you where it came from.
You are so quick with that unmute. I'm going to have to set this so that you can't unmute yourself. I hate doing that to people, but then you're stuck. And then if I forget to unmute you, then you're really in trouble.
They keep saying I'm lying, though.
Yeah. Can I have the floor for just 1 second?
God, now let's move on, please, for Ryan's hair. For Ryan's hair. Let's let Ryan make it through the night.
Yeah, seriously.
Craig never got to finish the question.
It is for, yeah, go ahead.
I could just have the floor for 1 second. Thank you very much.
If I could.
This is their question, so yeah, let's just
behave like an adult. That's wonderful, Ross. Good boy. Thank you. So let's be clear that 90 minus 23.4 does not equal 666 in any way, shape, or form. Next.
All right, Kango 44.
66.6.
Dustin. I'm so sorry. I gotta mute you again because you got lots of questions that are gonna be for you, and these guys are waiting a long time sometimes to get a question for them. So you gotta try to respect that. Kango 44. People bouncing lasers off of one of 6 retro reflectors left on the moon. You can too. Proves the moon landing. Says Kango 44 coming back and saying about people bounce lasers off of 6 retro reflectors. So.
Well, I have a question.
No, they don't.
If we could see like Saturn and shit, why can't we see anything that's on the moon? The moon is a lot closer than Saturn. If we have telescopes that go that far, we should be able to see all these reflectors. Where are the reflectors? Show me a picture of these reflectors. Somebody, do you have a picture of that? Did they take a picture when they left them there?
No,
yes.
Telescope. Powerful.
We took pictures when we left them there. There are pictures of the reflectors on the moon. Okay. But you can't take a picture from the Earth because
you cannot land on a translucent plasma object. It is a light source. It is not a physical rock. You cannot land on it.
You're saying the
telescopes are farther enough to go to Saturn, but not to see something that's on the moon. That's what you're saying?
Vibrating.
Don't look,
Look,
at the.
I'm plasma. I'm plasma. So dumb.
That wasn't an argument.
Plasma.
That's
all
what
they
they're
got.
saying. Is
It's all they
Fallacy
got.
alert! Fallacy
all they
alert!
got.
Fallacy alert!
I know, but the
Yeah.
all they ever
so-called
got.
the so-called waves on the moon are from camera vibrations.
That's all they got.
There's plasma. That's not how plasma works.
All right, I think
It's
everybody
a
got
light
a little.
source.
Everybody
You
got
can't
a
land
little
on it.
chip in on that one. So,
Oh, we did.
you guys are just having all kinds of fun tonight, and that's fine. We like having fun on Modern Day Debate as long as everybody's following the rules, and we can, like I say, make sure we get everybody's the rules. That's right. I can be even more animated.
Newton invented gravity in 1666.
All right, Kango 44. Sorry, you already read that one. Yeah, I know. Sometimes I do just feel like somebody in the live chat said just start singing, Ryan. You know, sometimes I do just feel like doing the Bruce Dickinson, but I won't. I'll save that for my channel. 236,752 miles slash 186,282 miles over squared equals 127. I can't read all this. So
They're basically talking about the amount of time it would take for the transmission. To go.
Yeah. So what was the result?
Over. Yeah. So raw audio released by NASA. Back and forth comms under 2.5 seconds would falsify the moon landing. Right.
Yeah, I mean that's true, and the footage is there, and there's even like that's what I'm saying. Like, dude,
So
everybody.
what
go
was
Google
the
it for themselves.
calculation? So what was the result?
It was equal 2,000. Sorry, 540 milliseconds.
2,540 milliseconds would be
Under
2.54 seconds.
Under 2.5.
Yeah.
So if they can communicate under 2.5, then that's it, right? Okay, so then that's it. Then we won. All right, that's it. Like everybody go look at the footage.
All right,
I
question
just
is
played
from
the footage.
Witsit,
It was
so
like 3 seconds.
No, but that wasn't the original raw footage.
All right,
was
just 1 second, Ross. This is from Witsit.
No, I actually cut time
Ozien
out.
And Ftfe. Any thoughts, Ftfe, before we move
Craig already covered it.
on? Okay.
Yeah, I already covered it. The recordings that we hear that were released from NASA are recordings from one side. You know, so of course on one side, when they hear something and respond, there's not going to be a gap, but then there's a gap before the next response, the gap that we exactly expect. The raw recording, we're still hearing it from one side, and that's the point.
All right. We have Ross or Dustin ever played Kerbal Space Program? Might clear up a few things. I'm not sure.
A space program, a virtual something is going to clear up a few things. Do you guys have proof? That's it. That's all I want. Is there proof that we went to the moon or not?
According to flight director Gene Kranz from Apollo, the simulations were so real, even the astronauts could not tell the difference.
Awesome. That's good. That's how you should do training.
Yeah, exactly. It's very important.
Proof.
Except when they're drowning, by the way.
See, Satan put the flag on the moon.
You on about the person that had the water cooling system leak into their helmet, which is something that can happen.
And the bubbles came out, yeah.
Yeah, bubbles can come out from the what's it called? The sublimation.
Figure something out. Hey, figure
so
something out.
So air now,
from somewhere.
Now air is treating bubbles in space.
Again.
Okay. Question is
ice.
Question is
that
for
brings
Dustin
a lot of interesting questions
and
up.
Ross.
Yeah.
So we're gonna let you guys.
Ice. Sublimation's ice.
Though you guys do ask a lot of questions when you're answering, so I understand.
You're
why
sort
there's
of like
propensity.
you're sort of being muted when other people are talking, Craig. You get muted, so I can't.
He needs a more powerful preamp, bigger speakers, more mics. Yeah, so makes the partner happy.
No. Just
right.
It's a sublimation cooling system that is actually exposed partly to space. That allows it to work, and it has water inside, and when it releases to space you can have bubbles, it's sublimation, and that's how they nearly drowned in space, because of the water cooling system of their suit.
Nearly drowned in space.
Yeah,
I don't
because
think anybody is dumb enough to believe that.
You
got to come up with a new lie. Yeah, you got to come up with a new lie.
All right,
that was crazy.
Water cooling system.
Last word for you, Ross.
Hey, that's better than usually they just deny it and insult you.
And seriously,
it's still nonsense.
Craig, when they're talking, you get muted, so no one's hearing you when they're talking.
I can hear him.
I heard everything that he said. But okay.
I'm not hearing Craig when they're talking.
Oh, okay.
Earwax.
Well,
They have things on Amazon for the earwax.
behave yourselves. You're all spicy. Count dyscalculia. I love the name. I just can't say it on the first try, apparently. On that NASA page, it mentions the tilt is between 22.1 and 24.1, or 24.5 in bold. The same NASA page states Earth's axis is currently tilted 23.4 degrees.
Well, this brings up the only possible explanation, of course, could be the triple wobble that they claim, such as the nutation and Chandler wobble. And I keep forgetting the name of the third one, but you can't have a triple wobble in different directions at the same time. That doesn't make any absolute sense at all. So, of course, it debunks the entire idea. And that is, of course, where they're getting all these fake numbers that say 666 all the time.
If it wasn't already debunked 100 times before that, I'm like, that's like, come on now. You guys got to cut it out. All right. Like nothing that you guys say really makes sense.
Keep saying it's debunked.
Questions for them. And the next one is actually for you. So let's carry on. Sunflower says, and you don't have to answer this. This is just a personal question. And I guess we're reading all of them. So is Ftfe married? You can just ignore that if you want.
He said he had a wife, I think.
You are cutting him out, actually. Go ahead, FT.
Yeah, I am married. I will show you a picture of my lovely wife right now, if you give me 1 second.
Sure, she appreciates that.
Just 1 sec, I'll put this up. Yeah, I've been married this April the 7th. I will have been married for 17 years. Here's my wife, Emma. The absolute love of my life, my rock, my everything, and I would genuinely be dead without her. Yes, I am married.
Well, congrats. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, 17 years. That's good little while for sure.
Killed me.
That's a long time.
You guys almost are. Yeah, you're almost legal to drink. Jeez, your marriages. That is. All right, so Bart coming in.
Just a little Canada humor.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's only 2 years if you live here because we're not as wild as Europe, but we are a little bit younger than the States. Bart says, so does Ftfe think they jumped off the Earth's atmosphere like jumping out of a moving car and using momentum to slingshot themselves to the moon with capitals LOL?
No, I don't think they used the atmosphere as a slingshot. They used Earth's gravity as a slingshot.
That's semantics. So you think they slingshot it off, and that's how they got?
Hold on. That's
no. All right, whatever. You think they slingshot it off though?
Question.
You think they slingshot it off? You think they
drowning you out?
My question.
Yeah, sorry, Ross.
This is my question, Ross. Yet it's not semantics to say there's a difference between the atmosphere and gravity at all, because they're two different fucking things. No, they didn't slingshot off the atmosphere. They slingshot using Earth's gravity.
Can I explain to you why it's semantics? Because you guys are saying the atmosphere is there because of gravity.
You're
saying it's there because of gravity. That's what you're saying. That's your claim, right?
Yeah, it's
gravity
not
keeps it there.
Saying that there's a difference between the gravity and atmosphere is not semantics.
Last word to Effie.
Saying there is a difference between gravity and the atmosphere is not semantics. It's just the fact.
All right. Big snag coming out here. I was going to say that had like you were channeling your inner John Oliver. That's just a fact there. I was going to say you put the hands up and everything. That was great. All right.
He's a great actor.
No, I was going to say I get a good kick every once in a while. So good math equals crazy to Ross. All this is just a slap to the face to the people going to uni for many, many years to learn it.
Oh, no, you're offending the people who are lying to us and stealing billions of dollars from our tax money. I don't give a woo.
And I'm sorry about the student.
How dare you insult me like that? How dare you insult me like that? I don't give a what? Insult them? $35 billion? Shut up.
I am so sorry to all those children who wasted all that time in these universities and now have student debt and nothing to show for it and probably will never get out of it because it's a debt that carries over. You can't get rid of it. And they've learned nothing and they have a worthless degree and they're now waiting tables or trying to find jobs in a shit gig economy because the same people that basically just gave education out to everybody because of free government stimulus and money destroyed education by allowing everybody in, diluting the quality and basically catering to the lowest common denominator, destroying the entire system. So college degrees are no longer a good deal and these people are completely brainwashed morons.
All right, so LJ, our honorary flat Earth questionnaire coming in here says, spinning space ball with curved seawater, clown face they put. If the moon is bright enough to be seen 238,000 miles away, how did they not get blind when landing on it? Question for Ozien and Ftfe.
Do you mind if I take that one, Ozien?
I didn't hear the question. It was 6 seconds for the communication. I just listened to it. What was the question?
How did they not go blind if the moon is bright enough to be seen 238,000 miles away? How did they not get blind when landing on it?
It's easy, right? When we look at the moon in the sky, we see the whole moon. And that's the brightness that we get is from the whole moon. When they landed on the moon, they saw a small portion of the moon because they were on it. They didn't see the whole moon and all the light coming from the moon. They were on a small portion of the moon with a little bit of light being reflected. Simple.
So
Well, actually,
Dustin's his question.
Right?
We're not gonna. No, sorry. we're not gonna do any back and forth unless.
It's all right.
We are actually just over halfway through the super chat. So
I would have said
Ozien,
albedo or something, but
Pounce
no,
on that, boy.
Craig's good. I like the
Yeah, I'm like, that's woo.
okay, cool. All right, you're picking up what I was putting down. So Kango44 says Ross and Dustin go into detail about how the CGI is created, and for the globe pictures, what rendering algorithms were employed, the approaches to produce the volumetric effects like clouds, the light transport algorithms used. Question mark there. So, 1 minute on the floor.
Ask Hollywood, they fake it better. So I don't necessarily need to give you the like Adobe style type program and the addition of it. I just need to show you that this stuff does get faked, and they have been caught faking it, and the evidence is there for you to see. I don't know all of the names of the various ways that they did it, artistic techniques and stuff like that. I'm not even a creative type. I'm an analytical type. I can't create anything. However, I can analyze their creativity, and I can tell you it's full of lies and nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, my favorite movie is Interstellar. Like, I love movies about space. I watch the Orville probably every week. I love this is my favorite movie. It looks so real. Like I feel like I'm in the spaceship. Like, oh my God. And like he said, like the astronauts literally said during their simulation, it was so real they couldn't tell the difference. So guess what? Maybe they're not lying, or they weren't lying because maybe they really did think that, right? I don't know. Like, there's all type of conspiracies that go into that, but because there's more options. So you have to tell us for sure that it's real, okay? Don't say, oh, well, show us what kind of CGI. What do you mean show us what kind of CGI? Is it real or not? Like, where is the proof? That video is not proof. They admitted that they had to fake some of the stuff because the footage got damaged. Okay, so if you admit that a little bit of it's fake, it's all fake.
That's not true.
LJ coming in, and he's saying, why hasn't space tech improved since the 1970s? We'll keep that to Ozien and FT. Sorry, FT.
We now have rockets that can land backwards and be reused. The tech most definitely has improved. The thing about technology is that it's a misconception that technology will just automatically get better. It doesn't, unless there is a lot of people investing a lot of time and a lot of money into that technology. And that wasn't the case for space technology for a long time. But we do have better tech. It's called Artemis. It's called SpaceX rockets. The technology now that goes to space is way better than the technology we had in the 60s and 70s.
I hope all the people that read books are just as offended as I am.
That's crazy. Last 20. No, guys. 20 seconds for Ozien.
To the fact that we can send robotic craft to the moon now, even though humans still land on the moon much better than the robots do, because so far the robots are 3 for 9, because even the last one tipped over.
All right. Next one coming in.
Can they take pictures?
Ross, yeah, like I said, we got to carry on with the super chats because we got so many. Kango44 says, Ross and Dustin, please tell us what areas of computer graphics you're experts in. I think we already kind of covered that one, Kango. Right. We're jabbing tonight,
guys. Watch Interstellar, all right? Everybody go watch it. Christopher Nolan is the greatest director of all time. That is one of the greatest movies.
We're boxing.
Matthew McConaughey.
That's what's happening,
you don't like Matthew McConaughey?
Christopher Nolan fucking sucks.
Shut your mouth. How dare you?
We're getting into another debate again, right?
Dude, how dare you? Are you serious? You guys don't know anything about good movies overseas. I make fun of my boy Vince. I hope Vince is watching. You see why I make fun of you, Vince, for having bad movie choice? Look at him. Christopher Nolan sucks? Really? Get out of here.
Hold on.
He's the greatest director ever by far. Shut up.
Oh, you're so funny. All right, you're on mute. Okay, tell me more, says Flair. Please give me a solid number or just say you don't know. How far away is Sol and Luna? How big are Sol and Luna? And why can we send a balloon to the firmament but not to Sol and Luna?
That's for them, right?
No, that's for you and Dustin.
Repeat the question.
Said for
everything. In short, everything is closer and smaller than they're telling you.
So they're asking, yeah, how far away is Sol and Luna? How big are Sol and Luna? And why can we send a balloon to the firmament but not to Sol and Luna?
Okay, so you can basically imagine the sun and the moon as much smaller and much closer than they, in fact, tell you that they are. And they move around us as a localized light, almost like a flashlight on a gym floor at the end of a gym at the far room. You will have almost no light. You'll be in complete darkness, but you'll still be able to see it until it gets so far away on a flat horizon that it seemingly disappears. That's an optical illusion, because if you zoom in, the boats do come back over the supposed curve. In essence, everything is much smaller and closer. I don't know exactly how big and high the firmament is. There are people out there who can tell you. I've got some notes on it, but it's a couple of 1,000 miles, and then you hit a unbreakable bubble that they tried to nuke repeatedly for decades during Operation Deep Freeze, I think it was, or yeah, Fishbowl, and the other one. So Fishbowl of the Gods was basically the name of them together. Operation Dominique, and Operation Fishbowl. Dominique means of the gods, so or of God. So Fishbowl of God.
Nukes are fake.
Okay, yeah, they are. I just want to say real quick.
Well, they were bombing them, bombing the firmament.
Yeah.
There's video of this.
All right, I just want to say real quick, right? This is how I got out of religion, because I grew up in the church, right? Look, I grew up in the church being very religious. You know how I got out of being religious? I got a phone when I was in 7th grade, and I started Googling everything, and I had to just assume everything I had been taught was a lie. Let me start from one. This is the why I'm not religious. So guess what? Now when people tell me stuff, I assume it's not true unless I have proof. This is why I understand that most people who claim they're on the side of science are being religious, right? Because you guys believe stuff that's not true. You know how I know? Because I look it up too. So if you don't have proof for stuff, stop believing all that, all right? You don't know what the moon and the sun is. The only thing that we know for sure when you take all assumptions out is that the moon and the sun are lights in the sky. All right, that's all you know. That's all I know. That's all they know. Stop asking me dumb questions.
So Bart coming in says, moon and Earth move perfectly in sync. Intelligent design. Ozien.
So you guys have to believe in God. Ozien, to believe that happened on accident.
So,
Only, like, what the hell?
So let's let them answer the question, Ross. So that's for Ftfe and Ozien.
That's clearly begging the question fallacy, just assuming that because things are perfect, therefore there has to be a designer. That is literally begging the question.
Watchmaker argument.
No, that's a true dichotomy, actually.
Oh,
go watch my first debate with Mark. I destroyed
their question.
It is a begging the question fallacy. It is saying just because there is a thing, therefore definitely creator. No, there's no evidence for that. It's just a thing being said.
Any other things to add to the Ozien before we move on?
Yeah, it's a puddle argument. They're seeing the puddle they're in. They're thinking it was perfectly designed for them, but we know how puddles are formed. Just like we know how the solar system formed, the universe formed, the Earth formed. You guys can deny it all you want because you live in your little echo chambers.
So you're saying the Big Bang is what formed our cosmology? That's what you believe, Ozien?
Question was for us.
We're gonna move on there, Ross.
I can't help it.
In the beginning, God.
Dumb, every time I hear...
Sorry, Ross. I'm sorry. I had to mute you again. So long, and thanks for all the fish. All right, let's see here. Vapor synth. I had to. All right. And Dustin, earlier you showed photos of NASA faking Mars in Devon Island, where in fact one of those pictures is a hill situated in Newquay, Ireland. Do you concede that you just lied? Ooh, they're coming right at you, Dustin. 1 minute.
Well, they faked it from somewhere on Earth. Either way, didn't they, smartass?
Either way, it's fake. Either way, it's fake. What are you arguing?
All right.
Oh, please send me the details so that I can correct the meme. However,
let it go, Craig. Let it go, Craig. They've been duped. Okay. They've been duped.
Pointless Poppy, Portless two more chats just came in.
We've been duped.
Pointless Poppy, portrait artist or a photographer will tell you that you can see more sides of the face as you get further away from it. It's called perspective.
Yeah, we already did this. Like they argued about that for an hour.
Okay.
Yeah, we did go through that quite a bit.
Okay.
We can go through it again. I don't mind.
No, please, no. Let's move on.
I still have the same images. I can pull them up and share.
All right, let's carry on.
We're good on that. We're good on that one.
As soon as you say that, it's like, oh, okay, yeah. You know what? Now that you mentioned that, Dustin, let's carry on. Yeah.
Go look at my pictures before.
I got the screen share if you want.
Look at Ozien in my pictures.
All right, let's carry on. Kango44 says, Dustin, when did you prove that the moon landing the other day is fake? I must have missed it.
I have no idea about any of the new moon landing hoax stuff. All that's new stuff. I haven't even started to look into that nonsense yet. However, anything from Elon Musk will blow up. Look at Cybertruck. Look at all of his cars. Look at pretty much all of his electronics. Don't trust that crazy nonsense to get you into space. As he said, it's it's real because it looks so fake.
And you can't prove a negative. You cannot prove. You can say prove that this didn't happen. No. You prove to me. That's why I love history. My favorite subject, because I don't have to prove to you anything that happened. You have to tell me what you think happened, and I get to pick it apart. It's my favorite thing to do.
All right, Bart. Actually, yeah. What's it gets it coming in? It says they claim 80% of the moon rocks were found on the Earth. Big laughing face on Witsit there. So, any thoughts, Ftfe?
He's about to lose $100,000 on that.
Well, can we
Ross, Ftfe.
Who claims that they claim that 80% of the moon rocks were found on Earth? Who claims that? It's not a very specific question. And the point is that there is moon rocks that are verified as moon rocks that the public can go and see. Just because some things were not moon rocks doesn't mean that all moon rocks are not moon rocks. I don't know what else wants me to say.
Okay. Any thoughts, Ozien, before we carry on?
We have found 2,400 pounds or 1,000 kilograms of lunar meteorites on Earth that were not brought back from the moon. So that might be what they're talking about. And we know they're from the moon because we brought rocks back from the moon. We know what the moon is composed of.
That's a reification because you going to the moon is in question.
Not a reification fallacy because it's not a concept. It's not a concept because we have justification for the belief.
It's fallacious either way. It's fallacious.
No, it's not fallacious
it's
because
invalid argument. All right, how about
wrong?
That? It's
because
invalid.
The moon is a concrete we know exists.
Come on, guys, let's do questions. I'm tired.
You guys
don't know what a reification fallacy is. You're denying.
Your argument is
all right, you guys.
Either way, your argument.
Just hold on, guys. We need to carry on. We got still, like I say, the questions are pouring in. I'm going to say right now, I see Spin just send in a question. If you're hearing this announcement, let's try to cap the super chats there because, like I said, we can't be here for 5-6 hours. Because that's not what our speakers consented to coming here. So let's carry on, and we're going to keep it 1 minute to the side that they're being asked to. Sorry, Ftfe.
It's only 4:30 in the morning for me. It's only 4:30 in the morning for me. It's fine. Sleep,
Except
right?
you muted the guy that was trying to answer the question that the question was asked for.
Who's making it go long now? Come on.
We should have muted him for interrupting me. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Technically, we are way over the timer that I had set for you guys for that question. So, there's...
Because he was interrupting me. Thank you.
All right. Bart says, yes, the first moon rock was fake, but that was a mix-up. This other moon rock is real. Trust us. Google it. And they're putting a quote-unquote Ftfe. So that one is to you guys, or specifically
literally
you,
what he said. Yeah, literally what you said. That's crazy.
That's called personal incredulity, and I can just dismiss it.
Okay.
That's not what that's called. That's him mocking you.
All right, Russ.
Literally,
what are you talking about? That's a joke.
Not when you appeal to authority and then they don't.
Question was really specifically for Ftfe. We're carrying on. Run Boston Bear says, please watch Witsit's last stream. Check it out, I guess. Witsit's on here all the time, so they're spending money to say that. So Sunflower says, Ross, we're carrying on. Sunflower says, it's clear to me that the boomers are clinging to the facts that defined their formative years in an attempt to defend their phasing out of irrelevance in general. Move on, adapt, let go, or be dragged. I'm not sure who he's trying to call out there, guys. I mean, we already kind of discussed that whole thing, so I think Sunflower, we should move on unless you guys. Did you have something to say, Ross?
Well, I just want to say shout out Witsit and also shout out Mindshock, right? Mindshock went over this not that long ago too. That's right. Shout out dude. Oh wow, I forgot, Craig. You're the dude that got destroyed on Mindshock. Oh, dude, I swear to God, I did not even connect those dots up just now. Dude, go watch Craig get destroyed on Mindshock. Jesus Christ, I have never. Go watch Mindshock destroy Craig and debunk the moon landing. I forgot, dude. I forgot that was even you.
Dude, wow.
Mind
I
shock
feel like I'm
didn't
watching a celebrity, dog. I feel like I'm watching a celebrity. You're like the word. Dude, that's crazy. I've never seen anybody. All right, my bad.
Let's
Mind
hurry to the
shock
questions.
So
Too.
dumb, it's hilarious. He doesn't understand the slightest thing about.
Now that I know that's you, bro, you're insane, bro. You're like missing half your brain or something.
All right.
I've never heard anybody use that many fallacies
Ross,
in a short period of time.
Let's carry on.
To be clear, Mind
should have
Shock
guessed that.
said
That's crazy.
Caleb. Mind Shock said Caleb was a very nice guy to everybody in the audience. You know who Caleb is. They think Caleb's a very, very nice guy.
Well, I don't know him personally. I've only seen him on that one debate. He was being outshadowed by this guy, though. This guy would not shut up. And everything that he said was like fallacy. I'm like, Jesus, who is this guy? Is he just intentionally...
All right.
I didn't make
any...
Okay.
This is hilarious. This is hilarious.
This is not a fallacy.
Yo, I'm so glad that I realized this before we debate tomorrow, bro.
There are fallacies.
All right, Ross, we're going back down. I hate to say it, but you're pulling us back down into the weeds here. We got to carry on. Pointless Poppy says, Dustin, you just said you can debunk a photograph with a quote. You think a claim can disprove hard evidence?
I said what?
You said you can debunk a photograph with a quote.
Oh, I don't even remember what we're talking about now. Which photograph was it?
Anybody remember where
that's,
we were?
That's a little, yeah. So it depends. I mean, there's a number of times I might have said that actually tonight.
Okay. All right. Well, let's carry on then if we can't pinpoint it. Glower Mom says, Ross and Dustin, we all know you think education is government funded and thus is indoctrination. By that argument, do you listen to your doctor and dentist when you have medical issues or teeth problems?
Hell no. Absolutely not. What the hell?
Who trusts their doctor these days
Look
after
what
all
happened
the
to you
nonsense that just happened in the last few years?
Do you guys
alternative health and homeschool all the way. And that's why I'm far healthier than most people. And in fact, I run a vitamin company on the side. And also homeschool kids are way smarter, way more socially adapted, just healthier in all ways, just way bigger.
Go look at the Amish. Go look at the Amish.
Results far, far superior to public school. And that is basically the college system. It's like public school for big kids. Okay. They get to party and have lots of raunchy sex and do lots of stupid things they're going to regret later. That's what the college experience is about.
Let's move on there.
And then that's all they really learn.
3 Ron says
that boy Dustin. Woo, that boy preaching, boy. Church.
All right, thank you, Ross. 3 Ron says, Dustin, you couldn't debunk Santa. You know what? I think that's the crux of your fun point there.
Well, I can totally debunk Santa.
Santa. I just want you guys to know he's comparing what you guys believe to Santa. That's
Santa is Nimrod, the Antichrist, and all that shit happened too.
All right, so 3 Ron coming in again.
Look what you guys did.
Santa.
Ross, next time you bring a partner that, sorry 3 Ron, but you're just trying to once again pull us into the weeds. We got real questions here that we might be able to get to, so I'm sorry. ELA of certain real Earth photos show stars. ELA.
I would love to see the raw footage of a photo of Earth that shows a star. I would love to see that. You guys know where to find me. Real Offended. Pull it up. That's my slogan. Oh yeah, pull it up then.
Not a single image.
All right.
Not a single photo of Earth
Witsit gets
from space.
We're doing speed round now here, guys. So Witsit gets it. No one said anything about Nixon. I said raw audio from Houston to the moon during the first steps on the moon, and both sides were under 2.5 seconds. Thoughts, Ozien and Ftfe.
Yeah.
Thoughts.
Thoughts.
We want thoughts. We want thoughts, guys. You're quiet. We need thoughts. Thoughts. Where are the thoughts?
Ross, please.
We've been trying to talk. An obnoxious asshole, so there's a problem there. There is no footage that shows the timings being anything other than what we would expect them to be. It's as simple as that.
All right, next
you
one.
Cannot have it both ways.
That's like
Ross,
a White House
It's
press
on
secretary.
their side. I'm just
none of this.
All right, Ozien, did you have any thoughts? 20 seconds before we move on.
Witsit made an unsubstantiated claim. I do not accept Witsit's testimony.
All right. Next one coming in, Kenko44. Ross, you're clearly an expert in computer-generated imagery. Could you please tell us what VFX shows or industrial visualization projects you have worked on?
Look at how unoriginal you guys are. You guys all have. I remember I deal with all these guys under my comments every day, and my comment to you guys is, please come up with something new. Same question over and over and over again. All right, get more original, whoever you are. You're boring.
Free Palestine says.
I already answered this one.
Free Palestine.
Come on, dude. Are you watching? Are you listening?
All right.
They could be hour-old super chats. These super chats could have been sent an hour ago.
I was gonna say some of these are old. So sorry, but if you're not going to the moon nor to Mars, 1 minute Ozien and Ftfe. That's just a
We've gone to the moon and.
We should do the question ones, right? These are a lot of these are just comments.
They
start
are
talking about it.
They are, yes. So
yeah. No offense to those. No offense to those who are not, but just because we're in a hurry, because we're late,
we've been
right?
For a while.
Questions, right? Read the comments, but then
I think
just
we
don't
consented
talk
to
about
a maximum 3 hours, and we're well over. So, Witsit says, I was talking about shadows in the moon landing footage going opposite directions, not parallel light rays converging. So, actually answer, maybe, Ozien and Ftfe.
I was talking about shadows, not light rays, but okay.
Opposites. They're just inverse.
It's our question. Any thoughts there, Ftfe?
Sorry, what was the question?
Question is, Witsit says, I was talking about shadows in the moon landing footage going opposite directions, not parallel light rays converging. So actually answer, maybe.
It's talking about light rays.
Like corpuscular rays.
No, he's saying there were shadows.
Corpuscular
going
shadows.
Opposite ways, not light rays. He said he wasn't talking light rays.
I mean, the shadows and the light rays are they're the same thing. You have the shadows because of light rays, and all of the light rays and shadows that we see on the moon aren't doing what we expect them to do, and they look odd sometimes because of perspective.
That's not true. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this conversation. They don't look like we expect them to look. At all.
You should have showed the picture during your debate. You guys were not prepared for the debate. Witch is trying to pull your asses out of the fire.
Nice try.
This is your guys'
Pull
problem.
us out of the fire. Pull us out of the fire.
So if you guys want to do the debate again, show the picture and we'll refute the picture.
I can't wait till our next debate.
Carry on. Sorry, guys. We got another question coming in for you, fellas. That one was for them. Tell me more. Says Ross and Dustin, have you ever told a lie? If so, everything you say is a lie according to your view of the government. So they're trying to make commentary.
Don't take my word for anything. Don't take my word for anything. If I say something and you think it's interesting, go look it up. If I say they stole $35 billion from you, you should not believe me. That's appealing to my authority, right? Exactly. You're right. You're starting to get it now. Now your mind is moving. Oh, wow. He lied. Everybody lies. Don't believe nothing. Go look it up for yourself and verify it.
Good answer. Yeah. I would mention that I am internationally respected and known for my honesty and my willingness to basically be parrhesiastic and take arrows for telling the truth, to the point that my grandmother has been gang stalked. My children have been threatened to be kidnapped by Antifa and BLM and trafficked and other things like this. The media has come after me, etc., because I will tell the truth.
Bullshit.
All of it can be confirmed.
All right, let's carry on.
I'm pretty famous, actually.
Absolutely bullshit.
We are going down in the weeds here. So
you don't have to believe me.
Count a Dyscalculus says, Dustin, I know it's tin. You just went on a rant about aluminum. Also, you mentioned Newton. You can't understand Newton's theory. That's another declaration. So let's carry on. Dustin, being the smart, healthy man he is, should know he should not be vaping that fake lab-made juice from China. Hey now, don't look at old Rye over here. Micmac coming in. Where is the certificate for safe assembly of built of the ISS? All government buildings have someone signing off for safe assembly prior to use.
But they didn't need it for going to space.
You miss details when you fake it.
Are you trying to say that there's no inspections of any of the ISS stuff? Because that's just not true. It's all designed, tested, and there's video footage of it being put into space and put together. So
that's what they're saying.
All right, question is for Ftfe and Ozien, to be fair.
There's YouTube channel. There's a playlist of construction of the ISS and all the technical details and everything you need there. That I don't understand trying to claim that there's no one signed off on it. That's just a random thing that somebody's just said.
All right, Max coming at you again. Says, sorry, FTFE. I gotta try to spin that off my tongue. Nothing from any space agency regard deep space is real. No government agency has ever signed under penalty of death pre-jury their claims or images are real.
Cool story, bro. You've just said a thing. However, all the images and videos and space travel disagree with you.
Are you saying he's lying? Are you saying that guy's lying? or no?
I
Coming from
think he's wrong.
incredulity.
No, is he?
Yeah.
You're saying he's lying about what he just said?
Wrong about what he's saying.
Okay, let's carry on. Maximiliano Villa says, Dustin, what method have you used to determine the moon is made of plasma? Please explain it so we can all do the same experiment.
Sure. Go look at the moon on a number of different nights, take pictures and compare them. It is actually translucent and will match the color of the sky behind it, only in part because there is a light surface, but it changes based on the time of the month. And every 7 days, you get a Sabbath moon, just as God intended.
Okay.
That's verifiable.
All right. Witzig
Also,
says,
cold light. The moon is a cold light.
all right, Witzig's
No, it
coming in with a question for Ozien and Ftfe. Says, both sides comms are under 2.5 secs and GGS.
Both sides, buddy. Your excuse goes out the window now.
Okay, so there is a couple of occasions during the footage where responses are anticipated and said before the other person has actually finished what they're saying. If you listen to the conversations, there's lots of back and forths and whilst the other person is saying things. But for actual communications, question and answers, there is always a 2.5 at least second delay.
Any thoughts, Ozien, before we move on? No, Ross, sorry. Don't want to mute you again. Thoughts, Ozien?
I haven't researched this specific claim myself. I know it would be 2.54 seconds just based on what I know about radar. But if it was refuted, this would have been brought up in arguments before. This is just some new ad hoc.
No, but that footage could be fake too. That's why there's no point in bringing it up. If I bring it up, he's just
Ross, you are just ready to jump on it. And the next one's coming in for Dustin, and I gotta give it to Dustin. He's ready to get the claws in there, and I appreciate you, Ross.
Was I finished, or did I just stop talking when?
Yeah, you go. You finish up your thoughts. Sorry, it's hard.
No,
with all the
that
interruptions. Sorry, Ross.
That's why we couldn't have this debate because of Ross. But no, go ahead.
Dude,
And
he was way worse than me. There's no way he was. I was anywhere near as bad as him. Dude, I said let's go to 1 minute segments. Let's not interrupt. Cut it out. Cut it out, Ozien. You
Next
know me, bro.
question is for
You're why we
Dustin.
needed it.
All right, so let's carry on, I guess. Dustin, you said you have debunked gravity. Have you debunked the Cavendish experiment that measured G? If so, how would you explain Blue Marble Science's success in repeating Cavendish and measuring Big G in his garage?
Ambient verbal.
I cannot comment as I'm not familiar with this experiment. I'm sorry. But Newton himself thought it was absurd, and that's a quote, absurd, to believe in the theory of gravity that we've come to accept. And in fact, the whole thing basically was a house of dominoes because it's a house of cards because it's lie upon lie upon lie. Gravity essentially led to calculations where the universe was crushed. So they come up with dark matter or anti-gravity, all this other nonsense, which they had to just keep making stuff up as they go because that expanded the universe into nothingness. So, I mean, basically, it's all a lie and it completely falls apart upon a little bit of scrutiny. And if you don't trust the government, as you can tell, these fellows trust the governments.
Okay.
I didn't need the government when I personally measured gravity.
Question was for them. The next one is for you guys, though. Don't worry. Witzig gets it says, how did they land on the moon rotating at 10 miles per hour, coming in at an angle when there is no atmosphere to allegedly keep them spinning with the moon? You got some thoughts there, Ozien?
Chemical propulsion, very, very simple, but Justin's last response was a classical appeal to authority of fallacy when he appealed to Newton's claim about gravity. That is an appeal. Why
I was
is
appealing
Ross
against authority, friend.
Why is Ross and Dustin responding?
Yeah.
All right.
So,
FTFE thoughts.
Like Ozien said, chemical propulsion, right? The lunar lander module had thrusters on it that could control its descent. So, you know, and the fact that there's no atmosphere actually made it easier because there's no turbulence and stuff. So the moon's lack of atmosphere significantly simplifies most aspects of landing compared to Earth. Before landing, the spacecraft entered the orbit, descended to the moon's surface from orbit, and was initiated at a specific point in the orbit to ensure the landing site was reached at the correct time with the lunar surface moving slowly relative to the spacecraft. The descent engine lunar module was then used to slow down the spacecraft and control its descent to the surface.
That was good reading right there, by the way.
Thank you. And we're going to move on.
I have a
there.
script that says the same.
A script. Look at that. A script. We know you're reading from scripts.
That I wrote.
None of this is verified. Yeah, none of this is verified.
I wrote my own too. It's my script is
verified.
entirely different. I'm not using it for this debate though.
NASA writes the best scripts.
Let's carry
I
on.
do
Leo
get
Crow
those.
says,
They
fun
can even
fact.
predict each other's responses.
Fun
apparently.
fact.
Right, that's what he said.
Fun, mute you, and then you, and then... All right, fun fact. Look up the number on a helicopter that supposedly picked up Apollo 11 from the ocean. Why and how didn't the spacesuits leak into the vacuum of space? That one for you guys. Ozien and
Because
FTF.
spacesuits were designed for about 1/4 atmospheric pressure, which is 1/4 of the pressure we experience at sea level, which is about 3 meters below sea level. We build deep dive suits that go down like what, 400, 500, 600 meters below sea level. It's no feat of engineering to build a suit that can withstand a 1/4 atmosphere of pressure differential between the inside of the suit and the outside of the suit.
Last 20 seconds there, FTFE.
Let's be clear that the difference in pressure between space and sea level is 14.7 psi. The difference of a tire having no atmosphere and air inside it is 50 to 60 psi. A tire doesn't just leak randomly, so why would a spacesuit?
All right,
And spacesuits like 4 psi.
let's carry on.
Yeah, but compare them to scuba tanks, and you'll see it's nonsense.
All right, next one coming in is Icy Spin. How do exact eclipse predictions years in advance not validate the moon's orbit?
What do you mean validate the moon's orbit? Like, how is that a question?
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't hear it.
No, to me, like, you guys got to understand that for years and years and years, right? They navigated and told time with the stars. Nobody's debating what is going on with that. All right,
Precision.
For years, that's all we know is that the sky is a clock. There's no argument or way to verify. Like, that's what it is. Look at the sky every night. Look at the moon right now and see if the moon has the exact same face on it, and see if you could tell what time of the month it is by the moon. See if you could tell that.
Mm-hmm.
You can.
All right. Let's see. Ozien. This one coming right at you from Wits It Gets It. Says, there are many minutes of communications. There are intervals both ways the comms take under 2.5 seconds, so you would agree that it would be impossible.
I'd have to listen to it to see what information, if it was 2.5 seconds from question to answer. And also because I didn't get to address Dustin's interruption about the scuba tanks. Scuba tanks are pressurized like at 80 psi. The suit is pressurized to like 3.8 psi. So you can put a tank with the atmospheric mixture, which I think is like 60% oxygen, 40% nitrogen is what they use on the Apollo mission, something like that. And they only had, and so they have a tank and they can pressurize the suit. I think it's 3.8 psi. And I think the space station's even lower. Like they can use less. They just use a better mixture.
All right,
But you do agree that if
we're not doing
it's 16 times better.
Oh my goodness, guys are coming right in one after each other.
I just want to clarify what Witsit said, please.
He did say something about me there.
I will. All right, if you guys take yourselves off mute again, we're near the end. I don't want to boot you out
because
before
you were
closing
responding to my
statements.
question.
Behave, please. Icy Spin. Let's carry on. Actually, we already read that one. Oni-chan says FTFE. Actually, let's get one for the other side here because you guys are waiting here. Where is the silicate the ISS was assembled in space to a safe standard? The image and pics are fake, cause lying is not against the law. Perjury is. Lots of questions for you, Ozien and FTFE, actually.
It is. No, it is illegal for government agencies to lie about how they spend the money. So it is against the law for them to misappropriate funds, and they can shake their heads all they want. That it is a violation of federal law to misappropriate funds.
The government wouldn't break the law now, would they?
They've changed those laws, not anymore.
All right, Oni-chan coming in says, FTFE and Ozien are just shifting the burden of proof. You are making the claim that we went to the moon. Rost and Dustin are saying we don't believe you.
We don't have the burden of proof. In logic, the person that's making the claim against the status quo requires a burden of proof.
That is not true.
It's been substantiated many times that the moon landing was the thing that happened. All the evidence is there. The status quo is the position that the moon landing happened. So any claims against that require a burden of proof.
And we
status quo is silly.
We met
That's
the
silly,
burden.
silliness. That's not science. Status quo.
Doesn't matter if you think it's silly. That's how logic works.
I don't know why they don't let us talk here. We met
Let's
our
appeal to
burden
the
by
herd.
That's not true. It's not that we don't let you talk.
All right.
we met. There was a question for us. First of all, we met
word.
our burden by showing that it was an historic event. We have primary, secondary, and we have hostile witnesses, and it was physically possible. We know it was physically possible based upon what we understand about reality, and we have the historical record, so we met our burden.
Next question is for you, Dustin. So, Dustin, the point I was trying to make, this is from Vaporcent, I should say. Dustin, the point I was trying to make with the Devon Island Hill is that a space denier photoshopped it in order to manufacture an argument, I think they meant. I could not find the image on NASA's image library.
Okay, so send me the details and I will take that one down if it is incorrect, which I don't necessarily believe that it is because they continually do get caught. The other one stands, the other Mars image that I showed as well. So it's a continual pattern. There's other people out there who have shown that the moon landing itself also had, I couldn't find those images tonight, but also had backgrounds that were, I think, from the Nevada desert or something like that. And will you repeat the question because there's another part of that I missed?
Yeah, so let's see. The point I was making with Devon Hill is the space denier photoshopped it in order to manufacture an argument. I could not find the image on NASA's image library.
Oh, that's it, I think.
Okay. All right, so FTFE said, they ask, as a lawyer, admin agency are required to certify their claims causes foreign agencies can hack or alter them. Where are the certificates for the ISS?
Ask NASA.
All right.
Ask the government.
That was the last one.
Yeah.
So
construct that there's a lot of checking and verification and steps where they have people come in and double check the work and stuff. So unfortunately, I don't have to hand the verification papers of the ISS. I didn't realize that question would be asked.
Yeah, he's right. He's right. I just want to clarify what Witsit was saying earlier, though. Ozien, so you're saying if we can prove
the Office of Audits.
If we can prove
NASA.
Ozien, if we can prove right that there's raw footage of the comets coming in too fast, you agree that would be impossible? Yes.
If you could,
if we could prove that we have raw footage, hypothetically, if we could prove that we have raw footage of the comets coming in too fast, that would be impossible from the moon, right?
I would have to listen to the footage.
I'm saying hypothetically, if it was real, somehow we knew it was real. Hypothetically, yes, right.
The Office of Audits conducts independent, objective audits, reviews, and other examinations of NASA and NASA contractor programs and projects to improve NASA operations. To address this red herring question that's being brought up for this debate, show me the evidence, dude. I don't believe it.
Hypothetically, if in a magic world,
I'm familiar with your arguments. I'm familiar with Witz's arguments.
But would that be impossible? I'm just asking you, would that be impossible?
Would it be impossible for them to
communicate that quickly from the moon?
Would it be impossible for them to say, "Hey, can you check switch 2," and then say confirmed?
I feel like you're obfuscating to avoid answering the question. It's a simple yes or no question. Would that be impossible for them to send a comm that fast from
is
the
that
moon?
the last super chat question?
That was the last one. I think we should close it out there. I think
very smart to not answer that. Very smart.
Can I get a second? 2 seconds, maybe?
Well, if I give you 2 seconds, I'm going to give everybody 2 seconds.
Everybody else just got 2 seconds. I haven't talked in a while.
Well,
I just want to, just because he said hostile witness. I mean, the hostile witness was sharing the same symbol.
We'll do closings.
There is no hostile witness. They have the same symbolism. It is literally a serpent's tongue speaking through a forked disc.
All right.
No direct evidence.
Last thoughts, Ross? That's it? All right. Last thoughts there, FTFE.
Is this closing statements? Is that?
Yeah. Have you got any closing thoughts before we close on out? Ozien's jumped ship, so we got a little bit.
That last question was woo. Yeah, he was smart to do that, boy, because he knew he didn't want to say yes. He's gonna get clipped.
All right, just chill.
Well, amazing. As soon as you asked me to give a closing statement, Ross starts talking. What Ozien and I both showed here is that the moon landing is historically recorded with lots and lots of evidence of its recordings, that it's physically possible, that there's many ways to independently verify that the moon landings happened. The flat earthers just went, nuh-uh, I don't believe it. Here's some physics I don't get. That's it. There is no evidence against the moon landing. There is only misunderstandings. And it's as simple as that. I want to say thank you to Modern Day Debates for inviting me on to debate. It's been a while, and I'm glad to be back. I want to say thank you to you very much for the moderation, because I think you did an excellent job trying to control the people that constantly interrupted. I apologize myself for getting a little bit excited, as does happen in this kind of conversation. But all in all, I've very much enjoyed myself, and thank you for having me.
All right.
You were the main one he needed to control. Shoot.
Let's.
Talk about me.
All right, I'm going to close out the show. No can I's or anything like that. We're closing down. Everybody who hasn't hit the like button, hit the like button. We are going to be back for more juicy debates, so keep an eye out for that. I think that somebody had mentioned something about some after shows, so I'm not sure if you're doing anything there, Ross, but you can put that in the live chat there.
Yeah, Real Offended. You can find me. I don't know if I'm going to go live. We'll see.
Okay. And yeah, thanks everybody for coming out to Modern Day Debate. We will see you next time. Cheers.
Cheers. Uncensored Church.
Cheers.
Thanks very much.